Welcome to AudioNovel. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. Reborn in Black Clover with Demon. Chapter 1, Vacation Day. Same deal as last time. Pretty much. Sigh, what's it gonna be this time? An apocalypse? A dystonia? An underwater kingdom? Actually, me and the other gods have been talking lately and we've decided to give you a little vacation. Seriously. Yeah, for your next reincarnation, you can choose where you want to go and a couple of wishes to go along with it. Sweet. Took you fuckers long enough. 16 reincarnations and only now am I getting a vacation. So where's my vacation gonna be? Your choice. God shrugged. Wow, you guys are being real generous today, aren't ya? Just hurry up and pick, I got my own shit to deal with. Smiling at the annoyed look on God's face, the reincarnated soul took a minute to think about his decision. My last life was pretty fun, definitely want to go to a world with magic, but on the other hand my 8th life showed me just how fun messing with advanced technology can be. While the soul thought about where he wanted to spend his new life, memories of his previous lives flooded his head. After dying on his homeworld in the past, he was given the opportunity by the gods to reincarnate and travel the multiverse while completing a couple of odd jobs for them. Of course there was a catch to all of this. Whenever he reincarnated he'd lose the previous memories of his past lives and would basically be a new person. Of course he'd regain these memories again once he died and returned to the realm of the gods. In all of his lives he's played various roles. In one life he was a powerful cultivator that shook the world with his mere presence, in another he was an archmage that sealed a dimensional portal before otherworldly monsters could attack his realm, and in another he was a demon king that brought fear and terror to those around him. That last life was his favorite. Of course there were some worlds where he couldn't become anything special. Like reincarnation number 12, he was born to an average middle-class family on a planet called Earth, spent his time doing what normal Earthlings did, got a job, got married, had kids then died. Not especially fun, but he had to admit that Earthlings had found ways to entertain themselves that other realms lacked. One example of this was anime and manga. While the reincarnator enjoyed the woes of battle and the crushing of his enemies, since he couldn't really do that in this world, anime and manga become his own personal escapism paradise. And now that he had a chance at a vacation, he definitely wanted to go to one of those anime worlds that reincarnation number 12 always dreamed of. Okay, I've decided. You really want to spend your vacation there? The god looked up with an unsure expression. Yup. Sighed, whatever, let's get this over with, shall we? Your chosen world will be the Black Clover universe and you want to be born at the same time as some guy called Asta, right? I nodded. From what I could remember from reincarnation number 12, Black Clover was a really enjoyable series with an interesting world, power system, and characters. Plus it had a society that revered the strong and talented. It was basically the best place to crush the arrogant. What I'd do to get my blood pumping like it did back in reincarnation number 14. They were the days. Seeing that I was agreeing, the god continued going down the list of my requests. You also want to be born in a different area away from this Hage village place and you want to have an elven bloodline so that you will be loved by mana. Am I right so far? Yep. If I remember correctly, the elves had rather large mana pools in comparison to humans. Being descended from one is sure to give me a few long-term perks. While I was lost in thought, God continued reading off the list while making a disappointed face. Sigh, and for your chosen magic you've decided to store all the breath and sword styles from an anime called Demon Slayer into your grimoire, just waiting for them to be unlocked. Don't forget that I want to add magical effects onto the sword styles so they look as impressive as they do in the anime. Rolling his eyes at me, God went back to reading the list. And for your last request, you've asked to have the appearance of some guy called Reinhard from Re-Zero. I'm probably gonna regret asking this, but why do you want to look like him? I shrugged. Black Clover looks like it's set in a European medieval time period. Reinhard's looks will let me blend in easily. Any other reason? The man's plot armor incarnate and looks good no matter what he's doing. I also want to look good no matter what I'm doing. How superficial. The god muttered. Oh please. I retorted. Humans are superficial as fuck. Try living in a world full of humans as an ugly person, the amount of hate and disdainful looks you get is unreal. Plus, this is supposed to be my vacation, right? Isn't it up to on how I want to enjoy it? Yeah, now that the request have been made and approved, I'm required to tell you that your memories will be wiped and you'll be starting all over. I actually have another request. I interrupted. Don't look at me like that, it's the last one, I promise. Sigh, speak. I want to keep my core memories. Core memories? Yeah, you know, the ones where I know I'm a reincarnator and shit. It'd also be nice if you could make it so that I grow up with a pretty similar personality to the one I currently have. It'd be really annoying if my personality up and changed and I lost the will to go fight strong people. It'd kinda make my vacation a waste. God paused for a minute before looking up at me. You want to keep your original personality? Yeah. The god then made a difficult face. Are you sure about that? Why's he asking me like that? Is there a problem with my personality? It's just. There's a reason we wiped your memories in particular compared to our other reincarnators. Oh. I thought every reincarnator was treated the same. No. The god shook his head. Most of them retain their memories when they reincarnate into a new world. Then why don't I? Because your personality is problematic. If it wasn't for our ability to wipe your mind every time you reincarnate, we wouldn't have chosen you as one of our agents. Feeling slightly annoyed, I did my best to smile. And what actions have I done to warrant such treatment? You burnt an entire continent to the ground in your first life. We were at war. I refuted in a just voice. A war that you started. Oh fuck you, those humans deserved it. For what? If you didn't fuck the queen and princess in front of the king, then none of this would have happened. It's not my fault that someone spread a rumor that ingesting the seed of a dragonkin would grant eternal youth. You spread the fucking rumor. I was fucking horny. And I didn't think they'd take it seriously. Well, they did. You know what, I'm done with your shit, next time you reincarnate you'll be dealing with some other god. Dude, you're killing my vibe. Fuck off. And with those gracious words, I was reincarnated into the Black Clover universe. Chapter 2, Reincarnation 17. So it turns out that God majorly fucked up when he sent me here. Mistake number 1, that fucker didn't give me Reinhardt's appearance like he promised. No, he gave me generic black hair like a fucking pleb and made my eyes yellow. Not that my appearance was bad or anything, but it wasn't what I asked for. I'm half tempted to kill myself just so I can go back to the god realm and slap the shit out of that petty asshole. Mistake number 2, I'm pretty sure that prick reincarnated me into the territory of the witch's forest. Now you're probably wondering how I know all this, right? Well, that brings me to mistake number 3. Mistake number 3, that ass clown fucked up my memories. Instead of getting all my core memories, I got fragments of memories of my 12th life, Earth. Most of them were useless and the ones that weren't useless were too blurry to be useful. So while I remember some things about this world like my current location, things like the main character's name and face elude me. I might as well have been walking in blind. But the good news about this was that I remembered some key things about this world. Like the fact that by the time I turn 15, I need to go to a grimoire tower in order to attend the grimoire acceptance ceremony. But first, I need to get out of this forest alive. Hopefully without running into any witches. Oh. That brings me to mistake number 4, instead of reincarnating me into the world like usual, that small-dicked loser reincarnated me into the body of a 10-year-old and left a message in my head telling me that the main story will start in 5 years. Then he started laughing about the fact that I had less time to train and become overpowered. If you know me well, you'll know that I tend to go a little crazy when it comes to training. I believe the people of Earth called it overleveling. I like to be strong to the point that I don't have to worry about dying or receiving damage. But 5 years was too short of a time for me to completely curb stomp the people of this world. Plus, with the current state of my body, I'd need 3 years just to get it into a state that I deem acceptable for normal training, not to mention that I also need to train my battle instincts to adapt to this new body. Sigh, I better get started. -3 years later. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Surrounded by trees on all sides, the sound of nature rang through the endless forest as the sight of a young bare-chested black-haired boy sitting cross-legged could be seen by the surrounding birds. Breathing in a very peculiar rhythm, a soft gray-like glow manifested itself around the boy's body and clung to him as if it was part of him. Breathing softly, the boy slowly opened his yellow and let the gray glow on his body dissipate into nothing. I guess that's Breath of the Beast down. After training non-stop in the forest for the past 3 years, the serial reincarnator found that like everyone without a grimoire, he was able to use the mana in his body to use low-level magic. Like who could make small gales, the reincarnator was able to utilize a swordless version of Breath of the Beast. And while he couldn't do anything special with it like cut trees with his bare hands, he found that utilizing this breathing technique increased his body's physical ability like reinforcement magic and also made him incredibly flexible. Due to my location and current circumstance, Breath of the Beast made the most sense to learn. While Breath of the Wind or even Breath of Thunder would have been convenient, both breath styles wouldn't enhance my perception and sensory abilities like Breath of the Beast did. Thanks to this style, I've avoided being eaten by various different predators within the past 3 years. After finishing my 5-hour-long breathing practice, I picked up a self-made gourd bottle and took a swig of water. Now that my body had reached an acceptable level of fitness, it was time for me to start making my way to the Clover Kingdom. And while I didn't have all my memories, something inside of me was telling me to avoid going to the witch's forest at all cost. Packing my stuff up in a handmade backpack, I tied the gourd to my waist and headed north. Having gotten a handle on the Breath of the Beast breathing technique, the next logical step was to achieve full focus breathing, a state in which I subconsciously used the breathing style. And thanks to my elven bloodline and large mana pool, maintaining this state even when I'm asleep shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Moving through the forest with purpose and confidence, I looked forward to the journey ahead. I might be weak right now, but when I get my hands on my grimoire, I'll make sure to have as much fun as I can while cutting down those that stand in my way. Whistling to myself, it suddenly occurred to me that I hadn't even given myself a name. Looks like I was too focused on training. Looking down at my slim but toned arms, I can't help but nod at my body's current state. Realizing that I was losing track on my previous train of thought, I quickly snapped out of it and tried to focus on giving myself a name. Looking at the dark forest around me, I couldn't help but think about how gloomy this place was. How grim. I muttered. Grim. 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 That was it. The perfect name for me. While I may not remember what my original name was or what my name on Earth was, doesn't the name Grim sound way cooler than anything I would usually come up with? Okay, it's decided, from now on, I shall be known as Grim. Yeah. Grim. Chapter 3, Church. Oi Grim, if you don't leave now we'll have to give it to them for free. A loud voice yelled. 2 years had passed since Grim had left the comfort of the forest, and now he was working at a decent restaurant as their delivery guy. Of course it wasn't easy getting this job. Arriving in a town that he had little to no knowledge of with nothing but the clothes on his back and gourd by his side, he was shown just how cruel this world really was when you didn't have money. But after saving some old guy from a bunch of random bandits, the guy offered him a job in his restaurant and gave him the room above rent-free. Residence and a stable income. Of course he took the offer. He'd be an idiot if I didn't. But what the manager of the restaurant didn't know was that Grim had originally planned to rob him, and beating up those bandits was just an easier way to loot the cash off them while they couldn't fight back. If it wasn't for him leaving him for last instead of knocking him out, who knows where he'd be at the moment. Oi. Are you listening? A teenage girl with long wavy red hair and navy blue eyes stepped out of the restaurant to chastise him. I'm on a break, Rebecca, go annoy someone else. He shooed her away. Hearing me shoo her away, a vein popped out onto her forehead before she made a dark smile. You're gonna have to cut your break short, we got a delivery request. This ray of sunshine barking at him like a dog is a fellow co-worker of his, Rebecca Scarlett. A 16-year-old waitress that has to work in order to support her smaller siblings. Beautiful, smart, driven, she was the definition of a strong independent woman. At least that's what he thought the people of Earth called people like her. But that's besides the point. You see, when he first arrived here he actually had no skills that could be employed in a restaurant. So he just helped around wherever he could and received his pay. This made Rebecca resentful of him because he was apparently taking advantage of the boss's goodwill. Of course her words meant nothing to him. Grim was a man with memories of the 21st century. He was for all intents and purposes, numb to the sound of female complaints. Plus he was naturally lazy by nature. If fighting, sleeping, or training wasn't involved, then the amount of fucks he could give about anything were practically non-existent. But then he messed up. One night when he was training his agility and flexibility with Breath of the Beast, Rebecca happened to see and came up with this great idea of starting a delivery service. I want you guys to hear that again. We're in a time period that resembles medieval Europe, and this bitch just came up with the idea of a fucking home delivery service. She even crafted a table on how much profit we would gain and handed it off to the boss. After hearing her proposition, the boss literally begged Grimm day and night to take up the job. Apparently the movements he employed when taking out the bandits were enough to make him think that Grimm was the most suitable for this job. And he couldn't say no to him when he gave him those puppy dog eyes. So yeah, now he's a delivery man. Grimm and Rebecca eventually came to a truce where we would stay out of the other's way and do what's best for the restaurant. And although they both had different reasons to protect it, he literally lives above it, they both agreed that it'd be in everyone's best interest if this place kept running. So here he is, 1 week away from the grimoire acceptance ceremony, about to deliver a huge pot of soup to a small orphanage. Inhale, exhale. Watching the soft gray aura cling to his body, Rebecca handed him the soup pot with a smug smile on her face. You know, you're a real bitch, right? Ignoring his comment, she pulled out a small notebook and told him how much money he should receive from the delivery. Rolling his eyes, he used his enhanced physical ability to jump onto the roof and leapt from building to building while hugging the pot to his chest. Yo Marie. Dropping down in front of a church, he called out to a small blonde-haired girl who was playing with a couple of other kids. Grimm. She and the other kids ran towards him with smiles on their faces. What do you get for us this time? A small boy asked while looking at the pot. Soup. Where's Sister Teresa? She's inside. Nodding his head, he left the kids with some kind words and approached the church. You know what was really weird? I was in another world yet they still had churches. I'm pretty sure that some of my other incarnations saw churches in other worlds, but what was really weird was that the design was no different to the ones I remembered from Earth. Grimm. A woman called out to me while he was lost in his own thoughts. Looking up from the ground, standing in front of the altar was a white-haired elderly woman with a jagged scar running down from her forehead to her left cheek. Teresa. He greeted. Smiling at the way he said her name, she came down from the altar and greeted him. After the first couple of deliveries to the church, the two of them eventually got to know each other and formed a cordial relationship built on respect. For Grimm, it was learning that she used to be a magic knight for the Crimson Lions. For her it was learning that he had no parents and basically grew up without relying on anyone. How much? She took the pot from his hands. You know how the boss is. Everything that comes to the church is free. Of course Rebecca didn't know that. Sigh, I really can't change his mind, can I? She smiled. Grimm shrugged. So, the grimoire acceptance ceremony is coming up soon, are you excited? After working for the boss for the past 2 years, Sister Teresa had come to understand how much he enjoyed the adrenaline rush from combat. And since she had no way to pay the boss back, she became his combat instructor as compensation. But after practicing with her for 2 years he quickly understood that without any spells he was severely limited in what he could do. And what made it even worse was that she kept using long-ranged fire attacks to keep him from getting close to her and slapping the smug smile off her face. The only thing he really learned from all of this was how to sense mana better and improve his dodging ability. But now that the grimoire acceptance ceremony was only a week away, he could barely contain his excitement at the prospects of actually learning new spells that could make up for what he lacked. But to answer Teresa's question, he simply responded with a Chapter 4, Grimoire. Walking back into the restaurant after leaving the church, the sight of a small red-haired boy sitting around one of the tables eating porridge entered Grimm's sight. Yo Marco. Grimm called out. Marco was one of Rebecca's younger siblings. He was quite a shy boy and nowhere near as annoying as his older sister. Hey Grimm. He smiled and waved. Where's your sister? She said she had to go get some supplies. Oh. I guess that means it's just you and me, little man. He nodded and focused back on his porridge while I went behind the bar and poured himself a drink. -1 week later. Are you ready? A white-haired old man looked over Grimm with appreciation in his eyes. Why ask? He spent so much time relaxing that he should have enough energy to last a lifetime. Rebecca spoke up much to Grimm's annoyance. Sis. Marco whined. What? It's not like what I said wasn't true. Holding back his urge to show that he was an advocate for gender equality, Grimm merely smiled and said his goodbyes. After spending the past 3 years training with Teresa, he was already prepared for the entrance ceremony. And while he may not have much memories of what happened in the manga, he knew for sure that this moment would define his role in life. He just hoped that God didn't screw him and give him something like a one-leaf clover. Knowing that fucker, Grimm could actually see this happening. Finally here. Standing inside a huge library-like setting, Grimm was surrounded by a large amount of young people who were in the same age group as him. A lot of them were like him, curious with a hint of anticipation on their faces. Others looked scared and shook with worry. And then there were the ones that took a knee and started praying. If only they knew that God wouldn't answer their prayers. I wonder how they'd react. Now that he thought about it, he wondered why they had to get their grimoires when they turned 15. Was it some rule of this world? But if so, what was so special about being 15? While he was thinking about this, he didn't notice that somebody had appeared in front of the grimoire-less teenagers. The guy then proceeded to spout some bullshit about how special grimoires were and how they should strive to better this kingdom. Now then, let the grimoire acceptance ceremony begin. Once the men stopped speaking, the books on the shelves started to shake and radiate different colors as they took to the air before finding their way to their respective owners. Feeling his attention being drawn elsewhere, Grimm turned around and saw a 3-leafed gray grimoire surrounded by soft white light floating in front of him at chest level. Is this my grimoire? As if reading his thoughts, the gray grimoire pushed itself forward and into his hands. Feeling the book hum in his hands, the grimoire suddenly opened up and revealed 2 different pages showcasing his newfound spells. So how'd it go? The boss appeared in front of him as soon he stepped through the restaurant door. Hearing the noise, Marco and Rebecca also came over. Instead of answering the manager, Grimm merely smiled and summoned his grimoire. Ahahaha, you succeeded. The boss cheered. Congratulations, Grimm. Marco added. And he could have sworn that he saw Rebecca smile for a minute there. So, what spells do you have? Watch this. Focusing his attention on his grimoire, he felt the mana in his body gather around his hands as 2 serrated blades materialized in his hands. Watching with amazement, the 3 onlookers felt their eyes widen as they looked closer at the jagged swords in his hands. Swords? Why the hell do you have swords? I thought your magic was body enhancement. Rebecca suddenly exploded with questions. Just because I can enhance my physical ability, it doesn't mean it's my magic. Grimm said with a smug look on his face. Why you? So cool. Marco's eyes basically shone as he looked at the swords that were radiating gray light. Grinning at their reactions, Grimm let the swords dissipate into nothingness and desummoned his grimoire. Sorry, but I've gotta go train. Leaving them with a look of surprise on their faces, he left them to their own devices and closed the door behind him. Okay, you old bitch. Let's do this. Grimm. Seeing the black-haired boy kick open the church's front door, Marie and the other kids looked at him with surprise. Oh. Hey guys, where's Sister Teresa? She got a date with Destiny. He grinned wildly. She's planting some flowers. Thanks. And just as he appeared, he disappeared just as fast. Someone's happy. Crouched down with her back turned to him, Teresa smiled as she covered a seed with fresh soil. Cut the crap. You know why I'm here. Of course I do, you're here for another beating. Not today. We'll see. Raising her hand slightly, Teresa released a stream of flames towards the distant Grimm. Unable to hold his smile back, Grimm's body was covered by a soft gray glow as he charged towards the flames while his swords materialized in his hands. Using his now enhanced body to jump over the stream of fire, he leapt high into the air and came crashing down towards the old nun. Seeing this, Teresa smirked, thinking that he was too hasty in his reaction. Now that he was in the air, he had no way to dodge. Lifting her arm up higher, she released another stream of fire at the airborne Grimm. Watching the torrent of flames approaching him, the smile on Grimm's face grew wider as he activated a spell. Second Fong, Rip and Tear. Performing a diagonal X-slash with both blades, Teresa and the spectating children watched in shock as Grimm's blades seemingly tore the torrent of spiral flames apart. Whoa! The kids exclaimed in shock. Dumbstruck by what she had just witnessed, Teresa quickly snapped out of her stupor and quickly casted a spell called Shining Flame Cross. Using multiple small explosions that took on the shape of a cross, Teresa erected a flame shield to protect herself seconds before Grimm's blade reached her. Oh shit! Detonate! Teresa looked up at him through the gaps of her shield and yelled. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Flung backwards as a result of the shockwave, Grimm's body smashed heavily into the ground as steam escaped from his smoking body. Luckily for him, Breath of the Beast allowed him to take the brunt of that attack without suffering any real damage. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly as he lay flat on his back. I finally got close to you. Chapter 5, 6 months. After his defeat at the hands of Teresa, Grimm understood that he had been too hasty in his thinking. Instead of charging into battle the old hag after just receiving his grimoire, he should have gotten more acquainted with his swords and new spells before crushing her. This way he would have had more tricks up his sleeves during their battle. Sitting on his bed above the restaurant, he looked over the spells in his grimoire and started studying up on them. The Magic Knight entrance exam was in 6 months, that meant that he had 6 months to get his magic combat ready. Okay, let's start. After spending a couple of hours looking over the spells in his grimoire, he discovered that a new spell had appeared. What the hell? Breath of Flames, 9th form, Rengoku. Where did this come from? Did this spell manifest after I got hit by Teresa's fire spell? Confused by what he was seeing, he focused his attention on the spell and felt the mana in his body gather around his right hand. And just like with his Breath of the Beast swords, a katana slowly formed in his hand. But unlike his Breath of the Beast swords, he was only wielding one sword at the moment. And to push itself even further away from his Breath of the Beast swords, this katana had a flame-shaped handguard with a red core and golden border. Covered with a soft orange glow, Grimm felt the blade hum in his hand. Closing his eyes, he felt a gentle warmth spread from the hilt of the blade and into his body, making him feel extremely relaxed. 6 months. He muttered. Leaving the town of Nairn behind, Grimm left the confines of the kingdom's safety to go train. While staying in Nairn would have been nice, it was not the most suitable place to practice fire-based spells. Plus, he felt that the Rebecca and the boss would distract him if he stayed. He also thought about training with Teresa, but he didn't want to face her again until he felt like he could crush her. Taking nothing but a backpack filled with food, water, and extra clothes with him, Grimm left for the next 6 months. -3 months later. 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, fuck. Shouting loudly, Grimm was forced to stop doing push-ups as he could barely feel his arms. He'd been in this world for 5 years and 2 months now, and still this used body was giving him problems. He cursed that petty god for reincarnating him with a below-average body. Getting up from the rocky ground, he went to washing his sweat away a nearby lake that was surrounded by rocky terrain. Within the past 3 months here, he deepened his knowledge of Breath of the Beast and Breath of Flames. For Breath of the Beast, he discovered that besides being in that heightened state, the true benefit to using it was that besides the fact that his fighting style became much more barbaric and brutal, his swords could actually rip anything it came into contact with into shreds. This included magic. Breath of Flames on the hand was quite different in comparison. One of the first things he quickly discovered about using this breath style was that his physical ability returned to normal, unlike Breath of the Beast. So to compensate for this, he had to learn reinforcement magic. And while the physical enhancement wasn't as good as when he used Breath of the Beast, it was at least passable. But what really made him like this breath style was the fact that it didn't matter whether or not he was using a spell or not, just a swing from his sword would produce flames. Feeling a mana signature approaching him, Grimm activated Breath of Flames and summoned out his katana. Boom. 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 Feeling the ground start to shake, he looked in the direction that the mana signature was coming from. Walking over with giant steps, a large amalgamation of rock with a humanoid shape approached the half-dressed Grimm. A magical life form. After having trained here for the past couple of months, he had already run into his fair share of earth elemental beings. At first they were quite a hassle to deal with, but to the current him they were not much of a threat. While some of their strengths differed from one another, they were practically all the same in Grimm's eyes. 9th form, Rengoku. Holding the sword up in a high stance, a torrent of flames emanated off the red blade as he performed a devastating downward slash that fired a concentrated beam of flames towards magical life form, leaving behind a trail of flames and a deep impression in the ground. Grim watched as the beam of flames shot through the air and pierced the chest of its target and destroyed its core. Not even having the chance to scream, the life form crumbled to the ground after turning in a smoldering mess of rocks. Watching the outcome of his work firsthand, Grim couldn't help but smirk and compliment himself. A bit wide, but not bad. Turning his back on the smoking rock corpse, he submerged himself back inside the lake and let the water run over his body. Rinsing off all the sweat and grime that he had accumulated, he floated on the surface of the water and looked up at the sky. 3 months. Compared to when he had first arrived here, he was definitely much stronger and could utilize his power to a better degree. Closing his eyes, he simulated his last fight with Teresa but used the current him to replace his past self. He hummed. Using the swordless version of Breath of Flames, a soft orange glow surrounded Grim's body and warmed the lake around him. Chapter 6, The Return. Phew, that was tiring. Finishing his last set of exercises, Grim took a dip in the lake before packing his bag and prepared to leave. The past 6 months he had spent here had taken quite a toll on him. After having gotten used to sleeping in a bed for the past 2 years, it was much harder to return to his rustic life than he had previously assumed. But that lifestyle ended today. Now that those grueling 6 months had ended, he could finally return back to civilization and attend the Magic Knight entrance exam. Looking back at the lake surrounded by rocky terrain, a feeling of sentimentality struck. Fortunately, it didn't last long and Grim quickly left the area. It's gone. Standing at the place that Grim had previously been at, a young-looking man with a red tattoo on his left cheek and patches of white in his black hair looked around the lake as if searching for something. Are you sure you felt a magic signature? The place seems kind of barren. Standing next to the young man was sexy-looking blonde-haired woman in an all-black hat and furry skirt. Yawn, I might have been wrong. The young man yawned and opened a portal behind him. Why didn't you tell me that before I was forced to tag along? Shrugs, I thought it'd be funnier if you had to miss your hair appointment. I'm gonna leave you if you don't hurry up. He turned towards the portal and began walking. TCH, damn you Raya. Why are you back? Was the first words that came out of Rebecca's mouth when she saw Grim walk through the doors. You know what, Rebecca? I've had enough of your shit. I get that we're not friends and that your period seems to come about every other day, but you need to chill the fuck out. Recalling some phrases from his jumbled Earth memories, Grim started going on a rant that no one really understood. At the end of the day, you're just another basic bitch that doesn't understand just how average she really is. Are you cute? Sure. Are you fuckable? Hell yeah you are. But besides that, you don't really have anything going for you. If it wasn't for our boss's gentle heart, you'd probably be working on some random street corner trying to provide for your siblings. And that's another thing. How many fucking kids did your parents have? I know we don't have condoms in this world, but fuck me. Haven't they heard of the pull-out method? In fact, it's weirder that we don't have any magic to avoid this. Like you'd think there'd be an abortion spell or some shit, but he started trailing off topic and left Rebecca, her siblings, the boss, and the rest of the people in the restaurant stunned. And that's why we should name the first tank engine Thomas. He nodded proudly, not noticing the expressions on everyone's faces. Silence. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'm going to go prepare for the exam tomorrow, so good night all. Oh. And fuck you, Rebecca. He showed his middle finger before going upstairs. I think he likes you. One of Rebecca's little siblings commented. The next day. Leaving early in the morning, Grim left a note to the boss thanking him for everything he'd done for him for the past 3 years. He also left one for Rebecca reminding her of just how much of a bitch she was. He felt really refreshed after that and left with his head held high. So this is where the future Magic Knights start their careers. He muttered after arriving at the testing site that oddly enough resembled a coliseum from Earth. Weird. What's with these damn birds? A loud scream drew everyone's attention. Turning to look at the origin of the screaming voice, Grim was quite surprised to see a gray-haired boy being attacked by a bunch of birds. Get them off me. Standing a bit away from the boy was an amber-eyed boy with messy black hair. Looking at the two of them, Grim couldn't help but frown as he felt a weird sense of familiarity from them. But before he could ponder on it any further, a rich-looking fat guy in his entourage barged his shoulder and pushed him to the side. So then I invited her to dance with me at the royal ball. The fat man laughed and played with his mustache, not even noticing what he had just done. Wow. As expected of our lord. Haha, even Miss Mimosa couldn't resist your charms. Of course she couldn't. What woman in their right mind could resist our lord? Listening to the praises he was receiving, the fat man couldn't help but laugh loudly as a disgusting smile etched itself onto his face. In truth, the only reason Mimosa had agreed to dance with him was because she didn't have the heart to reject him after he stopped the music to ask her to dance. Unfortunately, his praises were cut short by the next sentence. Oi piggy, it's common courtesy to apologize when you bump into someone. While Grim was confronting the fat nobleman, the gray-haired was busy dealing with his own problem. After running around trying to get the anti-birds off him, he accidentally ran into muscular black-haired man smoking a cigarette. Ah. There you are, Yami. A man with dirty blonde hair called out to the black-haired smoker. Hey, isn't that the spatial magician Finral Rulacase? A member of the crowd spoke in a hushed voice. Yeah, and isn't that guy besides him Gordon Agrippa? They motioned to an emo-looking guy wearing black lipstick. Wait. They all looked back at the black-haired smoker. Doesn't that mean that that's the captain of the Black Bulls, Yami Sakiro? Chapter 7, Magic Night Exam. Did this low-born ant just address me? The fat noble turned to look at a member of his entourage. Well. If this had been a normal setting, the fat noble's henchmen would have already immediately started attacking the black-haired boy that had just insulted his lord. But this was the Magic Night entrance exam. If he started a fight here, who knows what consequences he would face. Luckily for him, he was saved by the bell as the announcer suddenly called for everyone's attention. Sorry for the wait, everybody. Walking out from the background, 7 individuals walked out and drew the attention of everyone in the area. It's the Magic Night captains. I can't believe I'm seeing them from so close. I can die happy. Magic Night captains, huh? Looking up at the 7 figures, Grim felt his blood start to boil as his urge to fight slowly increased. The strongest mages in the Clover Kingdom. Doing everything in his power to hold himself back, Grim looked up at the figures and burned their features into his memory. While Grim was busy holding himself back from attacking the captains, one of the captains wearing a weird mask with several feathers sticking out from it took center stage. Oh my god, it's William Vengeance. He was the one who took the head of the enemy general in the last battle. It's said that he's the closest to becoming the next Wizard King. I heard his squad members love him. I'd love to be selected for the Golden Dawn. Don't be stupid. Only elites and nobles are selected for that squad. Hearing all the hype around him, Grim took a closer look at the masked man. Opening his grimoire, William executed a spell that caused branches to spawn and deliver wooden broomsticks to the examinees. Now then, let's us begin the Magic Night test. Hearing him, the fat noble turned to face Grim before walking away. Humph, I'll deal with you later, peasant. Normally Grim would hold his tongue and quietly bide his time, but after getting his grimoire in training for 6 months, he was feeling quite fearless. Wow, it's surprising that you haven't choked on all the shit that comes out of your mouth. Grim's words caused the noble to stumble and almost fall flat on his face. Why you? Oh. Ugly and illiterate, us commoners truly can't compare to such a pig-faced individual such as yourself. I bow to you, sir. Feeling his face redden from all the insults, the noble started gathering his magic in his right hand and prepared to attack. You can't, lord. One of his lackeys stopped him before he could proceed. If you attack now, you'll be disqualified. He's right, we should on getting into the Golden Dawn and then we'll deal with this insolent brat. Another one of his lackeys threw Grim a dirty look before trying to calm their boss down. Humph. You're right, there'll be plenty of time to deal with this trash after we join the Golden Dawn. The fat noble said before leaving the area with his entourage in tow. Heh, nobles seem like fun. Grim laughed before also leaving. Standing in line with a bunch of other test takers, they were told that the first test consisted of them being able to make the brooms that they were given fly. Anyone who can control their magic should be able to do this on feel alone. William explained. This is the most basic form of movement magic there is. If you can't fly on a broom, you're not worth looking at. How simple. Closing his eyes, Grim poured a portion of his mana inside the broom and commanded it to float. Hey, isn't that the guy with the 4-leaf clover? One of the examinees commented after seeing Yuno standing on his broom with ease. Everyone looked over at him. To think a bumpkin like him could receive a 4-leaf clover. Wait. Look at that guy. One of the examinees pointed at Grim, who was doing a handstand on his broom. What the hell? Such control. While this was going on, the gray-haired Asta struggled to even lift the broom off the ground and even drew the attention of Captain Fuegoleon with his pitiful display. How strange. No matter how low his magic aptitude may be, he should at the very least cause some reaction from the broom. After a series of tests, Captain Vengeance finally declared what the final test would be. Ahem. Before we start, I would like to thank you all for attending the Magic Knight entrance exam. For the future of the Clover Kingdom, I hope that you will go all out during this final test and prove to us that you are worthy of becoming a Magic Knight. He smiled and looked over the participants. As for what your final test will be, it will be a test of all your magical and intellectual ability through the use of combat. You are allowed to pair up with anyone you want, just show us why we should choose you to join our squad. Pair up. Looking over at the fat noble, a wicked smile emerged on Grim's face. Oi piggy, if you keep standing around like that you'll never lose any weight. You again. Hey-ya. Grim grinned and walked over. After applying his charm, the fat-bodied noble couldn't take it anymore and challenged Grim to a duel. Damn peasant, I'll show you the difference between a noble and a dirty street rat. Looking forward to it. At this point Grim couldn't hide his smile any longer. Now then, you may begin. Captain Vengeance's voice rung out and begun the first match. Looking at the battling area, Grim was quite surprised to see the gray-haired boy facing off against a shady-looking blonde-haired dude wearing a black hairband. Ha 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 ha, no holding back. Let's do this ASTA. The blonde-haired man shouted before activating his magic. Bronze creation magic, Magnum Cannonball. Patches of transparent blue light surrounded the blonde-haired boy as it slowly came together to form a spherical armor that had several protruding cannons coming out of it. Watching the fight from the upper levels with the rest of the captains, Finral couldn't help but compliment Sek on his magic. That's pretty impressive for an exam candidate. Unfortunately Yami didn't seem to be listening as he completely ignored what Finral said and compared Sek's appearance to that of a bug from Momoa Amazon. Now then Asta, come. Sek yelled with a smug look on his face. Yeah. The gray-haired boy nodded before summoning out a dirty-looking grimoire. Oh. For some reason, Grim felt his eyes being drawn to black grimoire that the gray-haired boy was using. But what was weird was the fact that his own grimoire threatened to make an appearance as if sensing danger. Blocking out the sound of everything around him, the gray-haired boy who was referred to as Asta pushed hand towards the open pages of his grimoire, and in front of everyone he pulled out a giant black blade covered in dirt and scuff marks. What the? Pushing off the ground with a tremendous amount of force that cracked the ground beneath his feet, Asta's figure turned into a blur as he appeared in front the armored Sek with his sword held high above his head. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Slicing through his barrier with little to no difficulty, the force of Asta's sword collided with Sek with enough of an impact that the ground below them was turned into a crater. What force? Grim's eyes widened as his grimoire became more and more restless. What the? Impossible. Not expecting that outcome, looks of shock ran across the faces of the captains and the candidates. The only person who was unperturbed by such an outcome was the black-haired Yuno, who was smiling at Asta's performance. Knocking Sek unconscious, Asta rested the large sword on his shoulder and looked up at the Magic Knight captains. Listen up everyone. I'm not joining the Magic Knights just so I can have a cushy life and avoid working hard. I'm here to work my butt off and become the Wizard King. Oh ho. Yami hummed. Wizard King How interesting. Grim smiled. Chapter 8, Squad. After a couple more fights went down, it was eventually Yuno's turn to fight. To call it one-sided would be an understatement as he completely dominated his opponent without taking a single step. Out of all the fights, only Yuno's and Asta's could rouse Grim's fighting intent as he was on the brink of drawing his sword out. By the time most of the fights had finished, Grim and the fat noble were finally called up to the stage. Walking to his position, Grim looked across at the noble and couldn't help but smile as the mana around him pulsed. All the captains raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Even Yuno couldn't help but take notice of him. "What the hell are you smiling at, you filthy peasant?" the fat noble yelled when he saw Grim's smiling face. Instead of answering, he turned to look at the referee with a look of impatience. "Start." "Ha ha ha, now bow before me, commoner." Sand creation magic, Sand Fox. Opening his grimoire, the fat noble raised his right hand in the air and yelled out the name of his spell. Gathering above the noble, a large sea of sand appeared and clumped itself together until it turned into a large-looking fox. Whoa! Impressive. Incredible. The candidates couldn't help but sing their praises as they saw the spell slowly take shape. Fufufu, that's right, peasants, be amazed. Ha 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 ha. Is that it? Grim's monotone voice suddenly rung out and silenced the crowd. How disappointing. I thought you'd at least make me take you seriously, but this is honestly such a disappointment. He sighed and toned down his fighting intent. The crowd responded. And to think I was seriously fired up too. If I knew I was gonna be fighting a giant dog, then I'd have chosen someone with more impressive magic. Sigh, such a waste. He shook his head and looked towards the referee. Can I change opponents? This one's too weak. Stunned by Grim's sudden request, the referee stood dumbstruck, not knowing how to proceed. Now that he mentions it. Someone from the crowd started. Isn't it just a giant pet? Yeah, it's actually not as cool as I thought it was when you think about it. Doesn't this mean he's just a glorified pet owner? Yeah. How embarrassing. How humiliating. How pitiful. Hearing the words of the crowd, the fat noble's face turned bright red as his anger started to rise to unprecedented levels. Shut up, you damn mongrels. He screamed at the top of his voice. I'll show you. I'll show all of you. Ha 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 ha. This guy's hilarious. Yami burst out laughing from above. So I really can't switch. What if I pay you? Surely we can come to some deal, right? You. Hearing Grim talk to the referee without a care in the world, the fat noble finally lost it and poured all his mana into his sand fox. Attack. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Bursting forward at an incredible speed, the large sand fox bared its teeth and charged towards the occupied Grim. Feeling a cluster of mana approaching him, Grim put his conversation on hold and turned his head to look at the approaching sand fox. Breath of flames. Opening his grimoire up, a faint glow of orange light coated his body as a katana with a flame-shaped handguard materialized in his right hand. Mana skin. Fuego Leon and the other captains raised their eyebrows when they saw the orange glow appear on his body. Yami, on the other hand, was frowning hard as his focus was concentrated solely on the sword in Grim's hand. Ninth form, Rengoku. Covering the blade in a dense layer of flames, Grim lifted the sword high above his head and looked at the red-faced noble in the eyes. Don't interrupt me again. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Swinging the blade down with a practiced level of grace, a large beam of concentrated flames shot out and blasted forward. Traveling at a shocking speed, the beam encapsulated the sand fox's body before passing by the red-faced noble and slamming into the bottom half of the platform the captains were sitting above and causing it to shake. What the hell? The crowd stood stunned as they looked at the smoking impression left in the ground that was still radiating heat. Looking down at his burnt clothes, the fat noble wanted to scream at Grim but stopped after seeing the aftermath of the attack that passed by him. Gulp. Such power. Someone from the crowd muttered. Yuno frowned and looked at him. Amazing. Asta's eyes shone as he looked at Grim. Even the captains were taking more note of him as everyone in the area looked at him with various emotions in their eyes. Unfortunately, this was unseen by Grim due to him turning his attention back to the referee. See what I mean, too weak. Let me fight someone stronger. Silence. After Grim's match finished, a couple more fights took place, but none of them were flashy compared to the previous matches. Ahem. Captain Vengeance suddenly called for everyone's attention. I want to thank you all for your participation in this examination. We of the Clover Kingdom are so lucky to have so many passionate youngsters such as yourselves aspiring to be magic knights. He paused. But this is where things get serious. His tone suddenly changed. When your number is called, please take a step forward. Whichever captain wants that participant, please raise your hand. Hearing this, a wave of unease spread through the testers as it finally dawned on them just how important this moment would be for the rest of their lives. Golden dawn, golden dawn, golden dawn. Grim heard a couple of people pray while crossing their fingers. Now then. Captain Vengeance continued. Will participant number 1 please step forward? Number 32. Purple Orcas. Number 78. Crimson Lions. Number 116. Failed. Number 141. Failed. Hey, I guess that's all I'm worth. Number 141 muttered as he walked past Asta. Number 164 stepped forward. Closing his eyes for a brief second, Yuno stepped forward and awaited the captain's decisions. Asterisk gasp. Asterisk. What? All the captains raised their hands. Yuno. Asta couldn't help but say his name. Looking up at the captains, Yuno made his decision. I choose the Golden Dawn. Lucky. Looks like the Golden Dawn will remain the strongest. Various mummers erupted out of the crowd. Ah, looks like a really good one was taken. Finral commented. Number 165 stepped forward. Making an audible gulp, Asta took a deep breath and took a step forward. Oh ho, this should be interesting. Grim smiled, and for some unexplainable reason, he found himself looking forward to what squad this gray-haired boy would join. It was just a shame that no one raised their hand. Silence. Wait. Are you serious? Didn't these guys see what he did to that smug bastard before? And as if to answer his question, Yami suddenly spoke up. Of course no one would pick you. He stood up. Yami. Finral said his name. Even if you're really good in a fight, nobody wants a power that they can't identify. Feeling like he was about to throw up, Asta stood on wobbly legs but kept staring at the black-haired man standing above him. As the name implies, the main thing we look for in a magic knight is releases horrific amount of magic power. Magic power. Feeling Yami's magic power, everyone including Yuno and Grim were rooted to ground as large beads of sweat started to form on their faces. So this is a captain. Sucking in a deep breath, Grim felt his heartbeat accelerate as the blood in his body started flowing faster. Yami continued speaking to Asta. Nobody here will want you, because you have no magical power. Hearing enough, Grim forced himself to speak despite the magical pressure pushing him back. Wait a moment. Huh. Yami turned to him in surprise. Isn't this the kid with the katana? You said that what you guys are looking forward in a magic knight is magic, right? What about the knight part? What could be more knight-worthy than a guy wielding a sword to defeat his enemies? Yami suddenly turned his attention to Grim and released even more magical power that almost forced him to his knees. What pressure! Now I really want to fight him. Eh? Why are you grinning? Yami tilted his head and asked. He, you're really strong, aren't you? Grim laughed despite his struggle. Grabbing onto his head, Yami picked him up until the two were eye level. I'm a magic knight captain, of course I'm strong, dumbass. Yami answered in the most Yami fashion possible before looking at him. That sword of yours, where did you get it? It comes with my magic. Grim struggled to say. Your magic, eh? What is it? Some fire-type magic or something. Huh. Grim made a dumbfounded expression. What gave you that impression? The fire. Ah, no wonder. Grim nodded, which was really hard considering that his head was being held by Yami. Are you playing with me, brat? Yami suddenly squeezed tighter after Grim lapsed into a state of silence. Ow, the fuck's your problem? I asked you what your damn magic was. Yami's grip tightened. Ow, okay, I'll tell you. Just let me go. Finally hearing something he liked, Yami released Grim. Damn, you really don't hold back. Grim rubbed his head. Seeing that Grim still wasn't answering, Yami cracked his knuckles. You were saying? Demon slaying. Grim quickly answered. Demon slaying magic. Chapter 9, Coercion. Demon-slaying magic. Well, whatever. Yami turned away to look at Asta. Oi, short stuff. Yes. Asta stood at attention. You said you were gonna be the Wizard King, right? Yes, sir. That means you're not only planning to surpass me, but all the other captains as well. Do you honestly think that someone like you who has no magical power at all can achieve such a feat? Lowering his head, Asta stared at his feet. What Yami had just said really hit him hard. He knew that he wasn't loved by mana like the others around him, but to give up on his dream so easily. That was something he just couldn't do. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he looked up at black-haired Captain and spoke with determination. I don't care if I don't get chosen. No matter how many times I trip up, no matter who says what to me. One day, I will become the Wizard King. He yelled with passion. Oh ho. He's crazy. Is he still going on about that? Like hell some crazy bumpkin will become the Wizard King. Foo, he should give up before he embarrasses himself. Ignoring the commotion around him, Asta kept eye contact with Yami, never breaking for a second. Ha 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 ha. Yami burst out laughing. You're funny kid, you and Katana boy over there can join my squad. What? Both Asta and Grim made surprised faces. Wait a minute. Grim spoke up. I don't agree to Joy. You vouched for him, didn't you? Yami turned to look at him. Yami. Fuego Leon shouted. Seeing the fire spell Grim had used to defeat the fat noble and his sand fox, Fuego Leon was determined to have him join his squad. What? Yami looked up towards Fuego Leon and the rest of the captains. I'm just giving him an offer. Ignoring the fact that it's not even his turn, the fact that you're openly forcing him to join your squad is unbefitting of a Magic Knight captain. I concur. Captain Vengeance spoke up and looked towards Grim. As captain of the Golden Dawn, I would also like to offer you a place in my squad. Surprised voices rang through the examination area. Hearing this, Fuego Leon also offered him a place. We of the Crimson Lions also offer you a place among us. No way. How can another commoner get such an offer? What is wrong with everyone? Hearing the offer from the other two captains, Yami couldn't help but frown before looking at Asta and smiling. Oi brat, if he doesn't join my squad you can kiss goodbye to any chance you had of joining any Magic Knight squads. As soon as Asta heard this, he made a beeline for Grim and started hugging his leg. Please join that squad. He yelled in desperation. I'll do anything you want. I'll wash your clothes. I'll make you breakfast, I'll carry you around whenever you feel tired. Asta begged. Dude, get off. He wouldn't really not let you in just because I wouldn't join. Wanna bet? Yami's voice rang out. You wouldn't. Grim frowned. Then prove me wrong. He grinned. What the hell? So this kid's future relies on me joining some unknown squad. Looking down at the gray-haired boy hugging his leg, Grim couldn't help but groan and turn to look at Yami. Are you really coercing me into this? You're free to decline. He shrugged and lit another cigarette. But if you do, the kid won't be able to join my squad and he'll fail the exam. Yami smiled. So all the cards are in my hands. Taking a look at the captains that were looking down at him from above, Grim couldn't help but sigh. I'm gonna regret this. You win. I'll join. He said in a defeated tone. Seriously? Asta jumped to his feet with a surprising amount of energy. Yeah. Grim nodded and turned to Yami. What's the name of your squad? Before leaving with Asta and Grim, Yami had a brief conversation with his spatial taxi Finral. Captain, were you really gonna turn away that kid with no magic if the other one didn't join? Huh? Of course not. Yami looked at Finral like he was an idiot. Then why did you say you'd only accept him if the other kid joined? 2 for the price of 1. Yami took in a deep drag. And it was funny to watch the faces of the other captains when they saw him agree to join my squad. Ha ha, hilarious. He laughed and carried on smoking without a care in the world. Hey! How long are you gonna be? Grim yelled while Asta was in the bathroom. Just give me a minute. What the hell have I gotten myself into? What's your name anyway? I'm Asta. Just Asta. Yeah. What about you? It's Grim. Grim? Your name can't be that bad. No, my name is Grim. I'm sure your name is really nice. No. As in the word Grim is my name. I don't get it. Just call me Grim. What took you two so long? Yami asked when he saw the two of them coming over. My stomach hurt. Like you wouldn't believe the size of the thing that out of em. Ow, ow, ow. Yami suddenly gripped onto his head and started squeezing. Who the hell told you to give me all the details? Ow, 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 please let go. Sigh, why did agree to join these idiots? Oi, why the hell are you sighing? Yami turned to face him. Just feeling a bit tired. Grim smiled and tried not to draw too much attention. Oi Finral, get us out of here. Right. Nodding his head, the spatial mage pointed at the area in front of him and executed a spell from his grimoire. Spatial magic, Fallen Angel's Gate. Pointing his hand out in front of him, space twisted until it was replaced with a bluey-gray blob of static. So this is spatial magic. Grim looked at the portal with intrigue. Whoa. That's so cool. Asta yelled. Ready to go, Captain. Good. Picking Asta up by his collar, he yeeted him through the portal before turning to look at a Grim. Oh. A/N, you guys have no idea how much I wanted him to shout Leroy Jenkins. Hearing Asta scream, Grim made the wise choice to just walk through the portal instead of waiting for Yami to yeet him through. Chapter 10, Dysfunctional. So this is the Black Bull's hideout. Walking over a downed Asta, Grim couldn't help but look at the weirdly misshapen building in front of him. How peculiar. You okay, Asta? He turned to look at him. Yeah. He smiled and stood up. Never better. Pretty magnificent, isn't it? Yami's voice sounded out from behind. It kinda looks run down. Grim muttered. What was that? I said it looks nice. Welcome to the Black Bulls. Looking up at the large building, Asta couldn't help but feel like his journey was finally starting. Oi Yami. Grim suddenly called out. Are the people from the Black Bulls strong? TCH, go in and find out yourself. While Grim definitely wanted to fight strong opponents, he really wanted to fight against someone he felt he had a chance of winning against. With that being said, fighting Yami and the other captains would be nothing short of suicidal for the current him. Nodding his head, both he and Asta approached the big wooden door. Deep breath. Let's do this. Just as the two were about to go in, the door suddenly exploded into a burst of flames as Asta and Grim were engulfed in the inferno. Yah! Asta screamed as his body was launched back. Ahahahahahahaha. Yami burst into laughter again. Welcome to the worst Magic Knight squad. He grinned. Sigh, I knew I'd regret this. It burns. It burns. Asta's screams could still be heard in the background. Surrounded by an orange glow, Grim stood in the sea of the flames without looking too concerned. Is anyone gonna put him out? He'll surpass his limits and force the flames away. He'll what? After his 6 months of training, Grim had discovered one of the benefits of using the breath of flames was the fact that he gained a certain degree of fire resistance. While he wasn't immune to fire itself, this level of flames weren't enough for him to frown at. While Asta was still screaming over being lit on fire, the bird that had made a nest out of his hair flew over and nested itself on top of Grim's shoulder while his attention was drawn to what was going on inside of the Black Bull's hideout. Stay still, you punk. A screaming man in shades yelled as he batted flaming balls of fire at a smiling blonde kid whose legs were covered in armor made out of lightning. Hoo-hoo. He laughed while evading all the attacks. Come on, Magna. If you get any slower, I'll kill you. Just try it. Ugh, what time is it? Waking up to the sound of chaos exploding all around her, a pink-haired woman in nothing but her bra and panties woke up with a mug of alcohol in her hand. This hangover is killing me, she said before downing the contents of her mug. Seriously, what the hell have I gotten myself into? Whoa, so this is a Magic Knight squad. Asta rolled up next to Grim after managing to put the fire out. Seeing this, the bird perched on Grim's shoulder flew off and nestled itself back on top of Asta's hair. By the time things finally calmed down, Yami had gathered the rest of the squad members and pushed Grim and Asta to the forefront. Introduce yourselves, brats. Clenching his fists, Asta took a deep breath before stepping forward. I'm Asta from Hage Village. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My dream is to become the Wizard King. After Asta finished introducing himself, Grim took a step forward to stand shoulder with him. I'm Grim from Nairn. I was blackmailed into joining this squad, but I hope we can all get along. I guess you could say that my dream is to beat the Wizard King. Asta turned to face him. Why'd you want to do that? Because the Wizard King's the strongest. Grim smiled before going into further detail. Just imagine it, Asta, the person everyone considers the strongest writhing beneath your feet. Doesn't it just fill you with joy? He started breathing heavily. No. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yami took in a deep drag of his cigarette before turning to Finral. I'm gonna go take a dump, introduce them in the meantime. Yes, Captain. He replied and watched as Yami disappear down the hallway. Phew, that guy's gonna give me a heart attack. Anyway, I'm sure you've already met, but I'll introduce you. He indicated towards the guy in the white makeup and black lipstick. This is Gordon Agrippa. He's pretty gloomy and you never know what he's thinking, but he's a good guy. Nice to meet you. Gordon greeted them in a quiet voice. Moving on. Finral continued. Over here we have Vanessa Enoteka. She'll probably get in your face when she's drunk and probably try to molest you, but she's not that bad of a person. I won't try to molest them. She denied and held back her urge to vomit. Carrying on with the introductions, next on the list we have Luck Volsha. He looked at the blonde kid that was previously fighting the dude with the mohawk. He's a battle maniac and for some reason he never stops smiling, but he's a good guy. Nice to meet ya. He smiled before suddenly getting up in their faces. Do you guys like to fight? Sure. Asta answered. Only against strong opponents. Grim smiled back. Me too. We should fight later. Definitely. Grim agreed without any hesitation and felt a weird kind of kinship. He was quite curious as to how he would face off against a lightning mage. I think we'll get along. While the two of them were busy bonding over their love of fighting, Asta was assaulted by a picture of a little girl. This is Marie, touch her and I'll kill you. Eep. The adrenaline, man. It's the best part. Are you kidding me? It's definitely the feeling you get after cruising your enemy. Grim argued back. No way, you only feel that good thanks to the adrenaline you get from the fight. Luck retorted. You only feel that way because you're determined to beat your opponent. Ignoring Finral's introductions, Grim and Luck went back and forth until Magna broke them up and addressed both Asta and Grim. Two weaklings from the Scrubs are newest members of the Black Bulls. Don't make me laugh. Who the hell is this guy? Grim wondered, forgetting that he had ignored Finral's introductions. Until you get one of these robes, Magna Swing won't accept you. The Mohawk dude proclaimed. But Yami accepted us. Does his opinion really matter? But before Grim could voice his suspicions, Asta had already started speaking. Oh my god. It's a Magic Knight's robe. He grabbed onto Grim's shoulder and started shaking him before turning back to look at Magna. Please let me have one. For some reason his eyes started sparkling. You want one? That's good. Magna made an amused expression. Because you're about to experience the Black Bull's welcoming ceremony. Chapter 11, Grim Luck. Black Bull's outer area. I don't care what method you use, all you have to do is either block or dodge the magic I'm about to throw at you. Magna spoke to both Grim and Asta. If you guys can manage that, I'll give you these robes. Bring it on. Asta shouted, looking confident. Is this really necessary? Either way, I'm not gonna turn down a fight. Grim smiled and prepared himself. But before they could start, the trio were interrupted by one smiley boy. Actually, Magna. Luck jumped over to Grim's side. I'm gonna test this one. Hey, why? Before Magna could even answer, Luck had already shifted his attention onto Grim. Hee, looks like we won't have to wait to fight. Feeling his enthusiasm, Grim couldn't help but also want to fight. After all, unlike that fat noble back at the Magic Knight entrance exam, Luck was a bona fide Magic Knight. He should be able to use the new spells he learned from his 6 months of training. Ready when you are. That's the spirit. Let's kill each other. Moving a bit away from Magna and Asta's area, the rest of the Black Bulls looked at each other with concern. Should we do something about them? I'm starting now. Luck yelled and opened his grimoire. Don't hold back. Grim smiled and opened up his own grimoire. Lightning creation magic, Thunder God's boots. Breath of the beast. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Kicking off the ground with a lot of explosive force, both boys charged towards the other, unable to hide the smiles on their faces. Grim. Luck. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Clashing head first into each other, Luck's lightning-covered boots collided with one of Grim's blades. Breath of flames. Activating his demon-slaying magic, the hue around Grim's body changed from gray to orange as the blade that had clashed with Luck's boot changed into a katana with a red-colored blade. Ninth form, Rengoku. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. What the hell? Vanessa jumped to her feet. Did he just change his magic affinity? Apparently he uses something called demon-slaying magic, Finral came over and explained. Demon-slaying magic. I don't get it either, but it's what he said when the captain asked him. Perched above the Black Bull's headquarters, the bird that was usually with Asta watched both Asta's and Grim's matches with a weird gleam in its beady eyes. Ahahaha, this is so much fun. Luck laughed as he springboarded off the blade to dodge Grim's fire beam attack. You haven't seen anything yet. Grim's smile deepened as he returned to using Breath of the Beast. Back to 2 blades, huh? Luck cocked his head before preparing to attack again. Flashing out of sight, he appeared next to a startled Grim. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Whipping his leg out at an unreasonable speed, his lightning-covered boot collided with Grim's ribcage and sent him flying through the air. Erg. Stabbing his swords into the ground, Grim managed to halt his momentum. Unfortunately, Luck wasn't about to give him a break. Appearing in front of the downed Grim, the smile on Luck's face didn't falter for a moment as he pulled his leg back and swung it forward towards Grim's chin. Heh. Breath of Flames, second form, Rising Scorching Sun. Switching to Breath of Flames, Grim grinned as he felt the sword in his hand change form. Activating his spell, he swung his swords upwards, creating a wheel of fire that crashed into an unsuspecting Luck. Arg. Not bad. A voice sounded out behind Vanessa and Finral. Captain. The two of them shouted when they saw who it was. Blown back by Grim's firewheel attack, Luck's heels dug into the ground to slow his backwards momentum. Once he finally came to a stop, he looked down at his burnt clothes and couldn't help but laugh. Amazing. You're really amazing, Grim. Lightning creation magic, Thunder God's gloves. Executing another spell, a pair of large clawed lightning gloves manifested itself on Luck's hands. Ready for more? Grim asked even though he knew the answer. You betcha. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Charging at each other again, the two boys charged their magic and engaged in combat once more. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Hit by a flurry of lightning-charged punches, Grim was pushed back until he attempted to unleash another, Rengoku. It was just a shame that Luck had already anticipated this and hit him with a nasty uppercut that lifted him off his feet. Damn it. Shaking off the attack, Grim threw himself back in the fight but quickly realized that he couldn't keep up with Luck's tremendous speed. And to make matters even worse, he also realized that his Breath of the Beast blades were too lethal to use against Luck. This left him with only his Breath of Flames blade. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Looks like the newbie's at his limit. Finral commented after watching Grim being pushed into a corner. Sigh, looks like it. Vanessa agreed after seeing Grim get hit with a 1-2 combo. That brat. He's about to surpass his limit. Yami suddenly grinned. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. He's too fucking fast. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Why the hell is he so fast? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Or is it that I'm too slow? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. No, it's my attacks that are too slow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Yeah, if I were faster. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. If my attacks were as fast as him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. If my attacks were as fast as lightning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Lightning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Landing a solid punch right in the middle of Grimm's face, Luck's danger senses suddenly went off as what seemed like yellow lightning started to surround Grimm. Flashing into view, Grimm's grimoire shone a bright yellow color that caught the attention of everyone including Asta and Magna. What the hell? What's going on? Marie. Feeling an electrifying feeling run through his body, an unfamiliar blade appeared in Grimm's hand as his grimoire opened in front of him and revealed a new page. Not knowing why, he instinctively activated the new spell. Breath of Thunder, Third Form, Thunder Swarm. Bursting out of his body, a spinning wave of bright yellow lightning exploded in all directions. Shit. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Due to him being in such close proximity to Grimm, Luck had to push himself to the limit in order to evade the waves of lightning coming at him. But to make matters worse, Grimm started running towards him while continuously spamming his new spell. Thunder Swarm. Thunder Swarm. Thunder Swarm. Thunder Swarm. Ha, ha 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 ha. Evading the continuous swarm of lightning, Luck's smile was becoming scarier and scarier as beads of sweat started rolling down his face. Amazing, amazing, amazing. He laughed uncontrollably as he stretched his right arm out in front of himself and focused his lightning magic onto the tips of his fingers. Lightning magic, thunderclap crumbling orb. Appearing on the end of his fingers, multiple orbs lightning spawned into existence. Oh no. Vanessa muttered. Activating the spell on his other hand, Luck kept evading Grimm's thunder swarm and waited for a gap to appear in his defense. There. Pointing both hands forwards, the smile on Luck's face threatened to reach the edge of his eyes as he fired the orbs at Grimm. Thunder Swarm. Breath of Flames, Fourth Form, Blooming Flame Undulation. Switching breaths, the recently debuted yellow glow transformed into a bright orange as Grimm covered his blade in flames and spun it around, creating a defensive stream of flames that intercepted Luck's lightning orbs. Ha ha ha, you even blocked that. Luck laughed, feeling his blood flow accelerate. Forget that. What was that attack? It nearly got me. Grimm also laughed as he matched Luck's crazy with his own. Just as the two were about to go at it again, a booming voice put an end to everything. Enough. Ha. Stopping in their tracks, both boys turned to look at the one who had interrupted them. Whose backyard do you think you're tearing up? Yami's figure appeared in front of the two. Creators THOUGHTS Chapter 12, Settling In. After being interrupted by Yami, Grimm and Luck were forced to postpone their fight for another time. While both of them were in a battle-crazed state, they knew better than to disagree with Yami unless they were confident they could beat him. Shortly after that, Grimm received some brief medical attention for his ribs before he and Asta were both given their Black Bull's Magic Night robes by Magna and Luck. With this, you guys are now full-fledged members of the Black Bulls. Heck yeah. Asta cheered, bursting with energy. Ignoring him, Grimm's attention was fully focused on Luck, who, funny enough, was also looking at him with a creepy smile on his face. Let's fight again. Can't wait. Not breaking eye contact, the two of them kept smiling and started to freak out the other members of the Black Bulls. Should we say something? Vanessa asked Finral. As long as they're not killing each other, we don't need to intervene. Now then. Magna suddenly spoke up. Since you guys are now official Black Bull members, you get to be taken on a tour by yours truly. So this is the mess hall. Ooh. Asta gasped. This is the bathhouse. Aha. Next up, Magna took the two to a deadly-looking corridor that had several traps laying about. This is the hall leading towards the women's sleeping area. If a guy tries to approach it, the traps will activate and he'll die. Wait, what? Grimm finally spoke. Moving on. Hey, wait. Don't just brush it off. And this is the wild beast dungeon. Standing behind a weak-looking gate we several shadowy monster that clawed at the new members. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Why the hell does such a thing exist inside a Magic Knight's headquarters? Asta yelled over the roar. Yami likes it. Magna shrugged before heading to another area. What the hell is wrong with this place? And here we have. Before Magna could finish introducing them to the next place, a girl with silver hair suddenly showed up in front of the trio. There you are. Magna suddenly said to the girl before turning to the two newbies. Asta, Grimm, say hello to the other rookie who just joined. Other rookie. Asta's eyes sparkled again while Grimm looked at her from top to bottom. A lot of mana. For some reason, he got a similar feeling from her like the one he got from when he first encountered Asta and Yuno. Hi. I'm Asta from Hage Village. Let's work together to reach our goals. Slap. Slapping his hand away, the silver-haired girl made a repulsed face and looked at him like he was beneath her. You little insect, how dare a filthy ant with such little magic power talk to me? This haughty tone. Why does it sound so familiar? My name is Noel Silva, a member of House Silva of the Clover Kingdom's royal family. Our royal family. Ah, no wonder her tone sounded so familiar. She and that fat guy from the exam are birds of a feather. And you? She turned to Grimm. How dare you not bow in the presence of your betters? Is she talking to me? Hey. Are you listening? Maybe the words of a human is too much for such a low-born beast such as yourself to understand. Okay, this bitch has got to go. Feeling the corner of his mouth twitch, Grimm surrounded his body with an orange aura and released an absurd amount of magic power. Breath of flames. What the? Feeling the temperature around Grimm suddenly increase, Noel, Asta, and Magna had no choice but to step back. Ramping it up to another level, the heat and the glow around his body intensified. This magic power. Noel looked at him with wide eyes. Too bright. Asta yelled as he and Magna shielded their eyes. How dare a low-born commoner like you act so disrespectfully in front of me? Noel suddenly screamed before pointing her hand at him. I'll show you the overwhelming difference in our status. Water magic, Sea Dragon's water ball. Activating one of her spells, a powerful torrent of high-pressure water shot out from her hand and headed straight for Grimm. Know your place, commoner. Looking at the high-pressured stream of water approaching him, Grimm merely sneered at the attack before materializing his breath of flame sword into his hand. Second form, Rising Scorching Sun. Holding the sword in both hands, Grimm slashed upwards in an arc-like motion, allowing the flames on his sword to shape itself into a fire wheel that slammed into the water jet that resulted in the area being filled with steam. Noelle made a surprised expression before being forced to cover her face with her hands to avoid any scaldings. Breath of the Beast. While the piping hot steam exploded into the surrounding area, Grimm switched to Breath of the Beast and used his enhanced sensory and physical abilities to launch himself into the air and find Noelle's position. There you are. Finding her location, Grimm let gravity do its job as he fell feet first towards her chest. Bang. Ugh. Slamming straight down onto her chest, the air was knocked out of Noelle's lungs as her entire body was forced to the ground. Summoning out his giant sword, Asta swung it at the steam and created a small gust of wind to blow away the steam and reveal the sight before him. Once the steam had been cleared away, the sight of Grimm kneeling down on Noelle's chest came into view. What the hell? While he and Magna were both confused by what they were seeing, Grimm was too busy focusing his attention on the silver-haired girl beneath him. Submit. You. She grit her teeth and was about to release a barrage of insults. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Summoning out his jagged beast swords, Grimm stabbed them into the ground mere centimeters away from her head. I said. Submit. I will do no such thing. Then burn. Switching to Breath of Flames, the jagged blades vanished and in their place came a beautiful blade with a flame-shaped handguard. Being so close to Breath of Flames, Grimm caused Noelle to bear the full brunt to the amount of heat his body was giving off. Seeing that she was uncomfortable, Grimm repeated his previous words. Submit. Never. She refused, with large beads of sweat starting to appear on her face. Smiling at her reluctance, Grimm upped the heat to the point that it was becoming harder for Noelle started to choke from the humidity. Watching all of this take place from a distance, Asta and Magna were thoroughly shocked by Grimm's actions. It was only after the humidity reached them that they decided to act. Gritting his teeth together, Asta charged towards Grimm, ignoring the intense wave of heat that he was giving off. Hearing Asta's footsteps, Grimm knew that it'd probably be best to stop before Magna called for the others. Sigh. I'll deal with her next time. Jumping into the air before Asta could tackle him, Grimm watched as Asta tripped and fell face first into Noelle's no-no place. After freaking out and firing off multiple misdirected water spells at Asta, Noelle gave Grimm the dirtiest look he had ever seen before walking away. What the hell was that? Magna turned to look at Grimm. She told me to know my place. I was just reminding her what hers was. He shrugged. Sigh, I'm too tired to deal with this shit, let me show you guys to your rooms. And here we are. Walking into what could only be described as a cupboard-sized room, Asta and Grimm both marveled at it for different reasons. For Asta it was excitement. Due to him growing up in an orphanage, he always had to share with the others, so for him having a room that he could call his own was quite a nice change. Grimm, on the other hand, was feeling downtrodden. In fact, he felt like he had regressed. Compared to the room he had previously been living in, this place was a shoebox. Why are our rooms next to each other? He turned to ask Magna. You two seem to get along, so I thought it'd be nice. Makes sense. Nodding his head, Grimm continued watching as Asta started cleaning his room while shouting something about making it sparkle. Now that he thought about it, both he and Asta used swords to fight. And to make things weirded, his Breath of the Beast swords and Asta's black sword were quite similar. While his slash through magic, Asta seemed to not only be able to cut through magic, but also reflect it with flat part of the blade. It was honestly kind of intriguing. Hey Asta. He suddenly called out. His head popped out from under the bed. You okay? That silver-haired girl hit you quite hard. Haha. I'm fine, no way something like that would stop me. He laughed loudly. Good to know. Grimm smiled. You said you have no magic, right? Yeah. He nodded. So how can you bring out that grimoire? Anti-magic. Anti-magic. Yeah. Asta nodded. It's like magic that gets rid of other magic. So it's magic, huh? But you have no mana. It's not magic, it's anti-magic. I don't need mana. But you just said it's magic that gets rid of other magic. Yeah. Anti-magic gets rid of magic, Asta nodded again. But anti-magic isn't magic. That's right. Feeling like he was going around in a circle, Grimm decided to drop the topic for the moment. Chapter 13, Discovery. Sitting in his room, Grimm opened up his grimoire and flipped through a couple of pages. After his fight with Luck, he had learned quite a few important facts about his magic. The first thing he gained more insight into was his usage of Breath of the Beast. Unlike his other breath styles, Breath of the Beast was more suited to killing an opponent than fighting one. In his battle with Luck, he could have easily cut through his lightning boots and tore his legs off in their first clash if he really wanted to. The second thing he learned through his fight with Luck was how to properly switch between his swords mid-battle. While he had practiced doing it during his 6-month training period, nothing compared to actually doing it in battle. And while he may have broken some ribs as a result of his fight, he definitely felt that it was worth it in the end. The last and most important thing he learned from his fight with Luck was actually related to something that had been bothering him for a while. During his fight with Sister Teresa, she had hit him with a powerful flame spell that left him lying flat on his ass. A couple hours later he then found a fire-related breath style in his grimoire. At first he suspected that it could have been a coincidence, but after battling Luck and being hit by a shit ton of lightning punches, he obtained the Breath of Thunder style. Just like his fight with Sister Teresa, he was hit by a powerful spell and eventually gained a new spell that mirrored the elemental damage he received. He guessed that this meant that every time he received damage from a certain type of spell he'd gain a new breath style related to the same element. If his hypothesis was correct, then doesn't that mean he'd have to let people hit him until his grimoire said, "Aight, you took your beating like a man, here's a new spell." If that was the case, he could bet that fucktard of a god made it this way on purpose. It wasn't enough that he gave him a body that was weaker than the average human, he also had to make it so that it was near impossible for him to unlock the other breath styles without getting an ass-whoopin'. Sighing at his newfound discovery, Grimm continued flipping through his grimoire until he felt a large amount of mana gathering at one point. What the hell? Opening up his window, he saw a large ball of water with multiple water sprouts bursting out of it. Sigh, what is that noble up to now? What's going on? Walking up to Yami and the others, they all looked up at the silver-haired noble who was drowning in her own spell. Breathes out smoke. Her magic's out of control. Yami replied. Oh. Grimm nodded with understanding before looking back up at the giant water ball. Should we do something about this? We can't. If we attack with magic, then the girl might get hurt. Yami took in another drag of smoke. If only we had someone who could nullify magic. Nullify magic. As if hearing his thoughts, Asta's scream rung out loud as his small body came dropping down from the sky. Nope, not even gonna question it. Catch. You got here just when I was thinking about you. Yami said after catching Asta with one arm. Now then, go do something about that. He pointed at Noel's water ball. Good luck. Grimm gave him a thumbs up. What do you mean? Enhancing his strength with reinforcement magic, Yami suddenly threw him at the giant water ball. Surpass your limits, brat. Yami yelled some encouraging words. I think I understand why no one wants to join this squad. The power to nullify magic. After getting rid of the water ball spell, Asta and Noel fell from the sky and were transported to the ground with Finral's magic. Ha 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 ha, that's some crazy magic you've got there. Pushing himself up off the ground, Asta held a friendly hand out to the silver-haired girl. I'm really jealous since I don't have any. I bet you'll be unstoppable when you get it under control. Asta smiled. This guy is way too nice to someone who was insulting him mere hours ago. Want some? Charmy hobbled overdressed in her sleepwear and offered Grimm some food. Sure. Hey, so your problem was that you weren't able to control your magic, eh? Magna suddenly spoke up after Asta and Noel made up. Why didn't you say so? We're the Black Bulls, an order of misfits and outsiders. Speak for yourselves. Grimm muttered, remembering that he didn't even want to join this magic squad. We can easily take care of your control issues. Magna continued. I think you should take care of her attitude first. Hey Grimm. Luck jumped over to his side. Wanna fight? Hell yeah. The next morning. So, why are we fighting? Asta asked, holding his sword in front of him. I heard it's what squad members do. Grimm answered. After battling Luck again last night, Grimm had gotten better at using his magic in battle against an actual mage. But then he thought about what he'd do if he fought against someone else who could nullify magic. And being the kind of person he was, he immediately asked Asta to spar with him when he had the chance. And that brings us to the current time. Standing with his breath of the beast swords out, Grimm's body was coated in the soft glow of a gray aura. Ready? Yeah. Asta nodded. After watching Asta's fight with Sek back at the exam, Grimm noticed just how physically superior Asta was compared to him. With that knowledge in mind, he chose to utilize Breath of the Beast to reinforce his own physical stats. Staring the other down, the two swordsmen nodded before charging each other. Using his absurd leg muscles, Asta's figure flashed forward was an alarming amount of speed. Boom. That's right, Asta, come at me. Feeling his battle senses and his urge to dominate being stimulated, a weird smile adorned Grimm's face as he used his magic-reinforced legs to match Asta's charging speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Leaving two small craters behind them, the two boys quickly appeared in front of the other and swung their swords. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. This strength. Clashing swords, Grimm felt the ground beneath their feet collapse as he was pushed back by the outrageous weight of the black sword. It was a wonder how Asta was able to lift the thing. Your swords are still here. Asta said in shock. My swords. Oh. Now that Asta had pointed it out, Grimm realized that his swords weren't disappearing like magic did when it came into contact with Asta's sword. Wait a second. Does that mean the swords are physical and not magical in nature? Thinking about it now, the swords being physical objects and not magic constructs actually made sense. His demon-slaying magic probably created physical replicas of the swords from the Demon Slayer manga, whereas the magic that appeared on the blades actually spawned from his body. So that's how it is. Within his fragmented memories of his 12th life, he remembered that while the swords from Demon Slayer were useful in killing demons, it was actually the breath styles that made it possible for the Demon Slayers to keep up with their enemies. Breath of Thunder. Switching styles, the beast swords that were clashing against Asta's sword vanished from sight and caused Asta to slip forward. Using Asta's momentum against him, Grimm easily sidestepped him and felt their shoulders brush against each other. Third form, Thunder Swarm. Activating his new spell, Grimm took advantage of the fact that all of Asta's weight was leaning forward. With that little fact known to him, a spinning wave of lightning appeared around him and struck Asta's side, electrocuting him in the process. Chapter 14, A Magical Mission. After settling in at the Black Bull's base of operations, Grimm, Noel and Asta were required to do a couple of tasks in order to help out the base. One of those tasks included feeding the monsters in the wild beast dungeon cages. That being said, Noel always kept a certain amount of distance away from him and shot him cold looks whenever the chance appeared. Asta, on the other hand, took everything in stride. After saving Noel from the whole drown in the water ball incident, she had become much warmer to him and made him act as the messenger between her and Grimm. Ha ha ha, people really can surpass their limits when they've got something to protect. Captain Yami's voice reverberated from down the dark corridor. It was surprising to me too. Magna's voice accompanied his before they came into sight of the three new recruits. Why are you two naked? Grimm asked after the two of them came into view. Standing with Noel and Asta in front of the wild beast dungeon cage, Noel's face turned red after seeing Magna and Captain Yami walking towards them naked. It's liberating, was Yami's response before nodding to Magna. Now then, you three will be going on your first mission. Magna stood in front of them with the grace of a senpai. Which was really hard considering his current attire. Hell yeah. Magic night work. Asta cheered, ignoring their nudity while Noel's face was still flushed red. What's the mission? Grimm asked, also ignoring their nudity. With all the peculiarities he's seen around this place, he was confident that nothing could surprise him. Hee hee, you'll be going to the village of Sashi to find and hunt a boar. Oi. What's with those faces? This is a serious mission, you know. Magna snapped. No, it's just. Aren't magic knights supposed to do cooler things like fighting crime and saving people? Grimm phrased the question as nicely as he could instead of saying what he was really thinking. What are you talking about? Of course we're saving people. By hunting a boar. We'll save them from starving to death. Magna smiled smugly, much to everyone else's displeasure. Come on brats, wheel. Can you please put some clothes on? Noel couldn't take it any longer and finally snapped. Moving to the main area, Magna and Yami, now fully dressed, sat comfortably on the sofa while Grimm and the other newbies were forced to stand. So about your first mission as magic knights? Yami started. You mean hunting a boar? Grimm added. Yes. How do we even get saddled with such a mission in the first place? Noel questioned, unable to figure out how they had gotten here. Looking forlorn, Yami took a long puff of his cigarette and explained the situation to the trio. Me and Magna ended up losing to the mayor of Sashi village. What? You guys lost? How strong was this guy? Everyone, including Grimm, made surprised faces as they couldn't imagine a magic captain like Yami losing to the mayor of some random village. Taking in another deep drag of smoke, Yami looked up at the ceiling before breathing out. We lost in a game of cards. That old geezer basically stripped us of everything we had. And 6 months' worth of pay. Magna chimed in. So to pay off our debt, we promised that we'd do anything he asked. Yami continued. And he asked us to take care of some wild boars at his no-name village. Grimm asked, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Yeah. Sigh, so let me get this straight, You guys lost everything after making several bad decisions while gambling, and to pay off your debt, you're sending your newly acquired squad members off to clean up the mess you guys made under the guise of it being our first mission. Whoa, you're pretty smart, aren't you? Yami said with a surprised expression which really pissed Grim off. Are we at least getting paid? Of course not. That old man took everything. Then what's the difference between this and slave labor? Slaves don't get paid. We're not getting paid though. Oh yeah. Magna, take care of this, I'm gonna go surpass my limits in the shitter. Sure thing, boss. Magna saluted and watched their captain get up and leave. Once the captain had disappeared from sight, Magna took the reins and started giving them orders. You heard the captain, get your brooms ready, we're going to Sashi village. I can't fly on a broom. Me neither. Asta and Noel spoke up some excuses. Why the hell can't you guys do something as basic as that? Magna yelled. I don't have any magic. I can't control my magic. He then turned to look at Grim. Don't lump me in with them, I can fly on a broom, I'm completely normal. Flashback to him smiling while fighting luck. Normal my ass. Sigh, here's what we'll do. Sighing at the fact that 2 out of the 3 newbies couldn't fly on a broom, Magna opened up a closet and brought out a weird-looking broomstick with an animal skull on it. We'll take my broom, Crazy Cyclone. Due to him being able to use his own broom, Grim was forced to let one of the 2 other newbies ride with him. At first, Magna suggested that he take Noel, but that suggestion was quickly shot down after Grim refused and they remembered what happened last time Grim got annoyed with her. Whoa. So this is what it's like to ride on one of these. Holding onto Grim's waist, Asta marveled at the fact that he was riding on a broomstick. Hold on properly or you'll fall. Grim called over the wind. Not paying attention to him at all, Asta kept shuffling about and Grim had to try to keep the broom steady so that they wouldn't fall to their deaths. Humph. How dare he refuse to ride with me? Who does he think he is? While she didn't particularly like Grim as a person, being rejected by someone she didn't like was more of a blow to her self-esteem than she would like to admit. So with nowhere to air her frustrations, she ended up occasionally strangling Magna as a result. Eck. Too tight. Flying through the air at a moderate speed, Grim and the rest landed at an area surrounded by a thick cloud of mist. What the heck? Where's all this mist coming from? Isn't that the village over there? Asta pointed to the center of the mist. This place has some seriously bad weather. It's magic, dummy. Noelle sneered when she heard him. Even if we go through the front, we'll probably be unable to reach the village. Asta. Grim suddenly called out. Yeah. Can your sword get rid of the mist? How do I do that? Your sword negates magic, right? Just touching the mist with your sword should clear it away. Oh. Understanding what he meant, Asta pulled out his giant sword and started clearing away the surrounding mist. Watching his actions, Grim felt like he had a better understanding of Asta's ability. If he were to use Breath of the Beast to cut through the mist, he'd be wasting his time as the mist had no actual form in which he could cut. It'd be as effective as him cutting the air. Take that. And that. And that. Slicing through the mist until it had been completely swept away, Asta and his companions stood frozen as the clearing mist revealed what was ahead of them. I was not expecting this. Huddled around each other, the villagers of Sashi village wore scared faces as they were down on their knees while a large amount of giant icicles floated above them. Execution. An unfamiliar voice said aloud, causing the icicles to drop. Shit. Fire magic, exploding fireballs. Breath of Flames, 9th form, Rengoku, Chapter 15, Sashi Village. Magic Knights. We're saved. Using fire spells to destroy the descending icicles, Grim and Magna stood front and center in front of the surprised villagers. What's going on here? Magna turned to look at them while Grim kept an eye out. Asterisk sob asterisk they came pop sob they're here just like you said they'd be. Kneeling down next to an unconscious old man, a young boy cried his eyes out while burying his head in the old man's chest. This old man. Seeing the unresponsive old man seemed to cause a reaction in Magna as he lost his cool for a second. While Magna was busy looking at the clearly deceased old man, Grimm's focus was squarely on the scar-faced man and his hooded companions who had been watching the events unfold in front of them without a care in the world. "Is this your doing?" Looking up from his pocket watch, the scar-faced man sighed and opened up his grimoire. "Sigh, I guess everyone will die 3 seconds later than they were supposed to. No matter. So is that a yes?" Instead of responding, the scar-faced man raised his right hand and fired a giant icicle at Grimm and the others. Ice magic. Breath of flame should be enough to deal with this guy. Before he had a chance to react, Asta blitzed past him with his sword in hand and slashed the icicle in half, causing the two pieces to change the directions they were heading in and avoid hitting Grimm and the villagers. The scarred man raised his eyebrow. "Who the hell are you guys?" Asta yelled. Ignoring him, the scar-faced man started muttering to himself quietly. "No one said there'd be a group of magic knights here today. Did our spy network fail? No, it must be an unsanctioned expedition on their part." Magna, who had just run out of mana, ran his eyes over the scarred man and his companions. "They don't look like spies from another country or run-of-the-mill thieves. Just who are they?" While this was going on, the scar-faced man kept muttering to himself. "How did they get through the barrier that we set up? It doesn't look like they got here through spatial magic." Taking a look at them properly, he finally noticed the emblem on their robes. The Black Bulls. Amongst the known Magic Knight squads, they're infamous for being a bunch of weirdos that do whatever they want. Looking back down at his pocket watch, a weird glint flashed through his eyes. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes I'll destroy this village and resume my search. Bored now. Switching to Breath of the Beast, Grimm sped past Asta and appeared in front of the scar-faced man with an uncomfortable smile spreading across his lips. "Grimm." Asta and the rest shouted after seeing his actions. Reacting to Grimm's sudden assault, one of the hooded figures behind the scarred man raised their hand. "Mist magic, illusion swirl." "Oh fuck." Bang. Getting hit squarely in the chest by the spiral-shaped mist attack, Grimm was sent flying backwards and collided with one of the nearby Bewley Dings. Grimm. Everyone screamed when they saw him get hit by the magic spell. He. A sneak attack. Really? Pushing the rubble off himself, Grimm was seriously thankful that his body was reinforced when using Breath of the Beast. Dusting himself off, he stepped through the destroyed wall with a giant grin on his face. "Bitch move, bro, bitch move. You're still standing. How annoying." The scar-faced man frowned. "What can I say, a good fight just can't keep me down. This idiot." Noel muttered while Magna smiled. Seeing that he was all right, Asta breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention back onto the scarred man and his companions. "Hey you. Why the hell are you trying to kill everyone from this village?" Standing there in silence, the scar-faced man decided to explain his reasoning. But before he could, he was interrupted once again. "Sorry Asta, but all I need to know is that they're the bad guys." Charging at the scar-faced man again, Grimm had prepared a countermeasure to deal with any outside interference. Seeing Grimm charge them again, the hooded henchman that used mist magic raised his hand again. "Fool. Mist magic, illusion swirl." Blasting another spiral-shaped attack at him, Grimm grinned as he remembered one of the Breath of the Beast spells that he had previously found ridiculous. 11th Fong, sudden throwing strike. While his swords couldn't negate magic like Asta's, it was still useful when he needed to cut through something magic-based. Throwing both swords at the mist attack in a rotating fashion, the blades easily passed through the mist, splitting it in half and creating a long passage wide enough that Grimm blitzed through it before the mist could reform. What the H? Jumping in the air, he switched from Breath of the Beast to Breath of Thunder. Third form, Thunder Swarm. Shields. The scar-faced man yelled when he saw the speed of the attack. Opening their grimoires, the hooded men used compound magic to create various ice shields. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. You guys are wild. Falling through the air, Grimm laughed with an unsettling amount of glee in his voice. Oh no. He's lost it. Magna muttered. Breath of Flames, 9th form, Rengoku. Slashing down with his flaming katana, a beam of concentrate fire shot down from the sky and towards the scarred man and his companions. Burn. Shields. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Creating a loud explosion upon contact, a devastating shockwave shook the village while a large cloud of steam spread from the attack's epicenter and encapsulated Asta and the rest of the villagers. Whoa, steam. Regrouping with Asta and the rest, Grim couldn't help but admire his work. You went overboard, idiot. Noelle chastised. How dare you delay me? How dare you? Huh. Hearing the scar-faced man's voice erupt from the cloud of steam, Grim and the others were quite surprised when it all cleared away and the scarred man stood before them with several burn marks on his face and body. His companions weren't much better off as their robes had been burnt and several ice shards were sticking out of their bodies. Wow. You guys look like shit. Grim commented after seeing them. Arf. Kill him. The scarred men screamed venomously. With anger and hate flashing through their eyes, the previously hooded henchmen raised their hands and performed another compound magic spell. Compound magic, Cage of Infinite Hail. I don't think I can block that many. Combining multiple ice and mist-based magic spells, the scarred-faced man and his companions created countless icicles that surrounded Grim and everyone else from all directions. Well shit. Looking in the near-endless amount of icicles ranging from all sides, Grim couldn't help but swear. If it was him alone, he was confident that he could potentially protect himself by using Thunder Swarm. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't guarantee that the villagers wouldn't get caught in the crossfire and be electrocuted to death. With no other choice, he chose to keep using Breath of Flames. Any bright ideas, senpai? He raised his sword and asked Magna. You wouldn't happen to have an ice sword, would ya? Not at the moment. Then we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Which is? Pushing his glasses up on his face, Magna grinned. Bulldozing our way to the finish line. Chapter 16, A Magic Knight's Duty. Fourth form, Blooming Fire Undulation. Fire magic, exploding fireballs. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. While Grim and Magna used fire spells to defend against the icicles, Asta used his anti-magic sword to slash at the incoming ice projectiles. Mommy. One of the village kids cried. It's okay, honey, the magic knights will protect us. Seeing that Grim and his companions were still standing despite the efforts of him and his companions, the scar-faced man lost his temper again and raised his hand. Melt. Using magic to break the ice shards into smaller pieces, the scar-faced man smiled while the black bulls were starting to feel the effects of fighting against an opponent that outnumbered them. Damn it. My magic won't last long at this rate. Seeing that the situation was taking a turn for the worse, Magna started to curse internally. Exploding fireballs. Exploding fireballs. Exploding fireballs. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Watching the chaos unfold around her, Noelle tightened her fists and turned to look at the scar-faced man and his companions. If I can interrupt their casting, we'll be able to turn this situation around. Stay back, Noelle. Magna yelled after seeing what she was about to do. Her magic was too unstable, and if she used it in such a delicate situation, she might end up causing more harm than good. Blooming fire undulation. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Jumping in front of her and getting rid of a small army of icicles, Grim looked at her with clear annoyance. Don't get in the way if you can't contribute. Focusing his attention back on the incoming icicles, he returned back to his post before the villagers were injured. Am I just a burden? Asta. Magna needs some help. Got it. Is there any point of me even being here? Grim. I've got it. Hearing the struggles of her squad mates, she couldn't help but feel powerless. Die, damn you. Die. The scar-faced man and his henchmen screamed while increasing the number of ice shards. A/N, they seem really pissed off. Am I really this useless? While Noelle was having a minor breakdown, a small village girl with tears in her eyes crawled over to her and tugged on her clothes. Huh. Miss Magic Knight, please save us. Damn it, Asta. Cover Magna. Grim's voice sounded out. I'm trying. Shit. I'm almost out of mana. Asta. I can do it too. Grim. I can be useful. Magna. I can also save people. Kill them all. I can also be a magic knight. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Huh. Feeling a large amount of magic power, the Black Bulls and the Scar-Faced Men couldn't help but stop their attack. This magic power. The Scar-Faced Man muttered. What the hell? Magna said in shock after looking behind him. Bursting out with bright blue light, Noelle's grimoire appeared in front of her with freshly written new pages. Crouching down, Noelle slammed her hands down on the ground and impulsively activated her new spell. Water Creation Magic, Sea Dragon's Nest. Springing from her well of mana, a large dome of water composed of multiple whirlpools manifested itself around the Black Bulls and the villagers. Whoa! Go Noelle! Asta praised. Intercepting the hundreds of icicles, the large dome protected everyone and shielded them from danger. Haha. I told you could control your magic if you tried. Magna smiled while marveling at her crazy amount of magic power. I guess you're not completely useless. Grim complimented. Hey, of course. Noelle stood proudly and accepted all of the compliments while looking at the villagers. Magic knights protect everyone. Well then. Grim stretched. Since the villagers are being protected, why don't we take the fight to them, Asta? He grinned. Right behind you. He brandished his sword. Damn them, damn them, damn them. The Scar-Faced Man screamed while his henchmen looked at him with worry. Heath-sama. Before they were able to finish their sentence, Asta and Grim burst out from the water dome and charged towards them. This is for all the people you've hurt. Asta yelled. Using Breath of the Beast to keep up with him, Grim lagged behind slightly but watched as Asta's sword struck the Scar-Faced Man's chest. Bang. Irk. Having his lungs damaged by the blunt trauma, the Scar-Faced Man coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Heath-sama. Did he get him? Noelle and the others watched from behind the protective water dome. Heh. Heath suddenly smiled. What? Realizing that something was wrong, Asta looked down at his feet and saw a sheet of ice under them. Oh no. Placing ice beneath his feet, the Scar-Faced Man known as Heath destroyed Asta's balance and killed his momentum. Thrown back by the attack, the disgusting smile on Heath's face was all too visible to the now stuck Asta. Even if your sword can negate magic, your body doesn't. Ice magic, Heavenly Ice Fang. Thrusting his hand forward, a large icicle shot out of the ground and peeraged towards Asta. Asta! Noelle and the others screamed. Breath of Flames, second form, Rising Scorching Sun. Flashing in front of him, Grim's flame-covered katana swung up and created a flaming fire wheel that easily dealt with the giant icicle. You didn't forget about me, did you? You. Me. He grinned. Thanks, Grim, you really saved me there. Asta breathed a sigh of relief after not getting impaled. Instead of answering, Grim gave the guy a thumbs up much to Heath's annoyance. Why? Why do you keep interfering? 'Cause it's fun. Arg hi-ha. Heath screamed and grabbed the sides of his head. Yo Asta. Grim called out while Heath was having a meltdown. Yeah. Do you want to deal with this guy or his lackeys? Taking a moment to look at the villagers inside the water dome, a look of resolution appeared on Asta's face as he turned back to Grim. I'll take him. Hey, then make sure you don't lose. As if. He smiled. Fist bumping each other, Grim charged past the wailing Heath and ran towards the lackeys. Get back here. Heath screamed and shot an icicle towards the running Grim. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Jumping in front of the icicle, Asta blocked the attack with the flat part of his sword. Sorry, but your opponent is me. Oh shit, he's coming. Fuck this. I'm out. Run. Breath of Thunder, third from, Thunder Swarm. Grinning at their retreating figures, Grim showed no mercy as he released his lightning spell. Crackle. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Wah. No. It burn this. Spamming the spell on repeat, Grim watched as their figures slowly turned crisp black after suffering through multiple sessions of electrotherapy. Chapter 17, Friendship. By the time Grim had finished playing with his toys, Asta had dealt with the leader of the hooded men. Whistle. Not bad, Asta, not bad at all. Grim smiled and rolled up to him. Breathing heavily, Asta smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Good job, guys. Magna walked over with Noel and the rest of the villagers. Humph, if you could even do this much, there'd be no way you could be in the same team as me, Noel said with her usual tone. Laughing at her tsundere act, the villagers praised them before getting everything back in order. Now then. Magna stretched and looked over at Heath and his unconscious men. Let's deal with these guys. Fire restraining magic, flame rope solid binding formation. Opening his grimoire, Magna raised his hand and made flame-based rope restraint appear on the bodies of their fallen enemies. Well, aren't you just full of tricks? Grim muttered. Magna. Asta suddenly shouted and pointed at one of the henchmen. Huh. Standing next to each other, the squad of Black Bull members watched as one of the henchmen turned into mist and escaped their bindings before disappearing with the wind. So one got away. Who cares? As long as we got the leader, it's still a win in my book. Sighing at the henchman's escape, Grim turned to look at Magna. So what now? Do we call for reinforcements to pick them up or something? Nah, we'll question them first. Help me sit them upright. Nodding their heads, Asta and Grim gather up the rest of the henchmen. What's wrong, Asta? Before he could answer, the group saw some shuffling inside his shirt. What's that? As if to answer their question, an anti-bird flew out of Asta's clothes and disappeared into the air. Are you hiding breadcrumbs or something? Rousing from their slumber, Heath and his henchmen found themselves bounded by some weird fire binding while Magna and his team stood in front of them. I can't use my magic. Seeing Asta holding onto his grimoire, Heath frowned. Finally awake, huh? Magna spoke up. After I finish resting up, your ass is going straight to magic jail. Why does that sound so ridiculous when he says it? I see. I failed. Damn right you did. Now you'll pay for everything you did to those villagers. Lowering his head, Heath looked down at the fire bindings. So they sealed my magic. Then you'll explain everything to the magic knights. Magna continued. Including who you are and why you attack. I refuse. Heath interrupted before looking at Grim. It's a shame that I couldn't kill you with my own hands, but it looks like this is as far as I go. Huh. Not understanding what he meant, the group were taken aback when a purple light started shining from his abdomen. A magic tool. Magna spat. To think the last thing I'll see before my death is the face of that disp-iceable brat. A/N, you could always close your eyes, or look at the sky. Ice magic, ice burial. Once he finished speaking, he and the rest of his henchmen transformed into spiked icicles before shattering into nothingness, leaving nothing but his pocket watch behind. He chose death over the fear of dropping the soap. I can respect that. What? Dunno. Grim shrugged. I felt like it was the most appropriate thing to say considering the situation. Anyway, let's go home, I'm starving. How can you say that? Asta suddenly grabbed his collar and shouted. Someone just died in front of us. How can you be in the mood to joke around? Having retained some of his core memories, Grim's current personality was quite close to the version of him that returns to the God realm with all the memories of his past reincarnations. He had seen enough death to last several lifetimes, and while the current Grim may not remember seeing those deaths from his other incarnations, the emptiness he felt when he saw death remained ingrained into who he was. So to answer Asta's question, Grim simply shrugged his shoulders and replied without a hint of emotion in his voice. People die every day. If you let the death of a stranger affect you this much, then you're not suited to be a magic knight, much less the Wizard King. What did you say? Asta tightened his grip. Stop it. Magna suddenly shouted and separated them. Both of you chill. Sitting on the roof of one of the village buildings, Grim watched the distant sunset and spoke to Magna, who had climbed up behind him. Where's Asta? With Noel. I see. Sigh about what you said before. You can't coddle him forever, Magna. As a magic knight he has to get used to the possibility that he'll see death on both sides of the fence. I know. But it's his first mission, he shouldn't have to think about these things so early in his career. It's better if he learns earlier. Not knowing how to respond, the two lapsed into silence until Grimm suddenly spoke up. You know, I'm actually not from Nairn. What? Magna looked at him with some confusion. 5 years ago I woke up in the middle of a forest that bordered the Clover Kingdom. I had no memory of who I was, how I got there, or if anyone was coming for me. I didn't know if my parents had abandoned me or if I had simply wandered around and had gotten lost. Can you guess what I did? I waited. And waited. And waited some more, and you know what? No one came to get me. I waited so long that I learnt that if I didn't want to become some animal's next meal, I'd have to do what was necessary no matter how messy the situation was. What Grimm was saying was actually the truth from a technical standpoint. He didn't actually know if God had transported his soul and memories into someone else's body or if he had just created a new one from scratch. It was also true that he had no memories besides the one he had when he first woke up 5 years ago. For all he knew, this body could have actually had parents waiting for it. I didn't know. Asta's voice rang from behind. Huh. Turning around, Grimm was surprised to see Asta standing there. Oh yeah, he has no mana so I can't track him. Asta. I'm sorry. Asta suddenly bowed. I didn't know about the struggles you've had to face nor what you've been forced to do. But even so, I don't want to solve all my problems through bloodshed. Sigh. He's a stubborn one. Grimm suddenly smiled. But I can't say I hate that about him. Getting up to his feet, Grimm walked over to Asta while the light of the distant sunset hit his back. You know that the Wizard King has probably spilt a lot of blood, right? Do you honestly think that if you become the next Wizard King that you'll never be put in a position where you'll have to take a life in order to save one? No. You're probably right about the Wizard King and what I'll have to do if I ever become one. But even so, I'll only do it if I can't do anything else. If there's other ways to solve disputes without violence, then I'll do everything in my power to achieve it. Seeing the resolve in the gray-haired boy's eyes, Grimm felt a smile creep onto his face. You really believe that, don't you? Yeah. He nodded. Hey, then I'll be watching closely, Asta. He smiled and held his arm out. Seeing this, Asta clasped his forearm and returned Grimm's smile with his own. Then watch as closely as you can, because I'll be the best Wizard King in history. Chapter 18, Market. After making up with Asta, Grimm and the rest of the Black Bulls were given a gracious send-off by the villagers and eventually left the area of Sashi village on their brooms. Unfortunately, not all was well. Before they had arrived and stopped Heath and his men from slaughtering everyone, the mayor of Sashi village took a stand against the invaders and sadly lost his life in the process. So while Asta, Noel, and Grimm were happy over the fact that they had completed their first mission, the villagers were still in a state of mourning. Black Bulls HQ. Ha 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 ha, congrats on completing your mission. Yami congratulated them once the four of them had settled down. You guys somehow managed to turn returning a favor into a Magic Knight sanctioned mission. You guys are seriously hilarious. Look, we even got a star from the Wizard King. Pulling out a small white star, Yami showed it off to the quartet. Wait, seriously? Magna exclaimed after seeing it. Whoa. It's a star. Asta's eyes widened. While the two of them were ogling the star, Grimm asked the real question. What's so important about getting a star from the Wizard King? The stars represent our ranking amongst the Magic Knight squads. The squad with the most stars is publicly recognized as the best. Vanessa commented as she casually walked past them. The current squad that is recognized as the best is the Golden Dawn with 70 stars. Yep. Yami smiled and put the star on a wall filled with ominous black stars. Now we have negative 30 stars. Good job, Runts, here's your pay. Pay? Grimm looked up questionably. Yeah. He grinned and threw over a small bag of cash. What a small amount. Noel mumbled. Catching it, Grimm and the others were thoroughly confused. I thought you said that we weren't gonna get paid. He hummed. After getting your report, the Wizard King deemed your actions as ethical Magic Knight business. Oh. Well, I won't say no to earning money. Pocketing the cash, Grim was about to bid his farewells to his group and go look for luck. "Hey Grim," Vanessa called out before he left. "Yeah." He turned around. "Since you guys have just gotten your first paycheck, as your senpai I thought it'd be appropriate for me to take you around Castle Town." "Castle Town? No thanks." "Ah, come on." She slid over to him. "Don't you want to spend some time with your Wani-san?" she said in a flirtatious manner. "Not especially." He rejected and removed her hand off his shoulder. She frowned before smiling again. "If you come with us, the first round of drinks will be on me," she whispered into his ear. "Is this drunkard really trying to bribe me with booze?" "Come on Grim." Asta ran over. "Even Noel's going." "I am." "I'd rather spar with luck," Grim commented, ignoring Noel. Hearing this, Asta started thinking of ways to convince him to join them. "I got it. If you come with us, I'll spend all day sparring with you." "Seriously?" Grim raised an eyebrow. "Yeah. While sparring against luck was fun and all, but fighting against someone who could negate his magic and force him to adapt to an unfavorable situation was more appealing in Grim's mind. Therefore he agreed to Asta's bribe without any hesitation. "Deal." "Ugh, it's the Black Bulls. Damn it. Why are they here? Not these guys again." Arriving at Castle Town's marketplace, Grim's group was quickly recognized as members of the Black Bulls by their magic night robes. "We really aren't popular." Ignoring the stares of the surrounding public, Grim's attention was drawn to Noelle's figure. While he couldn't say that he had the best impression of her, his previous hypothesis on how he unlocked more breath styles came to mind after seeing what she did during the Sashi village rescue mission. If he was right about needing to be hit by different elements in order to unlock more styles, then it would be logical that getting hit by some moderately powerful water spells could potentially help him unlock a water breath style if one existed. There was only two issues with train of thought. First of all, the amount of damage he took from Teresa and Luck were different and the time needed for the style to awaken also differed greatly. He guessed that the damage he took correlated with the time needed for the style to awaken. This was problematic because Noelle's magic control was not exactly the greatest and she could possibly end up killing him by accident. The second issue was Noelle herself. Just the thought of him needing to ask her for help made his skin crawl. He didn't know if it was due to his pride or something else, but he knew that asking her was definitely out of question. "I really wish I knew some water mages." "Hey look. It's that sexy alcoholic from the Black Bulls." Someone pointed at Vanessa. "Oh my god. That silver-haired girl is so cute. Where exactly are you taking us, Vanessa?" Grim spoke up. Hi, to the black market of course." Not finding interest in any of the wares inside the black market shop, Grim chose to stay outside and pass the time. Would ice magic work as well? Do I even have an ice style? Would it count as a water style? What about the other elements? I already have fire. It'd make sense if there was a water, wind, and earth style. While Grim was lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by a sudden yell. "Thief!" "Huh." Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Brushing past him at an incredible speed was a hooded guy dressed in all black. "What the hell? Move." Asta's voice suddenly sounded out from behind before jumping over him and chasing the hooded guy. Well, this seems more interesting than just standing here. Pushing his previous thoughts aside, Grim activated Breath of the Beast in order to catch up with Asta. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. "Give back Granny's money." Asta shouted and pulled out his grimoire. Oh, there was a robbery. Pushing forward, Grim finally managed to catch up to Asta while he was pulling out his greatsword from his grimoire. "That gives me an idea." "Asta!" He suddenly yelled and switched to Breath of Flames. Eh. Surprised by Grim suddenly yelling out his name, Asta turned back to look at him. Seeing Asta slow down, Grim smiled and raised his sword above his head. Ninth form, Rengoku. Slashing down, a powerful beam of concentrated flames shot towards Asta. Understanding what he was planning, Asta held the flat part of his sword in front of him and let the beam of fire hit it. "What the hell are you two doing?" Noelle screamed after seeing Grim attack Asta. Ignoring her, both Asta and Grimm's eyes met moments before the beam slammed into the sword. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Brunting the full force of the blast, Asta was blown off his feet from the impact of the attack and was sent flying towards the escaping thief at a scary speed. If it wasn't for the weight of his giant sword, Grimm couldn't imagine the speed he would currently be flying at. Ha! Hearing the explosion, the thief who was now riding on his broomstick turned to look at the airborne Asta. Using the momentum of the explosion, Asta gripped the hilt of his sword and somehow managed to twist in the air before hurling his sword towards thief like it was a spear. Swoosh. Asterisk. Shit. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Faster than he could react, the sword cut through the air at an astonishing speed before striking the ground in front of him, causing several small rocks to be sent flying towards him. Erg. Covering his face to avoid getting hit by the rocks, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Breath of Thunder, third form, Thunder Swarm. Covered in his yellow aura, yellow-colored lightning crackled along Grimm's figure as he appeared behind the thief. Oh sure, ARGGHHHHH. Before he could finish his sentence, Grimm released a spinning wave of electricity that caused the man to scream his lungs out before collapsing. Here you go, Granny. Asta smiled while returning the purse. Oh, thank you, young man. Here's a little something for your effort. She slipped a single coin into his hand. Whoa, thanks, Granny. Try not to get robbed in the future. Let's go, Asta, you promised to fight. Grimm interrupted, feeling uneasy about the old woman in front of them. Hee hee, bye, Granny. He waved as they left the old woman behind. What a nice young man. The old woman smiled as magic particles started radiating off her. The power to nullify magic and use multiple different magic elements. What interesting boys. Once the magic particles vanished, they revealed the figure of Julius Novacrano, the Wizard King, Chapter 19, A Big Gamble. How? How are you whining? This is supposed to be a game of chance. After helping out with the whole Sashi village matter, Magna invited Grimm and the others to the place he and Yami frequented when they wanted to gamble and drink. Overhearing their conversation, Yami somehow managed to invite himself and forced the lot of them to play cards with him. My wages. My beautiful wages. Rocking back and forward on the stone ground, Asta stared mournfully at his nearly empty coin purse. I lost, to a commoner. Broken up over the fact that a commoner was beating her at something, Noelle found herself in a state of denial as she kept repeating herself while clutching her cards. Not bad, kid, not bad. Taking in a deep drag of his cigarette, Yami pulled out a large coin purse and slammed it down onto the table. I'll raise ya. Yami. Magna looked over to him with a stunned expression. Looking at the large coin purse in front of him, Grimm, who was winning, looked at Yami with an unusual amount of confidence in his eyes. Are you sure you want to do that? Yeah. Yami nodded. Don't you think it looks a little light? While the memories of his past lives were gone, the lessons Grimm had learnt and the things he had experienced were burnt into his very being. So while he may not have a lot of experience in playing this game, he was pretty sure he had played something similar in one of his past lives and was able to subconsciously draw on his past experiences. Hearing Grimm's commented, Yami couldn't help but frown before placing his grimoire on the table. I'll add this. Captain. Magna's eyes widened. Grimm eyed the black grimoire before shaking his head. As captain of the Black Bulls, it'd be bad if you didn't have that, so. How about we use Magna's shades instead? Deal. Yami agreed without any hesitation. It's fine. Yami patted Magna's shoulder. With the amount of money we're about to make, you'll be able to buy 10 pairs of shades. But that's only if you win. Magna. Yami said in a serious voice. Have I ever led you astray? No. Then trust me. Seeing the confidence and determination in Yami's eyes, Magna took in a deep breath and agreed. Fine. Taking off his shades, he put them up to wager next to the big coin purse. We're all in, you bastard. Good. Good. Grimm smiled before nodding to the dealer. Seeing that all parties were ready, the dealer shuffled the deck before handing the cards out. Taking a look at his cards and then back at Yami's, Grim took a deep breath before revealing them. Seeing the cards on the table, Yami took a look at his own before placing them face down and looking at Grim. Grim. He called out in a serious tone. As a member of the Black Bulls, I want to teach you about a sacred proverb that we all follow. It's called taking one for the team. For the next couple of minutes, Yami went over the meaning of taking one for the team and ended by saying, so you should always put the needs of your comrades first. I see. Grim nodded. Good. Yami nodded and continued. Now let's forget Abu. Before we do that. Grim interrupted, I want to inform you of a special proverb that I live by. It's called Don't Fuck With Me. Hearing his words, the look of relief on Yami's face quickly faded and in its place was an expression of confusion. You see Yami, by forcing me to join your squad, you ended up fucking me, and I don't like to be fucked with. Grim chuckled lightly. Now if I was a bigger man with a bigger heart, I'd simply shrug it off and let bygones be bygones. It's just a shame that I'm not that kind of guy. You screwed me over Yami, now I'm returning the favor. But don't worry, word on the street is you're already in so much debt that even if you kept all this money and managed to win my share, you still wouldn't be able to pay it off. Now dealer. He turned to look at the mustached card dealer. I think it's time to bring this game to a close. Nodding his head, the dealer looked down at Yami's cards before looking back up at him and raising a brow. Knowing that the dealer was about to ask him to reveal his cards, Yami swore in his head. Fuck. If this carries on I'll be lose everything to that little prick. I've got to find a way for him to call the game off. While Yami was stuck figuring out how to deal with Grim's temper, he suddenly got an idea that just might work. A fight. What? Grim and Magna looked at him with confused expressions. You like to fight a lot, right? If you call this game then I'll fight you, what do you say? Yami laughed lightly thinking that he had found a way to avoid losing more money. It was just a shame that Grim's next sentence poured cold water all over his plan. Who told you I like to fight? Huh. Both Yami and Magna looked at each other and then at Grim. I think you guys have got me confused. I don't like to fight, in fact I don't even like violence. Doesn't like to fight? Bullshit. Yami slammed his hand on the table. I saw the way you and Luck were grinning at each other the other day. You're both battle maniacs. Battle maniacs. Luck maybe, but I can assure you that I am not. Grim waved his hand in denial. Then how do you explain your lust for battle? When we first met you said you wanted to fight strong opponents and be stronger than the Wizard King. Hell, at Sashi Village you were laughing like a maniac when you were fighting the scar-faced guy and his henchmen. How do you explain that? Magna asked. No wonder you guys are so confused, let me explain what I meant. To put it in simple terms, I can't stand people that are stronger than me being in my presence. It makes me sick to my stomach knowing that someone could crush me and I'd have no way to stop them. It's honestly revolting. So to deal with this problem of mine, the solution I came up with was to simply be stronger than everyone else. This way I can use my power to lord over everyone without having to worry about anyone beating me or defying my will. So to wrap this conversation up, the reason I fight so much is so I can show off my power and thoroughly crush anyone who had any pitiful intentions of challenging me and my actions. That sounds very ominous. Magna muttered. But what about your fight with Luck and the henchmen? You were clearly enjoying yourself. Yeah. Grim nodded in agreement. I can only measure how dangerous someone is by fighting them. In our captain's case, his aura alone is enough to deter me from fighting him for the time being. As for the reason I was laughing while fighting Luck and those henchmen, I was simply happy at the fact that they were at a level of power that I could deal with. But that doesn't explain why you keep inviting Luck to a fight every chance you get. Grim shrugged, it's the only way I can monitor his growth and ensure that he's not a level that surpasses my own. Wow. Yami commented. You're one despicable kid. Wait a second. Noelle suddenly spoke up. You said you laughed because Luck and those hooded guys were at a level you could handle. But you've been laughing and smiling this whole game. Chapter 20, Wizard King's Request. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoa. Your grimoire really has 5 leaves. How has no one mentioned this yet? Sitting in Asta's room, Grim was looking at Asta's grimoire and counted the clover leaves. Hearing Grimm's question, Asta looked a bit lost before shrugging and continuing his push-ups. Seriously, how has no one said anything about this guy having a 5-leaf grimoire? Remembering how crazy people were acting at the Magic Knight's exam after discovering that Yuno had a 4-leaf clover, he found it quite strange that no one was going crazy over Asta and his 5-leaf book. Yeah, he might not have any mana or magic power, but for a kingdom that judges someone's potential based on their clover count and mana capacity, it was weird how ostracized Asta was. Nevertheless, Asta was taking all of this in stride, so he had no reason to interfere. Deep breathing. Feel the magic. Remember its composition. Relive the pain. Sitting on the floor of his room in a lotus position, Grimm had his eyes shut tightly and concentrated on his breathing. Since he didn't want to ask Noelle for help and didn't know any water mages, Grimm came up with the idea of drawing on his past battles in order to stimulate his breath styles and awaken more spells. After the countless number of sparring sessions he had with Luck, he figured that if he was able to recall the feeling he got whenever he was hit by Luck's lightning, he'd be able to unlock a new lightning spell. Unfortunately, this hadn't gone too well. After an hour and a half of meditation, he was no closer to unlocking a new spell than he had been before. After beating Yami and the others out of their money a couple of days ago, Grimm had focused his attention on enhancing his reaction speed by sparring with Luck. As a result, Grimm found himself slowly adapting to Luck's speed and started to see through his movements. Sigh, this isn't working. I need to get more comfortable. Hey Grimm, Yami wants to tell what the fuck. Bursting into Grimm's room with undisguised gusto, Magna was shocked at Grimm's current attire. Why are you naked? Opening his eyes, Grimm was surprised to see Magna in his room. Hey Magna. Still sitting cross-legged, Grimm let everything hang. Why are you naked? Did you lose at cards? Shaking his head, Grimm quickly explained. I'm relaxing. Oh. I get that. Anyway, Yami wants to see you. I'll be there in a minute. Watching Magna leave his room, Grimm let out a breath as what looked like steam escaped from his body. It's not lightning, but I guess I can't complain. What's up? Being the last one to walk into the room, Grimm nodded at Luck and Asta while giving Noelle a cursive look before focusing on Yami. Humph. Seeing the look Grimm threw her way, Noelle's expression was not pretty. Seeing that everyone was now here, Yami pulled out a report that he had received from the Wizard King. Listen up, brats, according to this report a new dungeon's been discovered within the Clover Kingdom's territory. A dungeon. Not knowledgeable about such a place, Asta and Grimm had confused expressions on their faces as they turned to look at Vanessa. To put it simply, a dungeon is the ruins of an old civilization filled with ancient artifacts and relics just waiting to be pillaged. She explained. Ancient civilization. Asta exclaimed. Artifacts. Grimm mumbled. Yeah. She nodded. But getting these relics aren't easy. Dungeons are usually filled hundreds of different kinds of traps that stop explorers from reaching these treasures. Explorers? Nice way of not calling themselves treasure hunters. Seeing that the conversation was coming to a halt, Yami continued reading from the report. While the dungeon is technically within the kingdom's territory, it also borders on the edge of an enemy kingdom's territory. So to ensure that they don't get any of the good artifacts that could be used against us, our job is to clear the place out before those fuckers get there. Enemies from another kingdom. Chances are that they'll send strong mages in order to make sure that they get the artifacts without a hitch. Thinking about how there could be people stronger than him appearing in the dungeon caused Grimm to feel an uncomfortable amount of annoyance. I volunteer. Me too. Asta jumped in. Obviously you two are going. Huh. Both of them said in union. I don't know how you did it, but for some reason the Wizard King personally picked you two for this mission. Everyone looked at the two boys before surrounding them. When did you guys meet the Wizard King? Did you get to fight him? How could the Wizard King meet peasants like you and not me? Looking at the situation at hand, Yami couldn't help but laugh and turn to look at Luck. Hey Luck, why don't you go with them? Really? Hell yeah. He cheered. Hey Captain. Vanessa smiled and closed in on him with a bottle in hand. Now that Grimm and the rest had left for the dungeon, the place had become awfully quiet. Does the Wizard King really know about Asta and Grimm? Taking a puff of his cigarette, Yami answered her while reading a newspaper. He's the Wizard King, he's got eyes everywhere. I get that, but why would he single out Grim and Asta? Who knows, that old man's in a world of his own. Sigh, I hope they'll be okay. They'll be fine. With luck escorting them, I'm sure they'll be able to deal with any problems if they pop up. Yeah, but this is luck we're talking about. We'll be lucky if him and Grim don't start fighting each other. I'm sure they'll do it in moderation. Chapter 21, Diamond Mages. So this is a dungeon. Walking into a giant stone ruin followed by Luck, Asta, and Noel. Grim took in a deep breath as he felt the mana flowing through the stone constructs. This place is huge. Seeing the look on his face, Luck walked up next to him. It's held up together by magic. Nodding his head, Grim activated Breath of the Beast and used his enhanced sensory abilities to feel a large gathering of mana running through everything. This place is amazing. Asta exclaimed while looking around. So much mana. Noel muttered. Running around the area like a headless chicken, Asta checked over everything while taking in the sights. Still using Breath of the Beast, Grim's danger senses suddenly went off as his attention was drawn to the area Asta was heading in. Asta STO. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Before he could finish his sentence, Asta had accidentally stepped on one of the magic traps placed by the people of the ancient civilization. Seeing the glowing light appear beneath his feet, Asta's eyes went wide as iron spikes shot out of the ground and struck towards him. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Pulling his sword out at the last minute, he barely managed to cut down the spikes before they could impale him. Jumping back, a small bead of sweat rolled down the side of his face as he realized just how close to dying he was. What the hell was that? He asked with a hurried breath. A magic trap. Luck walked over to him with a smile on his face before pushing him forward and causing him to step on another trap. What was that for? It was fun. Luck smiled before turning to look at Grim. You sensed it, didn't you? Yeah. Grim grinned and nodded. What are you two talking about? Noel asked. After using his Breath of the Beast's sensory abilities, he had long since sensed multiple different mana signatures coming from the upper levels. It was a shame that he was too far away to guess how strong they were or if they posed any threat to him. Thinking that he had discovered them before the others, he had planned to slip away from his group while they were treasure hunting in order to confront the unknown group. Unfortunately, it seemed like Luck's sensory abilities were nothing to laugh at as he had also discovered them. Race you. Lightning creation magic, Thunder God's boots. Cladding his feet in lightning magic, he grinned at Grim before running into the distance. Not wanting Luck to get ahead of him, Grim focused power into his feet as he used the physical enhancements he received from Breath of the Beast to chase after him. Watching the two of them run off to an unknown location, Asta and Noel stood stunned, not knowing what to do. I guess we should look around. Ahahaha, I'm gonna win. Luck's voice echoed throughout the vast ruin as he kept increasing the distance between him and Grim. Gritting his teeth, Grim did his best to push himself in order to keep up with Luck's insane speed. But while he may have adapted to Luck's speed during combat, it was too far-fetched to say that he could keep up with him in terms of pure speed. Whoa. There's loads of guys here. Luck's voice reverberated through the hall and into Grim's ear. Damn it. Following the trail Luck had left behind, Grim eventually took a sharp left and came into a large area surrounded by ankle-high water and 4 different mages dressed in weird clothes and sporting the Diamond Kingdom insignia. Dibs. Luck's voice rang out from above as he dropped down from the sky. Clover Kingdom mages. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the two boys, the Diamond mages nodded at each other before getting into a battle formation. Ants. From the amount of mana that he could sense from them, Grim determined that these guys posed no significant threat to either him or Luck. But since he was slightly pissed over reaching this place behind Luck, he couldn't help the creepy smile that was slowly etching its way onto his face as he found something to take his frustrations out on. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Releasing an absurd surge of magic power that caused the ankle-high water to go into disarray, the two beast swords materialized in his hands, radiating soft gray light. Being slightly pushed back by the sudden magic release, the mages of the Diamond Kingdom felt their bodies tense up as a primeval sense of danger seemed to be emitting from the black-haired boy's figure. Going all out from the start, huh? Bet I can take out more of them than you can. Luck's cheery voice sounded out. Looking at Luck and then back at the Diamond Kingdom mages, the smile on Grimm's face deepened. You're on. Focusing all of his attention on his right foot, Grimm burst forward and charged towards the nervous mages. That's the spirit. Luck yelled and followed. Diamond Formation 1. One of the enemy mages shouted before sending a wall of earth at the approaching Grimm. Watching the square-shaped wall of earth getting closer, instead of slowing down or changing breaths in order to intercept the attack, Grimm increased his speed and charged towards it before doing something that no one expected. What the hell? Nice one, Grimm. Luck laughed from behind. The moment he was seconds away from clashing head-on with the wall, the beast's swords in his hand dematerialized as Grimm jumped into the air and performed an amazing step-twist vault over the wall. Twisting in the air, the beast's swords materialized back in his hands as he focused his attention on the distant Diamond Kingdom mages. Taking advantage of the twisting momentum he had gained from vaulting over the wall, Grimm used sudden throwing strike to throw the swords in a rotating fashion across the long distance before lodging themselves into the chests of two surprised diamond mages. Huh. Surprised by his actions, it took a minute for the diamond mages that had his swords sticking out of them to react. Christopher. One of the diamond mages shouted when he saw one of his friends collapse. My turn. Zooming past Grimm, Luck appeared in front of the last two standing diamond mages. Down you go. By the time Luck had finished electrocuting them, Grimm had appeared by his side and the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder looking at weird black-haired men wearing a similar outfit to the Diamond Kingdom mages that they had just taken care of. Now would you look at that, two boys brimming with such youthful energy. How frightening. Chapter 22, Lotus. Shortly after Grimm and Luck had left them alone, Asta and Noelle ended up running into some old friends. You know. Asta. Standing ahead of Asta and Noelle were three members of the Golden Dawn. The first one was the black-haired childhood friend of Asta's Yuno. Next to him was a girl with vermilion-colored hair with a gentle smile on her face and a voluptuous chest that put Noelle's itty-bitty lil titties to shame. A/N, don't know why I wrote that, Noelle's not even flat. Standing face to face for the first time since the Magic Knight's exam, both boys looked at the other with a competitive fire burning in the other's eyes. YUNO. Shouting out the name of his squad member, the last person in Yuno's team took a step forward with a look of disgust that resembled Noelle's the first time she met Grimm and Asta plastered across his face. Deeper in the dungeon. Seeing as how you're not panicking, I'm guessing that you're the boss. Grimm looked at the mustached man who merely smiled back. Oh ho, such a wonderful youthful spirit. Must be nice. The man stroked his goatee and answered in a relaxed tone. Hey Grimm. Luck called his name. He's strong. I know. Grimm could barely hold his smile back as the thought of crushing someone who he recognized as strong nearly pushed him over the edge. Seeing the fire in his eyes, Luck's own smile grew wider. So. Who gets him first? Watching the two young men converse, the Diamond Kingdom mage observed the two of them closely, noting down a couple of things in the process. From Luck, he noticed that he had clad his limbs in lightning armor and most likely used them to enhance his speed and close-quarter abilities. Grimm on the other hand was easier to read as his previous fight showed off his innate agility and accuracy with those jagged swords of his. From this he guessed that he was a similar to Luck, a close-quarters fighter. But having made it this far in his career, he didn't opt out the possibility that they could use long-distance spells. Hey old guy. Grimm called out. He lifted up his head. We're having trouble deciding which of us should fight you first, so can you do us a favor and decide for us? Well, it would be quite troublesome to fight the two of you at the same time. I guess if I had to choose an option it would be Nigerundeo. A/N, that is what us cultured men call a high-class reference. Huh. Confused by what he had just said, Grimm and Luck stood stunned by his words while he proceeded to run away. First one to land a hit on him gets to fight first. Deal. Looks like I've escaped Fufu. While the black-haired man was chuckling to himself, his body sudden jumped to the left as his danger senses skyrocketed. And lucky for him he did. If he was any slower than that, Grimm's beast swords would have impaled him from behind. What a dangerous young man. Watching the swords fly off into the distance, the goatee man felt a single bead of sweat roll down his cheek. "You're mine." Appearing above him clad in his lightning armor, Luck outstretched hand reached for him. Not wanting to be caught by him, the goatee man waved his hand in front of Luck and created a large smoke cloud that engulfed himself and a bit of the surrounding area. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Ha. Passing through the smoke and appearing on the other side, a look of surprise appeared on Luck's face. Smoke. Smoke. Catching up to the smoke cloud, the glow around Grim changed as yellow light congealed on his body. Breath of Thunder, third form, Thunder Swarm. Diving headfirst into the smoke cloud with a confident look on his face, he released a spinning wave of lightning that attacked all directions. Oh ho! Taking advantage of the thick cover of smoke to launch an area of effect attack. Not a bad tactic. Bursting out from the top of the smoke cloud, the black-haired man avoided getting struck by Grim's attack and complimented him on his actions. "But I gotta say, that lightning magic of yours really surprised me. Never would have thought that your actual magic would be the same as that other boy's." Landing back on the ground, the black-haired man still had the same relaxed expression on his face as he looked at the two boys. "So young yet so powerful, Sai looks like the future of the Clover Kingdom will be a prosperous one. As a citizen of the Diamond Kingdom, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for all the grievances that my kingdom has caused you. But you have to understand that unlike our kingdom, yours is filled so much resources that we have no choice but to attack in order to sustain our own. Sai, living can be so hard. You see, I have 3 daughters and I'd hate if they had to suffer because." Flashing in front of him, both Grim and Luck slashed down. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Ah. So much energy. Narrowly dodging their strike, the black-haired diamond mage looked at the destroyed area that he was previously standing at. "I don't care what your reason for fighting is, as long as I get to fight/crush strong opponents, then I'm happy," Grim and Luck said in union. "Ah, you're about to make this old man cry." Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Having still not managed to land an attack on him yet, Grim and Luck continued their competition as they slowly started destroying the area around them. "So destructive. You guys need to calm that raging spirit of yours if you ever want to attract a nice girl. Who cares about that?" Slowly adapting to the black-haired man's tactics, Grim and Luck felt the end of their competition closing in. Feeling the pressure on his person build up, the relaxed expression on the black-haired man's face started to become strained as he felt his fatigue slowly catching up with him. "Those robes. You're members of the Black Bulls, huh? You know about us?" Grim asked, not slowing down his attacks in the slightest. "Ah well, I had a little bout with your captain in the past. He even gave me this lovely scar." The black-haired man dodged a bolt of lightning while pointing at a long sword scar on his chest. "Whoa. You fought yummy," Luck exclaimed, shooting more lightning at him. "Sure did. He's the only man younger than me that I was never able to beat." "Who won?" Grim asked, slashing his sword at his face. "We got interrupted before we could finish." The black-haired man ducked under the sword and answered. "Hasn't your captain ever talked about Lotus of the Abyss before?" "Nope. Lightning creation magic, thunderclap crumbling orb. A/N honestly triggers me whenever I write thunderclap and not add and flash on the end." "Well, isn't that heartbreaking?" Lotus responded after avoiding Luck's lightning orbs. "If he fought the captain without losing, doesn't that mean that if I beat him I'll be one step closer to crushing Yami?" Renewed with more fighting spirit than before, Grim couldn't tell this, but his attack speed had suddenly increased by another level. Faced with an even more energetic Grim who was using Breath of the Beast and the annoying attacks from Luck's lightning orbs, Lotus was slowly starting to be pushed into a corner. "These kids, they're evolving in battle. Ha ha ha. Grim, I'm gonna win, huh?" Suddenly losing his sense of balance, Luck toppled to the floor before getting up again. "What the hell? So it's finally kicked in at last." Lotus laughed and put some distance between himself and the boys. "What did you do?" "Ah." Placing his hand on his forehead, Lotus made a smug smile. "To tell you the truth, this whole space is concealing my magic right now." "Impossible." Grim denied. "If that was the case we would have sensed it long ago." "Oh, but you did." It's just a shame that with all the magic you two have been throwing around so far, you wouldn't realize such a weak magic spreading around the area poisoning you while your focus was concentrated on landing a hit on me in order to win your bet. But when did you have the time to activate it? Me and Luck have been watching you the whole time. There's no way we'd miss you casting such a spell no matter how covert you were. You'd be correct in assuming that. Good thing I casted it as soon as you guy came into this area. You mean before we even fought your minions? Yep. But how would you even know you'd need such a spell in order to defeat us? Ah, that youthful radiance you guys were giving off was more than enough to make me cautious. Grim. Luck interrupted, I don't feel so good. A/N, salutes. Yes, I did just add that reference. Looks like it's already set in. Lotus spoke while looking at Luck's dreary state. Now then. He focused his attention back on Grim. Since you're about to fall into the same predicament as your friend over there, I suggest you take a long nap and wait until we're gone. Turning his back on the boys, he waved his hand and set off. Gone, you say? Grim's voice reached his ears. I'm sorry to say this, but I seem to have a bit of resistance to poison. Lotus stopped in his tracks. Hey Luck, I guess this means I win the bet by default. Hey, don't think you can get rid of me when things have finally started to become fun. Pushing himself up into a standing position, lightning crackled on Luck's figure as his infamous smile paired up with Grim's. Seeing the two of them standing up and shaking off the effects of the poison, Lotus sighed and turned back around. Ah, youth. How enviable. Chapter 23, Disappointment. Feeling the outrageous surge of magic power and battle intent flowing out of the two boys, the carefree smile on Lotus's face was quickly beginning to fade. If they continue battling me like this, I'll eventually tire before getting the chance to complete my mission. For the first time since entering this dungeon, Lotus's carefree attitude faltered as he now looked at the two Clover mages as equals. I gotta say, you boys really surprised me. But releases his own magic power. It's time for you guys to take a nap. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Without speaking a word to the other, Grim and Luck charged forward at their fastest speeds. Sorry kids, but I can't afford to lose here. Seeing them approaching him, Lotus slammed his hands onto the ground and activated a movement sealing spell. Smoke creation magic, smoke binding cross prison. Shooting up from the ground, the smoke below Lotus's feet engulfed the two boys before taking on the shape of a cross. I can't move. Luck struggled to move as he had nothing solid to push off. That should hold you guys for a will dash. Breath of Thunder, third form, Thunder Swarm. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Using Thunder Swarm to free his body from the smoke cross, Grim dropped back down to the ground and stared at Lotus. You really are full of energy, aren't you? I'm gonna crush you now. Grim replied with a sharp smile appearing on his face. After battling this guy for quite a while now, Grim had already gotten a read on his strength and was slowly becoming more and more confident in dealing with him. And since the bet between him and Luck was still ongoing, he left him in the smoke cross as he faced Lotus. Crush me. Isn't that a wonderful thought? Smoke creation magic, degenerate king's smoke prison. I didn't think I'd need to use this spell against someone like you, but at the rate you're improving I'll have to make an exception. Activating another spell from out his grimoire, a strong current on smoke started swirling around Grim before trapping him inside a smoky dome. This won't stop me, he said to Lotus, who merely smiled. I know, but this will. As if by command, the dome suddenly blasted some smoke at him. Have fun suffocating in there. Deep breath. Taking a deep breath, Grim ignored the smoke and looked at the area Lotus would be at if he could see through the smoke. You said you fought Yami, right? Oh. I thought you'd be trying to hold your breath right about now. But if you want to converse, then I guess I can fulfill your dying wish. And to answer your question, yes, I did fight your captain back in the day. I see. I think I understand now. Feeling confused, Lotus frowned. Understand what? The Yami you fought was years ago, right? Yeah. And with the amount of years that have passed since you fought him, I'm guessing that he's powered up significantly compared to his past self. What's your point? My point. My point is that I was wrong about this whole fight. I thought that by crushing you I'd be one step closer to crushing Yami, but after fighting you for a while now, I can tell you're not even on the same level. He's left you in the dust. Beating you has little to no merit now. I wanted to fight someone stronger than me, someone who could push me to my limits and force me to either die or evolve. But you. You are none of those things. You're nothing more than a clown using cheap parlor tricks to beat your opponents. If it weren't for your suffocation tactics, then I doubt we would have gotten this far. Besides your fighting experience and cunning mind, you are average. I respect you for being able to keep up with me and Luck for so long, but as of this moment, your worth as an opponent is over. Materializing the beast swords in his hands, Grimm used sudden throwing strike to hurl the swords through the dense dome of smoke and right into the chest of an unsuspecting Lotus. Stunned by such events, Lotus stood completely still as the pain in his chest slowly caught up to his brain. My chest. My chest. Now that Lotus was distracted by the pain of having two swords lodged into his chest, the smoke dome around Grimm was starting to become unstable as it started to tremble. Time to end this. Breath of flames. Looking towards the location Lotus's scream came from, Grimm got into a stance and held the sword high above his head. Rengoku. Feeling a great amount of magic energy gathering in one place, Lotus turned his head to look at the shaky smoke dome and saw a blinding ray of light approaching his figure from within. Fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Dungeon upper levels. Rumble rumble. What was that? While Grimm and Luck were busy battling Lotus of the Abyss, Yuno and his squad were busy dealing with a guy with light purple hair and 3 small stones embedded in his forehead. You cannot win, surrender. Heavy breathing. Damn it. Even at full power Yuno still can't win. Watching the fight from a distance, Yuno's teammate Klaus couldn't help but clench his fists as he saw the Diamond Kingdom mage manhandle Yuno like he was nothing. Phew, that was close. Wiping the sweat off of his brow, Lotus barely managed to escape from Grimm's attack before activating a smoke spell and escaping with his wounded companions. But still. He looked back at Grimm, who was just standing there watching him leave. Fire, lightning, and whatever those jagged swords were. Could this kid have magic that we've been trying to put into our mages? That lightning kid called him Grimm. I guess I need to report this to my superiors. Now that Lotus was injured and escaping the area, the smoke magic binding Luck eventually came undone as he landed on the ground near Grimm. I won the bet. I'll win next time. He grinned and looked at the distant Lotus. Aren't you gonna chase him? He no longer interests me. You can go after him if you want. Nah, he's your prey. Shrugging his shoulders, the two of them felt a massive wave of mana erupt from the upper levels. Whoa. Did you feel that? Luck turned to look at Grimm. Yeah. He nodded. I guess there's more fun to be had. Racia. You're on. Are you sure this is the right way? Yeah. Noelle nodded. I felt an incredible amount of mana coming from up ahead. Really? You think it's the treasure? Shrugging her shoulders, Noelle and Asta headed towards Yuno's location. Chapter 24, Mars. Crystal Creation Magic, Levitine. Standing against Yuno and the rest of the Golden Trio, Mars summoned a giant crystal sword above himself. Give up. Not a chance. Breathing heavy, Yuno looked at him with defiance. Then die. No longer wanting to waste words, Mars swung his hand down and let the blade fall towards Yuno's head. Yuno. Klaus screamed. Seconds before the blade could hit, Asta burst onto the scene with his giant sword in his hand. Asta. Yuno's eyes widened in surprise. Asterisk swoosh. Swinging the massive black blade, he sent the upper part of the crystal sword flying. What? Is that a member of the Black Bulls? Klaus's mind shook. He destroyed my sword. Shocked expressions passed through the faces of Mars and the 2 other members of Yuno's squad. How could we of the Golden Dawn not do anything against that Diamond Kingdom mage, but the moment this slum rat from the Black Bulls shows up he manages to destroy one of his attacks. While Klaus was distracted by Asta's appearance, a crystal clone of Mars's attacked him. Watch out. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Huh. Using his lightning-covered boots to shatter the clone, Luck appeared in front of a shocked Klaus. Hey. Another member of the Black Bulls. Hey. Asta called out to Mars. Are you the one that did this to the Golden Dawn? Looking at the small gray-haired boy in front of him, Mars regained his earlier posture. What if I am? The weak will perish and only the strong will remain. While he was saying this, an army of crystal clone dolls were summoned to his side. Looking at the army of crystal clones, stars shone in Luck's eyes. Whoa! This looks like so much fun. Hearing him, Klaus gave him a strange look before taking a step away from him. On the battlefield, the weak have no place. And I was born to break weaklings like you. And I was born to crush arrogant losers like you. Huh. Hearing a voice sounding out from above, everyone looked up only to see a figure falling to the ground. That robe. Klaus noted. Haha, took you long enough to get here. Luck laughed. Grim. Asta exclaimed. Using Breath of the Beast, Grim landed in front of him and with an audible bang. Now then. It looks like someone wants me to crush them. Once the dust cloud had settled, Mars was finally able to see the figure of a black-haired young man with bright yellow eyes staring at him with a weird smile on his face. Crush me, you say? Well then, let me show you the difference between us. Asta, Golden Dawn dude, take care of the clones for me, that guy's mine. Not waiting for their response, Grim kept using Breath of the Beast and charged towards Mars. Hey, no fair. Luck yelled. I wanted to take on the boss. Putting more distance between them, Klaus focused his attention on the crystal clones that were beginning to surround them. Crystal creation magic, Levitine. Jumping into the air, Mars threw several more giant crystal swords at Grim, but due to the physical buffs and heightened senses that Breath of the Beast gave him, it wasn't too difficult for him to dodge such giant attacks before closing in on Mars. Frowning at the fact that he had missed several times, Mars commanded his crystal clones to swarm him. But before they could reach him, Asta and stepped in. Wind creation magic, Wind Blades Shower. Firing off a shower of wind-shaped blades, several crystal clones were taken care of. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Landing from above, Asta crashed down to the ground and used that big-ass sword of his take care of several more clones while making an opening for Grim. Impudent. Pointing his hand forward, Mars fired off another crystal sword that was easily dodged again. Closing the distance between the two of them, Grim dug his foot into the ground before shooting forward and appearing in front of a shocked Mars. Fast. Second Fong, rip and tear. Summoning out his beast swords, Grim slashed at Mars's crystal armored covered chest and left two deep diagonal cuts that drew blood. He cut through his armor. After seeing a full-powered fail to leave even a scuff mark on the Mars, it was hard for Klaus to not be shocked by what he was seeing. For them, proud members of the Golden Dawn to be unable to leave a mark on their enemy while two commoners from the Black Bulls were able to do something that they couldn't sent a shock through Klaus's fragile mind. Not deep enough. Seeing that small amount of blood on his sword, Grim clicked his tongue before spinning around and using his Breath of the Beast enhanced foot to kick Mars into the distance. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Hell yeah. Nice one, Grim. Asta shouted after seeing him kick Mars away. The next boss is mine. Luck added and continued destroying clones. He actually managed to damage him. Yuno's eyes widened for a second before returning to normal. How is this possible? Klaus muttered to himself, still unable to believe what he was seeing. As much as I hate to admit it, that guy can't be measured using our average means. Noelle stepped up and said. Noelle Silva. Ignoring him, she continued speaking. He's brash, brutish, has no sense of delicacy when dealing with a woman and is way too good at cards to the point that he's probably cheating. But when it comes to fighting, he's really in his element. Seeing the smile on his face, Noelle couldn't help but also smile as she looked at him and her teammates. Hearing Noelle, the resting mimosa who had been previously injured couldn't help but feel happy for her cousin. You finally found a place to belong. While Asta and the others were facing off against the clones, Grim turned to look in the direction that Mars had been hurled to. I know that you're not done yet, people of your strength usually don't go down this quick. As if to answer his provocation, the ground suddenly started to shake as large crystals started to jut out of the ruins. Rumble rumble. There you are. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Exploding out from the ground, Mars was covered crystals from the shoulders down, forming a giant suit of heavy armor that towered above Grim and the others. Who the hell are you? Hearing the question, the smile on Grimm's face grew wider as he looked up at the towering Mars and pointed one of his beast swords at him with a hint of insanity flashing through his eyes. "I'm the guy that's about to crush your ribs." Chapter 25, Treasure. Arf. Angered by Grimm's provocative words, Mars charged towards him in his giant suit of crystal armor and swung his giant fist down at him. Heh. Grinning at Mars's rage-filled charge, Grimm copied his actions and charged towards him with his beast swords in each hand. Grimm. D. Hearing the voices of Mars and his comrades, Grimm watched as the fist grew larger in his eyes. Relying on pure instinct alone, he dropped down to his knees and slid forward, barely avoiding getting his face destroyed by the clump of crystals. Feeling the air pressure from the crystal fist brush against the top of his head, the shadow of the fist briefly covered his body as he slid between Mars's legs. Swing. Swing. Passing through his legs, Grimm's swords easily slashed through the crystal legs before he span around and charged towards Mars's back. Having cut through Mars's support, the giant crystal armor was in the process of toppling to the ground. But before that could happen, like a relentless animal, Grimm was back on him as he appeared behind Mars and holding his swords in a reverse grip, he ruthlessly stabbed them through the crystal armor, had them pierce Mars's ribs. Oh. Not exactly crushing them, but good enough for now. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Jumping off before the armor hit the ground, Grimm landed several feet away from the downed diamond mage and dematerialized his swords. With Mars's defeat, the crystal clones that were attacking the Clover Kingdom mages fell apart as they had no one to control them. He did it. Still unable to believe what had just happened, Klaus was in a heightened state of confusion as the events of Mars's defeat replayed in his mind. Yeah. Noelle nodded and helped Mimosa to her feet. He did it. Clamp clamp. Locking the unconscious Mars up in Klaus's steel magic bindings, Grimm turned to look at the steel mage. Will they hold him? After seeing the way in which Grimm fought and feeling some of his absurd mana, Klaus had begun to subconsciously treat Grimm better. Considering how wounded he is, it shouldn't be a problem. Good. He nodded before turning to look at everyone. Now on to what really matters. He pointed at a large door. Who gets to go into the treasure room first? Ahem. Hearing him, Klaus decided to step forward. Since we were the first one to find the room, we of the Golden Dawn will be the first ones to enter. He pushed up his glasses and continued. However, due to recent events that have taken place, we will allow you to enter as a thank you for your help. Hearing the tone in which Klaus was using, Asta and him started to argue as Luck went up to the door. Hey guys, it looks like the door was made with some powerful magic. I don't think we'll be able to get through it using normal means. Normal means. Everyone turned to look at Grimm and Asta. Asta then made a smug face as he looked at Klaus. So you can't get through the door because it's made of magic. Well, that's something, isn't it? But you Golden Dawn folks can easily deal with something like that, can't you? Listening to Asta's attempt to sound condescending, Klaus lost all his drive as he realized that his group had no real way to open the door. Why are the nobles of this kingdom so weak-willed? Watching the conversation between Asta and Klaus, Grimm sighed and called Asta over. Can you do it? Of course. He gave him a thumbs up and sliced open the door. While Grimm could have done it, he couldn't be bothered to do the grunt work, so he asked Asta if he could do it for him. Whoa! Look at all this gold. Rushing into the treasure room, the members of the Black Bulls and the Golden Dawn started rummaging around. So how come your group came as a 4-man team instead of a 3? Ms. Mosa asked her cousin as they searched the area. Me, Grimm and Asta are all new to the squad, and the captain wanted all of us to have some dungeon exploring experience, so he had Luck come with us and show us the ropes. Oh. Ms. Mosa nodded. Useless, trash, garbage. Pocketing some of the gold coins, Grimm threw around a couple of magic tools as most of them were useless for someone like him. While he was busy throwing them around, Yuno's attention was drawn to a weird scroll sitting on an altar. Ow, ow. Stop pulling me, Nero. Lead to an ordinary-looking wall by his anti-magic bird, Asta started complaining as Nero kept pulling on his hair. Suddenly feeling a strange wave of mana, Grimm turned around and saw that Yuno guy holding a glowing scroll. But before he could think about it any further, both he and Luck felt a sinister mana signature approaching them. Everybody run. Luck suddenly yelled as Mars came bulldozing through the entryway in his giant suit of crystal armor with a bang. Ugh! Covering their faces from the dust cloud, a malicious light flashed through Mars's eyes as he found Grimm's figure located among the treasures. Arg! He screamed as tens of crystals shot out of his body. What the hell? Staring at the newly awakened Mars, Klaus's eyes went wide, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Despite having clearly used crystal magic from the moment they had encountered each other, the current upper portion of Mars's body was bathed in flames. Flame recovery magic, Phoenix Feathers Robe. Flame recovery magic. It's impossible for someone to have more than one element. Is this the result of the Diamond Kingdom's experiments? Just then, he heard the laugh of someone he was recently acquainted with. I didn't think you'd have this more energy left. But now that you're here, I guess I can fulfill my promise of breaking those ribs after all. Releasing his own magic, a soft coat of orange light coated Grimm's body as everyone felt the temperature around them rise. Fire magic. By this point, Klaus was ready to give up being a magic knight as he felt like it was beginning to have a negative effect on his heart. Chapter 26, Forgotten Rage. No. Jumping in front of Grimm, Luck blocked his way. You got to fight that smoke guy earlier and you've already beat this guy before. It's my turn to have some fun. What? When I beat this guy he was only using crystal magic. You're not seriously asking me to give you an opponent who uses two different types of magics, are you? Yes. I refuse. And besides, that guy's looking right at me. Seeing that Grimm and Luck were too busy arguing instead of fighting, Asta took it upon himself to deal with the enemy. He's mine. Charging forward with his giant sword, Asta prepared to end this fight as quickly as possible. Seeing the orange glow on Grimm's body and feeling the heat radiating off of him, an intense hatred spread through Mars's heart as he remembered the experiments he had to endure and the people he lost all in order to achieve his current power. But looking at someone like Grimm who had an immense amount of mana and was capable of using secondary fire magic without having to go through the same things that he and his comrades had to go through caused a deep-seated rage to bubble to the surface. Grimm's already taken care of this guy before using only his beast swords as a weapon. If that's the case then there shouldn't be a problem taking this guy down with my anti-magic sword. Rushing forward with gusto, Asta readied his sword as he closed in on Mars's hulking figure. Feeling the intense flames of hatred and heart spreading, Mars's entire body shook as his mana suddenly started to surge and create clusters of crystals all around him. Without taking his eyes off of Grimm's figure, Mars created several harp-shaped blades that spun at a high speed before firing them off at the approaching Asta. Asta! Noelle suddenly screamed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. So fast. Furiously slashing at the sword projectiles, the weight of his giant sword slowed him down as it took too much time to swing while he was being attacked by the high-speed swords. Damn it. I won't be able to keep up at this rate. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. And just like he said, he wasn't capable of keeping up with speed of the attacks as he was eventually blown back and sent hurtling into the wall that Nero had previously been dragging him towards. Asta. Gritting her teeth, Noelle pointed her wand at Mars and prepared a spell. I don't know what those flames of his do, but I'm sure it'd be for the best if I use my water magic to put them out. Feeling her mana gathering, an enraged Mars charged towards her and used the moment she was defenseless to swipe at her. The weak have no place on the battlefield. Noelle. Mimosa screamed after watching her cousin get flung across the room like a rag doll. Running to her side she saw a nasty wound on her stomach. Hearing her scream, both Grimm and Luck stopped arguing and finally saw what was going on. Noelle. Seeing his teammate lying on the floor with blood spurting out from a wound, the previous smiling Grimm stopped laughing. While his relationship with Noelle wasn't exactly the best, the sight of a teammate approaching death's door caused something in his soul to shudder. He didn't know if it was from a past experience or not, but this feeling. He didn't like it. Grimm. Feeling a weird change in Grimm's attitude, Luck instinctively moved aside as Grimm's mana started to grow and heat the surrounding area. Feeling the sudden rise of temperature in the room, Klaus and Yuno, who were both trapped inside crystals, looked towards Grimm, who was walking towards Mars. With every step he took, the temperature rose higher and higher to the point that even Mimosa's plants on her princess healing flower robes were being affected and drying out. Grim. Elsewhere. This mana. It's that kid again. Feeling Grim's mana, Lotus looked in the direction it was coming from and realized it was the area that Mars was supposed to be investigating. Hey, it's really funny. Grim's laughing voice echoed across the room as he closed in on the enraged Mars, who was also being affected by the heat. I don't even know why I'm feeling this way right now, but this feeling inside of me, it's really unpleasant. While speaking, his grimoire floated up beside him and stared glowing bright orange as new words started appearing on the Breath of Flames page. Let's forget about what I said earlier in regards to me breaking your ribs, okay? Because right now, I really want to break you. Materializing his flame sword into his right hand, all the previous heat he released into the air started gathering onto him and his sword as he took up a new stance. Blinded by his past memories and hatred of Grim's abilities, Mars suddenly roared and created another giant crystal sword. Crystal creation magic, Levitine. Breath of flame, first form, unknowing fire. Crossing the space between them in nearly an instant, Grim left a trail of fire in his wake as he suddenly appeared behind Mars with his back to him. Earlier you said that the weak have no place on the field of battle, right? Feeling an intense heat spreading from inside his crystal armor, Mars started looking around confused as he had no idea how Grim had gotten behind him or why he was suddenly feeling hot. Since you think that way, do me a favor and get off my battlefield. Feeling the temperature inside his armor rise again, Mars's eyes went wide as bright orange light burst through the cracks in his armor. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Watching the crystal armor suddenly explode, looks of shock and awe swept across the faces of the Clover Kingdom mages. Even the injured Noelle couldn't hide her surprise as she saw Grim standing in the sea of fire surrounded by broken crystals. Amazing. Yuno mumbled before tightening his fists. Being at the epicenter of the explosion, Mars's body now covered in burns was sent hurtling away. Rumble rumble. Feeling the ground shake, Grim and the rest of his companions watched as parts of the ceiling started to fall. The dungeon's collapsing. Klaus yelled. After being knocked unconscious by the explosion, Mars's crystal had weakened by a considerable amount, allowing him and Yuno to break out of their bindings. We have to go. Wait. Where's Asta? Someone suddenly asked after not seeing him. I'm right here. Bursting out from a destroyed wall and carrying an unfamiliar black sword with him, Asta appeared before everyone else. Yuno. Klaus shouted. I'm on it. Wind creation magic, heavenly wind arc. Manifesting a large gust of wind under their feet, Yuno brought everyone away from the crumbling area. Wait. Grim suddenly shouted. What about the treasure? If we stay, we'll be buried along with it. Klaus yelled over the sound of the area collapsing. TCH. Gritting his teeth, Grim looked away from the pile of riches and focused his attention on Asta's new sword. As the Clover mages were escaping, a hidden lotus deactivated his ace magic spell Hermit's Thick Smoke, a spell that had the ability to make its user transparent. Well then. He walked over towards Mars and the treasures. Let's get you out of here. Chapter 27, Aftermath. Who? We made it. Bursting out from the collapsing ruin, Asta couldn't help but cheer as they had avoided getting buried alive. We're alive. We're actually alive. Claws screamed to the heavens and kissed the earth once they landed down at a clearing. This whole dungeon exploration ordeal had actually been way more stressful than he had initially estimated. He was honestly just happy to be outside where no rocks were falling on him. Not a bad adventure. Grim chuckled and looked at the destroyed ruin laying in the distance. Easy for you to say. Noelle came and stood next to him. You think? Yeah, at least you didn't nearly die. True. Your clothes are ripped, by the way. EHHH. Guys. Jumping on them from behind with a goofy smile on his face, Asta wrapped his arms around their shoulders. We made it. Infected by his enthusiastic energy, Grim smiled back and nodded. Yeah, we made it. Watching the three of them from behind, both Yuno and Mimosa couldn't help but smile as their friends finally found people that cared about them and saw them for who they were. So isn't anyone gonna talk about how Grim defeated that diamond guy? Luck asked, seeing as how no one had brought it up. Back at the ruins. Those kids really are something. Sitting on his smoke cart with the treasures laying on the back, Lotus talked to the recently awakened Mars. Lotus. He sat up. Hearing him, Lotus smiled. I'm glad you're okay, kid. Looking at the vast landscape laying before him, all the hatred Mars had previously held inside of him seemed to vanish as he took in the breathtaking sight. Lotus. Thank you. Hearing the sincerity in his voice, Lotus smiled lightly and had the smoke cart turn towards their kingdom. Let's go home. So. Who are you guys anyway? I'm Yuno. I'm Klaus Lunettes of House Lunettes. I'm Mimosa Vermilion of House Vermilion. Introducing themselves to Luck and Grim, the squad of Golden Dawn members thanked them for their help in dealing with Mars. Hey. I'm Luck Volsha. Rushing up to Yuno, he invaded his personal space until the two of them were only centimeters apart. You seem strong. Wanna fight? Maybe later. Yuno brushed him off and looked towards Grim. Feeling the eyes of the Golden Dawn members land on him, Grim introduced himself. Well, I guess this is the first time we're officially meeting. He said to Yuno, remembering him from the Magic Knight's exam. Anyway, I'm Grim of the Black Bulls. Huh. Klaus made a weird noise. What about your family name? Dunno. He shrugged. I've got amnesia. You do. Noelle suddenly joined the conversation. What's amnesia? Asta asked. It's where you have no memories. Oh. I already knew about that. Huh. Noelle suddenly grabbed his shoulders. When did you find out? He told Magna back in Sashi village. What? Why am I the last one to find out? I didn't know either. Luck chimed in. How horrible. Mimosa said, trying to comfort Grim. To not remember a part of your own life. How pitiful. Klaus also tried to comfort him but ended up sounding more condescending than anything else. Yuno, on the other hand, just said, you have my pity. I don't really need it though. Seeing the downcast looks on everyone's faces. Well, besides Lux, he was still smiling. Grim tried to lighten the mood but ended up making it worse. Relax guys, I remember everything that's happened in the last 5 years, there's really no reason to feel sorry for me. Oh, you poor thing. You're so brave, I wish I knew how to help, but the only thing I can offer you is this pouch of money. Saying that, Noelle actually handed him a small pouch filled with money. What the hell happened to her? Not seeing any reason to deny the money, Grim graciously took it and headed back to the capital with the rest. So we're really not gonna talk about how Grim defeated that Diamond Kingdom guy. Later, Luck, later. So this is your second anti-magic sword? While on their way back to the capital, the group got to learn about the others' gain from the treasure room. For Yuno it was the weird new words inside his grimoire that he couldn't read, for Asta it was his new anti-magic sword. And for Grim it was his pocket filled with a handful of gold coins that he had randomly picked up. I should have picked up a relic or something instead. Holding onto Asta's new sword, Grim realized that unlike Asta's other sword stopped him from using magic when held it, this one was actually his magic and draining him. Cool, isn't it? It's so much lighter than this one. Saying that, he brought out the blunt sword and stabbed it into the ground. Yeah. Much lighter. So what's so special about this one? Dunno. He shrugged. Want to help me find out? Well, I don't have anything better to do in the upcoming week, so sure. Can I join? Luck popped up from nowhere and asked. Of course. He agreed before turning to look at his old friend. What about Yuno? Wanna join? I'll have to decline, I'm going to focus on trying to decipher the words I got from that scroll. Boring. Smiling at his friend's childish attitude, Yuno focused his attention back on his grimoire. What about you, Grim? What was that spell you used against that diamond guy? You mean unknowing fire? Yeah. Luck nodded. For a second there you were pretty fast. Not faster than you though. He smiled. No. But you were much faster there than any other time we sparred. I guess. Thinking back on the spell now, Grim felt like he needed to train it as something felt wrong with the way he used it. He couldn't pinpoint the exact issue he had with it, but he felt like it was unrefined. But what concerned even more than that was the uncomfortable feeling he felt when he saw Noelle laying in a pool of her own blood. The two of them definitely weren't close enough for him to be affected in the way that he was. He could only guess that he was carrying a regret over from a past life where he was unable to save a companion of his. And seeing Noelle in such a position must have been some sort of trigger that allowed him to recall the feeling he had felt back in one of his past lives. It was similar to the time he played cards against Yami and the others. While he may not have any memories of the events in his past lives, he was still able to recall certain experiences and feelings. Chapter 28, Report. A week had passed since the whole dungeon exploration escapade, and Grimm, Asta, and Noelle were all invited to give their report to the Magic Knight's headquarters. Unfortunately, Yami believed that luck would cause trouble if he went along, so he sent on a mission with Magna. Also during the week, Grimm and Asta discovered the secret behind his new anti-magic sword. After a bit of trial and error, they eventually found out that this sword could absorb and contain magic before sending it back. "It's so huge," Asta exclaimed as he looked at the Magic Knight's headquarters. "Keep it down, moron. You're embarrassing us," Noelle chastised. Rolling his eyes, Grimm was about to say something but stopped when he saw Yuno and the others from the Golden Dawn ahead of them. Feeling eyes on them, Yuno and his group turned around and raised their eyebrows when they saw Grimm and his friends. "Grimm." Klaus ran over to his side and started looking him over. During this past week he was still trying to understand how Grimm was able to use fire magic despite using a different kind of magic with his beast swords. Unlike Mars from the Diamond Kingdom, Grimm's grimoire didn't look like it had been tampered with, and it seemed like his magic was organic. "Boundaries, dude." "Oh." Realizing how strange he must look right now, Klaus quickly backed off and gave Grimm some breathing room. "Hey Mimosa." Noelle greeted her cousin. "Noelle." A delighted look appeared on Mimosa's face as the memory of Noelle laying a pool of her own blood was still fresh in her mind. "Are you okay? Are your injuries all healed up? Does it hurt anywhere?" Seeing how concerned she was for her, Noelle felt a gentle warmth spread through her chest. "I'm fine. Your healing magic was really effective." "Really? I'm so happy to hear that." While the two girls were busy chatting, Asta and Yuno looked at each other before Klaus interrupted and led the group towards the entrance. "So you guys are here to give in your report as well?" Grimm asked while they walked. "Yeah, our captain wanted us to rest first, so we waited a week to do it." "What about you guys?" Mimosa asked while giving Grimm a weird look. After seeing how serious he got after Noelle got hurt, she couldn't help but imagine what it'd feel like if someone got that upset over something bad happening to her. Not to mention that she thought he looked really cool when Mars's crystal armor exploded. Just remembering how his yellow eyes glowed in the light of the fire caused her to blush slightly. Hearing her question, Grimm started to wonder why they had waited so long to deliver their report to the Magic Knight's headquarters. "I guess our captain forgot," was the only answer he could come up with. While walking forward, the group suddenly stopped after encountering a middle-aged man with short messy blonde hair and blue eyes standing at the entrance of the Magic Knight headquarters. "Who's this guy?" Looking at the stranger, a weird feeling wrapped itself around Grimm's heart as he felt the blood in his body start to boil. This guy. He's strong. Despite not releasing a ton of mana, Grimm could sense that this guy wasn't someone he could deal with in his current state. Unlike Yami, who had an oppressive aura, the aura coming off this guy was too peaceful, gentle even. But something about it filled Grimm with a sense of dread. "Why, Your Majesty?" Klaus suddenly kneeled. "Your Majesty." Taking a closer look at the guy, the most noticeable about him was the six-pointed blue star on the left side of his forehead. Copying Klaus's actions, Noelle and Mimosa also kneeled. "Hey Grimm," Asta whispered. "Who the flashy old guy?" Shrugging his shoulders, Grimm was just as confused as Asta and Yuno. "You fools." Klaus suddenly snapped and turned to look at them while remaining kneeled. "How could you not recognize the face of the Wizard King Julius Novacrano?" Asta gasped. "So this is the Wizard King. No wonder I feel so uncomfortable around him. This guy's the top dog of this kingdom. Ahem, I have amnesia, so it's only natural that I wouldn't recognize him." Grimm commented so as to not look like a fool. "You're excused, Grimm, but the other two definitely aren't. Especially you know. As a member of the Golden Dawn, how could you not know the face of the current Wizard King?" "I don't speak." Bow. Grabbing the top of Asta's head, Klaus pulled him down so that he was kneeling like the rest of them. Following their actions, Yuno also kneeled but never took his eyes off of the Wizard King. By the end of it only Grimm was left standing. What are you doing? Bow. Klaus chastised. Taking a look at the Wizard King, Grimm felt the blood in his body becoming restless as the thought of bowing to someone who he was planning to overcome didn't mesh well with him. I don't bow. Grimm. Klaus suddenly shouted. Oh. The Wizard King looked at him with a bit of surprise before stepping forward. Now kids. Let's keep things harmonious, shall we? Yes, Your Majesty. Klaus lowered his head. Great, now follow me, I'll be the one in charge of overseeing your report. After following the Wizard King to a weird tower, Grimm and the rest reported their findings to the Wizard King. Asta presented his sword to him whereas Yuno showed him the unfamiliar words that had appeared in his grimoire. By the time they were finished, Asta was gushing over the Wizard King. Mr. Wizard King, sir, is it okay if I ask a question? Go for it. He smiled. Well. How do I become the Wizard King? Both he and Yuno spoke in union, catching everyone off guard. Yuno wants to become the Wizard King as well. While having not really conversed with him for a long time, Grimm thought that he was the mature one in their Asta and Yuno duo. The surprise Julius was feeling only lasted a second as he soon started to chuckle. So you two are both aiming to become the next Wizard King, eh? It's nice to see young people with such ambition. I can't believe it. Klaus started. To think that you two would be so tactless as to ask that to the current Wizard King. Listen up, you two, to be the Wizard King you must have a noble heart, the trust of the people and the... No. Julius suddenly interrupted him with a tone that greatly differed from his earlier casual attitude. It's merit. The only thing that matters on the road to this position is the amount of merit that you accumulate. Having a noble heart means nothing if you can't protect those around you, and the trust you're talking about only comes after you've proven yourself through your actions. Listening to the king's words, a feeling of surprise sprouted from Grimm's heart. He expected the king to say some flowery words like never giving up or some bullshit about working hard, but never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined just how to the point he was. Do you know what the people of this kingdom want from the Wizard King? Julius continued. Everyone shook their heads. Merits that prove that they are the best. He then turned to look at Grimm. Do you also aspire to be the Wizard King? No. He shook his head. Having a title is nice and all, but I don't want something that ties me down like your role does. Oh ho, then what is it that you wish to achieve by being a magic knight? Strength. He immediately answered and clenched his fists. I want to see just how far I can go relying on my own power. Is that so? Julius smiled and turned away. Before you guys arrived, we were actually in the middle of holding a decoration ceremony for the Magic Knights who've been awarded an outstanding number of stars today. Decoration ceremony? Asta repeated with visible confusion. It's a ceremony where we award those who have done exceptionally well. I'd like it if you could attend. Really? Asta exclaimed. Of course, please follow me. Without turning back to look at them, Julius headed towards a door with everyone trailing him from behind. Now Asta and Yuno, you said you wanted to be the next Wizard King, right? In that case, do you think you'll be able to accumulate more merits than these guys? Opening the door, the sight of two Clover Kingdom captains and members of nobility enter their eyes. Chapter 29, Kicking It with Nobility. Now then. The Wizard King stood in front of the room. Let's begin the ceremony. Looking at the current lineup, Grimm noted everyone's appearance, but with someone like the Wizard King standing before him, it was kind of hard for him to focus on anything else. It was like every fiber of his body was fighting to keep him rooted to ground. With 7 stars earned, step forward Leopold Vermilion of the Crimson Lions. Vermilion? Isn't that Mimosa's family name? Stepping forward, a young man with spiky orange hair stood before the Wizard King. Your Majesty. He lowered his head. Smiling at his actions, Julius asked him to raise his head. I hereby grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight 2nd Class. He then gave him what looked like a medal or something before giving him some words of praise. Remembering that Teresa used to belong to the Crimson Lions, Grim couldn't help but take notice of the orange-haired young man before returning his attention back to the Wizard King. With 6 stars earned, Soul Marin of the Blue Roses, please step forward. Your Majesty. A dark-skinned woman in a white tube top stepped forward and lowered her head to Julius. For your dynamic and creative use of your earth magic in the face of danger, I hereby grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight 3rd Class. Thank you, Your Majesty. She bowed and received her medal. Earth Magic. Grim's eyes lit up slightly. The next couple of awards went out to a few more people, most of which didn't catch his attention. In fact, the only ones that caused him to slightly look in their direction was the one surnamed Silva, and that only because they seemed to be relatives of Noel and used water and mist magic. Now then. Julius started. To thank you all for what you've all done for this kingdom, I've prepared a little banquet for you all to enjoy. Oh, I almost forgot, I've invited some special guests for today. Hearing that, everyone turned to face Grim's group. Make sure you get along. He smiled before leaving. Feeling the scorn in their stares, Grim felt his lip twitch as he was doing his best to hold back smiling. Hey Grim. You've gotta check out this shrimp. Asta yelled. Having never eaten such expensive food before, Grim happily obliged and went over to Asta. Grim. A gentle voice suddenly sounded out behind him. Turning around, he saw a slightly red-faced Mimosa. Do you mind if I eat with you? Feeling confused as to why she was asking permission to eat food that the Wizard King had provided, Grim merely shrugged. Knock yourself out. Why yes. She nodded and followed him to the shrimp table under the watchful eyes of the others. A/N, okay, let's be honest, shrimp is the best seafood out there. Yes, even better than lobster. You were right, Asta, this is pretty good. I know, right? I feel like we're kings. Hearing the conversation between the two, one of the senior members of the Golden Dawn couldn't help but look at them in disgust and mutter, filthy commoners. Hearing him, other people also started to voice their complaints. How dirty, to think that filth like them dare desecrate these walls with their presence. What was the Wizard King thinking when he invited them? Just because he has a little bit of mana he thinks he belongs among us. One of them said, focusing their attention on Grim. Humph. I can't even feel any mana from the other one, I bet they got lucky in that dungeon. Wow, these guys aren't even trying to whisper. Asta spoke with his mouth full. They're probably more skilled at talking than they are at fighting. Grim ignored them and focused on the food. While he admitted that some of the people in the room didn't look completely weak, none of them were good enough to catch his eye and thus he considered them below him. Listening to them badmouth Grim and the others, Leopold walked towards the Golden Dawn member that started it all. If we're talking about commoners, then don't you also have one in your order? Turning to look at Yuno, a flash of disgust and malice passed through the Golden Dawn member's eyes. He's nothing more than gutter trash that thinks he's special because he has a 4-leaf clover. We of the Golden Dawn don't expect anything from him, we'll be the ones to bring Captain Vengeance's dreams to fruition, not some slum rat. Having heard enough, Klaus wanted to speak up for them. With all due respect, sir, but the same goes for you as well, Klaus. Huh. Fraternizing with lower-class beings like it was normal, aren't you ashamed of yourself? I. And you, Mimosa. He turned his attention to her. I heard that while you were in that dungeon, you were immediately injured and had to retreat from the front lines. As a member of House Vermilion, how can you stand here proudly? I am sorry. She quickly lowered her head. Mimosa. Noelle muttered her name. Now, we can't forget the most useless fool here, can we? One of Noelle's siblings said in a light tone before walking over to her. Listening to the conversation, Grim kept stuffing his face with food which did not help their image. Solid. Noelle trembled. Not being able to control your own magic, you truly shame the name of House Silva. He smiled before pouring a glass of water on her head. Ha, you've already been disowned and yet you still have the courage to show your face here, how much more shameful can you get? And Nibra. Walking over to her brother's side, a woman with silver hair also started to mock Noelle. Damn, these guys are relentless. Feeling someone with a larger clump of mana approaching, Grim stopped eating his food and started to watch what was going on. Big Brother Nozel. Noelle whispered. Drawing attention to himself with his arrival, Nozel of the Silver Eagles stepped onto the scene and approached his youngest sister. Wow, does everyone in this family beside Noelle have a fucked up hairstyle? Noelle. He spoke in calm tone. Did you think you were special because of one achievement? Coming here with such gallantry, haven't you shamed the Silva name enough? You do not belong here. Leave. Nozel's words seemed to hit Noelle hard as she suddenly started to shake before lowering her head and walking towards the door. You know. Grimm's voice suddenly echoed out. I'm not one for teamwork nor do I have any special feelings of community, but I'm getting real sick of listening to you guys talk shit about me and my comrades. Standing up on the table, he turned to look at the people who had insulted him. Earlier you guys said that I was cocky because I had a little bit of mana, right? He chuckled lightly before continuing. In that case it shouldn't be a problem for you guys to deal with it, right? While saying this he switched to Breath of Flames and started heating up the surrounding area, shocking everyone with his abundance of mana before speaking again. Now then. He grinned. It's time for all of you to learn your place. Chapter 30, Status and Power. Insolent peasant. How dare you talk to your betters like that? Hearing Grimm insult them, the member of the Golden Dawn that started this mess opened up his grimoire. Sand binding magic, sandbox. Grimm. Mimosa yelled in panic while Asta readied his sword. For all the hype you've been giving yourself, I've gotta say that I'm quite disappointed. Ignoring the sand gathering around him, Grimm looked squarely at the nobles and took a step forward. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Switching to Breath of the Beast, Grimm took advantage of the fact that his physical stats were boosted to flash in front of the sand mage. What? Escaping the sand cage before it had finished forming itself, everyone in the room looked in shock as Grimm suddenly appeared in front of one of their comrades. Heh. Not wanting to waste the use of his sword on these self-loving retards, Grimm's right hand formed itself into the shape of a fist as he swung it and landed a powerful right hook on the face of the sand mage. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Urgh. Since mages didn't train their bodies and couldn't endure much physical attacks, the sand mage was blown off his feet and was sent hurtling across the room until he crashed into one of the buffet tables. Silence. Now then. Grimm stood up and released an intense aura. Who's next? Ha 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 ha, looks like the Golden Dawn mages aren't as good as they present themselves to be. Solid laughed as his grimoire flipped open. Now let me show you how a real mage takes out the trash. Water binding magic, sea serpent twine. Taking the shape of a snake, a long water thread struck out towards Grimm. While this would be a good time to get hit by some water magic so he could get water breathing, the smug look on Solid's face caused him to throw that notion away. Charging towards the serpent, Grimm easily evaded the attack before digging his feet deep into the ground and shooting towards the Silva siblings. So the little rat knows how to jump. Solid laughed before changing spells. Water creation magic, holy water assassination bullet. Gathering a large stream of water together, Solid shaped the water into the appearance of a large bullet before firing it at the approaching Grimm. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Jumping to the left, Grimm easily evaded the attack much to Solid's annoyance. Maybe you'll do better with a couple more toys. Water creation magic, holy water assassination bullet. Water creation magic, holy water assassination bullet. Water creation magic, holy water assassination bullet. Firing off consecutive water bullets, Solid laughed loudly as he thought that Grimm would be squashed into nothing. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own abilities. While the attacks were certainly fast, they were nothing compared to Luck's lightning-fast attacks. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Watching the water bullets miss their mark and hit the surrounding area, the crowd was truly dumbfounded. Even Nozel and Fuego Leon, who were taking a back seat to everything that was happening, couldn't help but take a closer look at Grimm. Hey Noel. Asta suddenly called out. Why doesn't Grimm use his swords? If he used his beast or fire swords, wouldn't this match have ended by now? Remembering how Grimm had dealt with that diamond mage from the dungeon, Klaus and everyone else turned to look at Noel. I think he's trying to humiliate them. Seeing her brother's failure to hit him, Nibra's grimoire flickered open. Mist binding magic, mist spider binding thread. Launching a web-shaped thread composed of mist at Grim, Nebra expected to trap him and watch as her brother's attack finally landed. But to her surprise, Grim jumped into the air and cruised over the top of the mist like it was nothing before landing back on the ground in combat, rolling before continuing on with his assault. What the hell is wrong with this peasant? A/N, so many things. Dodging the numerous number of attacks without the use of his swords, Grim finally reached Solid and drove a breath of the beast-enhanced fist deep into his gut. Bang. Ergic. Feeling the wind get knocked out of him, Solid was forced to take a knee. Seeing this as the perfect opportunity to bully someone weaker than him, Grim held the sides of Solid's head before pulling it forward and driving his knee into his face. Crack. Arg. Solid screamed as he felt the bones in his nose flatten and break. Throwing his head back, Grim threw the idiot flat onto his back before lifting his leg up and ruthlessly stomped down on his testicles. Inhumane screeching. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Holy shit, this guy's weak. Grim laughed uncontrollably, much to the horror of the other nobles. Realizing that this guy probably couldn't even compare to Noelle's raw power despite her only recently being able to control her magic, Grim lifted his leg and kicked the screaming Solid to the side before turning to look at the eldest daughter of the Silva family. I guess you're next. He grinned. Seeing Grim switch his attention to her, Nebra panicked and started casting a new spell. Mist creation magic, Ms. Slap. Gasps. Dropping to the ground, Nebra felt her mouth and left eye fill with blood as the left side of her face burned with a searing pain. If she could see herself now, she would be aghast at the bright red hand print on her cheek. Raising her hand slightly, Nebra's fingers trembled as she touched her face and felt a tooth drop. Why, you slapped me? Yeah. He nodded before kneeling in front of her. Now get ready for my backhand. Wah. Slap. Slapping her once again, but this time using the back on his hand, Nebra lost a couple more teeth and her right eye also filled with blood. Now for the finisher. Bang. Grabbing the top of her ugly hair, he repeatedly slammed her face down into the ground, breaking her nose and causing her face to become bloody. Maybe I should do it again just for good luck. Bang. 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 Horrified by the sight of Nebra's face and Grim's ruthless actions, the other nobles stood in silence, not wanting to draw that monster's attention. This is pretty fun. I wonder if this is what I felt in my past incarnations. Distracted by his own thoughts, it was only after sensing the killing intent and massive release of mana that he stopped slamming Nebra's face into the ground. Oh. He raised his head. Feeling a large release of mana, a dominating pressure covered the room as everyone's eyes were drawn to the silent figure of Nozel Silva, who directing a large amount of malice in Grim's direction. This pressure. It's as strong as Yami's. To dare to put your hands on members of the royal family. Nozel spoke in calm voice that hid a silent rage. I didn't think commoners dared to act this brave. Well, you're not dealing with the average commoner anymore. Besides, I only put my hands on a couple of bitches. The fact that they happened to be part of the royal family didn't even cross my mind. Grim shrugged. A/N, preach. In fact. He turned to look at all the nobles. All you cum-guzzling bitches with royal blood in your veins can come at me. I'll take each and every one of you fuckers on. Hell. I'll even give you an advantage and close my eyes. At least then it'll even the odds a bit. Now come on, you inbred cousin fucking degenerates. It's time to learn the difference between status and power. Releasing some of his magic power, several nobles were forced to take a step back as Grim started giving off a wild and unrestrained aura that had a primal feel to it. Enraged by Grim's words and actions, the pressure Nozel was emitting increased by tenfold as he started taking heavier steps towards Grim. To raise your hand against royalty is an act of treason. For your crimes against the crown, I punish you with death. Nozel said in a dark tone. Ha 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 ha. Grim chuckled before bursting out in laughter. You punish me? You know, when I woke up this morning I wouldn't have thought this was how my day would go. But okay, Mr. Braided Bangs, let's see how much limits I can break today. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Releasing even more of his own magic power that easily surpassed that of a captain's, the smile on his face became scary as the beast swords manifested themselves into his hands. While he wasn't confident in beating someone at the level of a captain, after meeting the Wizard King, every cell in Grimm's body had been stimulated to the point that he no longer cared about the consequences. So much mana. How can that peasant have more mana than me? Damn it. Kill that peasant trash. Feeling Grimm's magic power, Nozel's gaze darkened as the whimpers of his brother and sister entered his ears. Grimm. Listening to members of the audience, Asta and his crew were at a loss for what to do. Being commoners themselves, both Asta and Yuno were about to step in case things started to look bad for Grimm, but the sudden emergence of a particular voice stopped them in their tracks. Is this how House Silva deals with their problems? Huh. Everyone looked over at the direction the voice originated from. Sea Captain Fuego Leon. Fuego Leon. Thinking back to the time of the Magic Knights exam, Grimm could vaguely remember wanting to join his squad before Yami forced him into joining the Black Bulls. Funny enough, the first time he embarrassed a noble was in the presence of Fuego Leon. What are the odds that he'd be here to witness him doing it a second time? A/N, 100%. As a captain, ganging up on a new recruited with your brother and sister, do you not feel any shame, Nozel? Sir Fuego Leon. Mimosa sighed in relief when she saw him arrive on the scene. Are you trying to educate me, Fuego Leon? Nozel frowned and turned to face him, still radiating an air of animosity. No, just reminding you of something that you should already be aware of. He injured my family. After they teamed up to attack him. While his actions were definitely extreme, it was a 2-on-1 situation he was facing. Ahahaha. Leopold suddenly laughed aloud, causing the tension in the room to drop considerably as he went over to Grimm's side. Damn. Big bro wasn't kidding when he said you were strong. Now rejoice. For I, Leopold Vermilion, accept you as my rival. Everyone from Grimm's group suddenly said in union. Rival. I don't need one of those. Confused by the situation, Grimm's previous desire to fight was starting to dampen as he couldn't keep up with the events happening around him. Pass. Huh. Leopold made a surprised face. The only rival I need is myself. Yourself? Yeah, the only person I want to surpass is myself. So to that end I will continuously surpass every version of myself that grows in power. Whoa. That's the exact attitude that my rival should have. Ha 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 ha, men are such fools, aren't they, sis? Soul of the Blue Roses laughed while eating some meat. Sigh, mind your manners, Soul. Charlotte chastised lightly. My bad, sis. She chuckled. Call me Captain Soul. Ahaha, my bad, sis. Sigh. First you erupt me from seeking justice for the crown and my family members, and now a member of your acknowledges the peasant that caused outrage as his rival. Has House Vermilion fallen so far? Nozel's icy voice cut through the air. Oh fuck you, you silver-haired cunt. Grimm yelled from the background. Step up to me again and I'll rip your bang off, choke you with it and parade your body around the capital during the next festival. A/N, for some reason I pictured Grimm choking him like Agent 47. Barely holding it together, Nozel shot him a very menacing glare that could probably cut diamonds. Ignoring the comment, Fugoloan's eyes were completely focused on Nozel. Lord Julius allowed the boy and his friends to be here. He may be a peasant, but as someone recognized by the Wizard King you should be more respectful and show the grace of a member of the royal family. Respectful? To think I'd hear such nonsense from you of all people. Nozel scoffed. It seems like the people of House Vermilion have become soft. What? Fuego Leon frowned. How do you expect me to respect that worm after what he did to members of my family? Just as Grimm was about to throw out another comment, he and everyone else felt the entire building start to shake as cracks started to run up the walls. What that hell? Taking a step back, everyone watched as both Fugolian's and Nozel's mana took on the physical shape of a orange lion and silver eagle. Okay, not gonna lie, this is pretty cool to watch. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Bursting through the front door, a hooded mage of the Clover Kingdom came stumbling in while breathing heavy. Attack. We're under attack. God damn it. Just when things were getting interesting. Chapter 31, A Town in Trouble. Whistles. Looks like various things have been happening. While everyone was busy looking at a small real-time replica of Castle Town created by some dude's magic, Grim stood at a nearby window and watched the explosions from a distance. First the nobles and now the town. What an interesting day this has been so far. Hey. Why are we all waiting here? People are in trouble and need help. I'm going to help them. After saying that, Asta charged straight through the door. Wait. You can't even sense mana, how do you know where to go? Klaus yelled. I'll go to where it's noisiest. Well, it beats waiting around here. Jumping down from the upper area, Grim smiled to the others and started running after him. I'm gonna go to, contact me if anyone strong shows up. Grim, wait. Klaus shouted in vain as Grim was already gone. PFTT, as expected of my rival. Leopold suddenly said before running after Grim and Asta. But I'm not gonna let you show me up. Why do people keep leaving? Waiting another minute to see if anyone else was going to leave, Fuego Leon and the rest finally breathed a bit easier and focused back on the topic at hand. Ahem, now that we've all calmed down a bit, let's talk strategy. Are these zombies? Taking a look at the wreckage of Castle Town, Grim was somewhat surprised by the zombies that were patrolling the area. From his memories of Earth, a lot of them seemed to be useless. Zombies were dead bodies brought back to life through some supernatural or scientific means and are able to infect others with their bite. For ordinary people, facing a zombie would be quite the task, but for a mage. Breath of Thunder, third form, Thunder Swarm. It was no big deal. Damn it. Today's been full of nothing but disappointments. First the nobles trash talk me but turn out to be really weak, then I almost get to fight a captain only to have it cut short, then I almost get to watch a fight between two captains only for them to be interrupted. And now the big enemy that I thought I'd be facing is nothing more than a bunch of zombies that are unable to use magic. Sigh. And to make it worse, I've lost Asta. Damn it. I wish he had some mana so I could track him. The only good thing I managed to do was escape from that Leopold guy, the dude's obsessed. Sigh. Fuck it, I'll go find that guy, at least I'm familiar with his mana signature. While Grim was off searching for Asta was busy defending against an army of zombies while protecting a small child that had been assaulted by some weird-looking guy wearing rags and green ornament covering his left eye. Breath of Thunder, third form, Thunder Swarm. Breath of Thunder, third form, Thunder Swarm. Breath of Thunder, third form, Thunder Swarm. Sigh. This is so boring. Walking through the streets and spamming his AoE spell, the zombies approaching him fell one by one like puppets that had their strings cut. Actually, wouldn't this be the perfect time to try that out? A couple days after fighting that Heath guy and his henchmen back at Sashi village, Grim tried meditating in his room in hopes of recalling the feeling that he felt after battling Luck in the hopes of furthering his Breath of Thunder abilities and unlocking new spells. But to his surprise, instead of recalling the pain he felt after getting hit by Luck's lightning, his mind was always pulled back to the time he was hit by that missed attack. While the power of the attack wasn't anything special or memorable at all, his body seemed to recall the sensation and his grimoire replied in kind by unlocking a new breath style. Breath of Mist, second form, 8-layered mist. Due to the power of the attack, Grim suspected that the reason it took so long for it to unlock itself was due to the damage being near non-existent. Manifesting in his hand, a blade with a rectangular-shaped handguard and hollowed rectangles at each corner appeared. Taking a look at a couple of wondering zombies, Grim clutched his blade and slashed at the air 8 times in rapid succession of each other. And to his delight, a flurry of 8 arc-shaped mist attacks tore through the battlefield and bisected a couple of zombies like they were nothing. Not as powerful as Rengoku, but it doesn't use as much mana. Swinging the blade a couple more times, Grim decided to refine the spell by using it on the zombies. Elsewhere. Is the spell ready? Yes. Then activate it. While the magic knights in Castle Town were busy dealing with the fodder zombies and receiving the praise of the town's residents, a sudden inky black substance appeared beneath their feet. What the hell? Oh no. They got us. Teleportation magic, blackout. All around the city, various eruptions of black exploded out as a large number of magic knights were encapsulated and teleported away. The magic knights. They're gone. A townsman stuttered. And as if on cue, a new wave of zombies suddenly appeared in the areas the magic knights had disappeared from. To think that they all fell for it, how pathetic. Sitting on a broom, a woman dressed in a black dress with fluffy skirt and black witch-like had appeared among the masses with a weirdly sadistic smile on her face. Well, it'd be a shame if the zombie ate all of you, so why not do me a favor and give me all of that delicious young mana you have? Licking her lips, the woman raised her hands and started sucking the mana out of their bodies. More. Give me more mana. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Ha. Jumping back in time, the woman somehow managed to avoid getting hit by a small tornado. Someone attacked me. Shocked at the fact that someone managed to escape the mass teleportation, the witch prepared to go on the offensive but was taken aback by the person who attacked her. Seeing Yuno standing there looking all majestic-like, the previous malice emanating from the witch seemed to vanish into thin air. He's gorgeous. Ahem. Now what would a strapping young man like yourself be doing in a place like this? How about we go somewhere private and have a bit of fun? Shut up, hag, get away from those people. Hag. You're dead. And just like that, her malice returned. Chapter 32, Goal. That magic. Feeling a large surge of magic explode from the distance, Grim turned to face that direction. You know. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Huh. Feeling another large surge of mana coming from the opposite direction, Grim had a decision to make. Do I go left or right? Fire restraining magic, Leo Palma. Conjuring up several flaming lion palms, Fuego Leon wrapped them around the necromancer Raids and restrained him. Trapped within his spell, Raids started struggling but realized just how pointless it was and started breaking down. No. I have greater mana than any royal. I will not lose to you. As much as you would like to believe that, you have to accept reality. Walking over to him, Fuego Leon grabbed at his grimoire. No. Don't you dare touch that. Ignoring his pitiful cries, Fuego Leon yanked the book away. I said don't touch it. This grimoire. Opening up Raid's grimoire, Fuego Leon's brows furrowed as he saw a single page within the book. Don't look. That isn't for anyone else to see. I see. He only has one spell. How dare you? How dare you look at me with pity? Seeing the look on his face when he saw the single page inside his grimoire, the anger and hatred within Raid's heart bubbled to the surface as he started throwing out incomprehensible slurs. Pity. The only person who deserves pity is me. After making me waste my time running all over this town, I come to find out that the big bad has already been taken care of. How bad do you think I feel? Huh. Looking up, everyone saw Grim's figure chilling on top of a partially destroyed building. Hey guys. My rival. Leopold yelled. Fuck. How did I not notice him until now? Feeling his left eye twitch slightly, Grim hopped down from the top of the building and softly landed on the ground. While everyone's attention was focused on Grim's arrival, none of them noticed the voice coming out of the magic communication device in Raids' ear. Are you satisfied now, Raids? While you definitely have the mana to fight one, you should have known that you weren't enough to beat a captain by yourself. And just like you, it seems like Catherine has failed her mission. It seems like I too am at my limit, so we're gonna stop messing around now and follow the plan. Hey you. Fuego Leon turned his attention back onto Raids. While I get the feeling that revenge was your goal, I doubt that the spatial mage was doing it for the same reason. So tell me, what were you guys really after? Lowering his head, Raid started to laugh and draw everyone's attention. You want to know what our goal was? Ahahahahaha, you really want to know? Then listen closely, Captain of the Crimson Lions. Our goal was more than just revenge, our real goal was you, Fuego Leon Vermilion. What? Exploding out from under him, the same inky black magic that teleported the rest of the magic knights away appeared. Big bro. Leopold screamed as he watched his brother get teleported away. To get it right under his feet. The accuracy of that spell was too precise. The caster is probably close by, but I can't sense any other mana in the area. Over there. Asta suddenly yelled and charged towards a pile of zombie bodies and using his sword to throw them into the air. There. Feeling a tug of mana in the air, Grim and everyone watched as one of the bodies that Asta had swept up disappeared into a portal that looked like one of Finral's. Clap clap clap. To think you would actually find me. I'm impressed. Turning around, the group saw a man resembling a zombie standing atop the building that Grim had previously been on. I went through all the trouble of not using magic and covering myself in shit and dirt just so I could blend in, but I guess it's true what they say, animals really do have a good sense of smell. Ripping the zombie face mask off, the group was finally able to see his real appearance. A lean-built man with wavy gray hair that ends at the bottom of his head. He also has straight line going down each side of his face. To be completely honest, he still kinda looked like an undead in Grim's eyes. "Where's my brother?" Leopold yelled. He should be with you shortly. Anyway, it seems like my job is over, so I'll be seeing you." Opening another portal, he stepped through it and vanished from sight. "Get back here, you coward." Still agitated over his brother's disappearance, Leopold started to tremble. But just as he was about to yell some more, a portal opened up in front of them, and out from it came Fuego Leon. Well, an unconscious Fuego Leon covered in blood and missing his right arm. A/N, not the FAP arm. Gasps. "Be big, bro." Pthahahahaha. Raids' laughter suddenly rung out. "Looks like he's been disarmed. Maybe you should give him a hand." Ahahahahahaha. "You." Leopold swung around to face him. He. Similar to what happened to Fuego Leon, a portal appeared below Raids' feet as he prepared to be transported away. "You're not going anywhere." Asta yelled and charged him. "Ha, I'll be seeing you, Asta." Raids grinned. "Damn it. I won't make it at this rate." Gritting his teeth, a sudden flash of inspiration passed through his eyes as he pulled out his new anti-magic sword and threw it into the portal, negating the activation and absorbing the magic. "What?" Surprised by the magic disappearing, a look of shock made its way onto Raids' face as Asta flashed in front of him and punched him into the ground. Arg. This isn't good. Returning back to the area, the spatial mage that looked like some weird undead creature came back and created several more warp gates and teleported a couple of his allies to the area. He. Looks like the odds are in my favor now, brats. Raids laughed wildly despite the black eye he was now sporting. Arriving on the scene, one of the hooded mages turned to face the spatial mage. "Are you really being held back by a couple of children, Valtos?" Before he could respond, the conversation was interrupted by an unusual laugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You only brought 5 people as backup. You guys must really not care about your lives. Breath of flames. Feeling the area heat up, Valtos, Raids and the rest turned to look at a grinning Grim covered in a soft orange glow. "You know, today's been one heck of a roller coaster, and to be honest I was getting kinda bored fighting against zombies. But now that you're all here, we can finally have some fun." Releasing an absurd amount of mana that shocked the new arrivals, Grim materialized his fire sword. This heat. Having never seen Grim in action properly, Leopold was taken aback by the amount of mana that was emanating out of him. It's more than a royals. Even the enemies seemed to be surprised as a couple of them took a step back. This amount of mana. He might be a problem. "Hey." Grim's voice interrupted their train of thought. "I've been disappointed a lot lately, so if none of you survive this, don't take it personally, okay?" What? Chapter 33, Pain. So what if he's got a lot of mana? The leader of the hooded mages yelled after seeing the sudden drop in his unit's morale. "We outnumber him 5-1. We can easily kill high." While the leader of the hooded mages was trying to raise the morale of his allies, Grim smirked at the attempt and activated a spell. First form, Unknowing Fire. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Leaving a trail of fire behind and bursting forward at a shocking speed, the spell Grim had executed did its job as Grim appeared several feet behind the team leader. Thud. Silence. L leader. Robotically turning their heads to the side, the sight of Grim holding a glowing orange sword with flames curled around it came into view as the decapitated head of their leader fell from his neck and rolled onto the floor. Due to the heat from his sword, the wound had been cauterized and not a drop of blood could be seen. So that's what it feels like to kill someone. Grimm wrung out amidst the silence as he clenched and unclenched his fist. I wonder when the guilt that people talk about will set in. He killed someone. Asta's mind shook over seeing some die in front of his eyes. Even Noelle, who had apparently been checking on Fuego Leon this whole time, was shocked by what she had seen. Now then. Grimm's voice snapped them out of it. Since the only one we really need is that freaky-looking zombie guy over there in the spatial mage. I'm guessing that the Clover Kingdom will see the rest of you as expendable. Expendable? One of the mages muttered and stared at their decapitated leader's head. After witnessing the death of their team leader, the other 4 hooded mages were at a loss as they couldn't comprehend the situation. Their mission was clear: stay on standby until Valtos and raids ran into some trouble, then come and back them up. But with the sudden death of their leader, things had taken a dark turn. If Grimm's previous actions of unleashing his mana was enough to deter them, his killing of the unit leader was more than enough for everyone to see him as a threat. Furrowing his eyebrows, Valtos couldn't help but look at the boy more seriously. While he had been warned of Asta and his anti-magic capabilities, he never would have thought that one of the Eye of the Midnight Sun's team leaders would be taken care of so quickly and cleanly. Now then, do your best to defend yourselves. He grinned. Breath of Mist, second form, 8-layer mist. Not wasting any more time, Grimm switched styles and unleashed a flurry of mist attacks as the hooded mages fell into panic. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Arg. Run. Asterisk splat. Asterisk. With the release of his attacks, various screams and cries echoed out as Grimm mercilessly ripped the unit apart piece by piece. This isn't good. Watching from a safe distance, Valtos was beginning to get pissed at the intelligence-gathering team as they didn't inform them of just how ruthless and capable this mage was. One of the hooded mages that saw one of Grimm's attacks coming at him activated a spell on instinct. Wind creation magic, piercing tornado needles. Manifesting miniature vortexes made from wind in front of him, the spell caused the vortexes to be stretched to their limits until it resembled elongated spear-like needles that blew away the missed attacks. I am alive. A wind spell. Seeing the spell, the smile on Grimm's face deepened as he switched to Breath of Thunder. Third form, Thunder Swarm. Creating a spinning wave of lightning around his person, the surrounding mages were zapped and paralyzed. Arg. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Lightning magic. Seeing Grimm's lightning abilities, Valtos raised Grimm's danger level to a rank higher. Using the fear he gathered from his actions, Grimm slowly stepped towards the wind mage. Every step he took echoed within the mage's mind as he saw the shadow of death closing in. Combined with the immense magic power he was feeling, the wind mage knew that resisting would be pointless and that his fate had already been decided. I am going to die. Don't just stand there. Fight. Valtos's voice rung out. Don't forget the reason we came here. If it wasn't for people like him, we wouldn't be outcast by society. We wouldn't have to scurry around in the shadows like rats. Now take a stand and fight. He's right, you know. Grimm suddenly said to everyone's surprise. If it weren't for people like me, then you'd probably be doing way better, right? Now doesn't that make you angry? While I'm living a life of comfort and glory, you're forced to be nothing more than a sacrificial pawn whose only purpose is to die for a cause that you barely believe in. Barely believe in. That's right. Grimm nodded, not knowing what he was talking about. After seeing him use wind magic, he wanted to stir the fires in the mage's heart and cause him to attack him. But after his previous actions, he could see that the man's spirit was already broken and his will to fight had been crushed. So to bring it back to what it had previously been, he was making shit up to try to reignite his passion. Do you really want to die here today? To die without accomplishing anything? To die knowing that you were just another face in the crowd? Is that what you really want? No. The mage said quietly. What was that? I couldn't hear you. No. What? I said no. The mage yelled and released his own magic power. I won't die today. I'll kill you, defile your corpse and return home as a hero. Damn right you will. Now what are you waiting for? Attack. Arg. Wind creation magic, piercing tornado needles. What the hell is happening? Noelle wondered, unable to follow what was going on. Screaming loudly, the wind mage shot multiple tornado needles at Grimm. Finally, breathing lightly and switching to Breath of the Beast, Grimm braced himself as the needles tore through his body, leaving behind a couple of small holes and blowing him off his feet. Fuck me. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. With the amplified buffs that Breath of the Beast gives me, I thought it wouldn't be this bad. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. I did it. Seeing Grimm crash into the concrete without any sign of getting back up, the wind mage's heart was filled with shock and delight. He did it. Looking at Grimm's motionless figure, Valtos was slightly surprised. He reassessed his previous evaluation. Maybe he wasn't so troublesome after all. Grimm/rival. Asta and Leopold screamed in union before charging the wind mage. Despite their tired states from fighting raids and his zombie army, both boys prepared to deal with the wind mage. Unfortunately for them, seeing Grimm go down caused the wind mage's confidence to return as he raised his hand towards the approaching figures. Wind creation magic, piercing tornado needles. Gaia. So fast. Feeling the wind needles pierce through their bodies, both Asta and Leopold found themselves quickly losing consciousness as they slowly fell to the floor. Asta! Noelle yelled. Ah, ha, ha, ha 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 ha. I did it again. The wind mage laughed crazily before pointing his hand at the two boys. Now to finish the job. A/N, I think Grimm might have broken his mind and made him a tad bit psychotic. Unable to leave Fugolian's side, Noelle was forced to watch as her friends' lives were about to be snuffed out. Chapter 34, Vow. Stirring in his sleep, Grimm felt his eyes open slowly as they adjusted to the light. Did I pass out? Grimm. Turning his head to the side, Grimm saw a kneeling Noelle and Mimosa hovering over him. Looking closer, he noticed that Mimosa was using her plant dress and healing his wounds. To get taken out by such a small amount of pain. If my other incarnations saw me now, I wonder what they would say. Sigh, I really overestimated my own endurance. Sighing at the fact that he had miscalculated the amount of pain he would be in from the wind needles, Grimm slowly sat up, much to Mimosa's surprise. You shouldn't push yourself, she said in panic. It's fine, he replied and activated beast breathing. Deep breath. That's better. Feeling the pain dull slightly, he managed to make it onto his feet and finally see what was going on around him. What the hell happened while I was unconscious? Standing in the area around them were all the mages from the banquet, including Captain Nozel and Charlotte. Surprised by the sight of them, he turned to look at Noelle and Mimosa. Why are they here? In short, after Grimm passed out, Asta and Leopold attacked the wind mage but were caught off guard by how fast his needle attack was and were taken out of the fight and rendered unconscious. Shortly after that, the wind mage seemed to go crazy as he wanted to kill the unconscious Asta and Leopold. But before he could do anything, that spatial mage interfered, saying how it would be better to take Grimm and Asta captive so they could experiment on them. Fortunately for them, Mimosa and the captains arrived and managed to force the spatial mage to teleport himself, the wind mage and their paralyzed comrades away. Unfortunately, they also managed to take Asta with them during their escape. Mimosa then got on to stabilizing Fugolian's wounds before moving on to Grimm. I see. So I passed out and everything went to shit. Fuck. Now I feel guilty for Asta getting kidnapped. Sighing loudly, he reached for his grimoire and opened it up. Let's see if I at least manage to gain something from this whole ordeal. Reacting to his touch, the grimoire glowed a bright green color as it opened up and flipped to a new page. Breath of wind, good. Seeing the page, a small smile appeared on his face as he was torn between feeling happy that he had gotten something out of getting several holes punched through his body and the feeling of guilt over Asta being kidnapped due to him being unable to withstand the pain that other incarnations of himself would probably shrug off. While he was stuck in this limbo mindset, he was surprised when his grimoire started glowing pink. What the hell? Flipping to another page, new words manifested in front of his eyes. Breath of flower. How the hell did I get that? Turning his head to look at the two members of royalty next to him, he realized that Mimosa was still in her plant dress. Does that count? Having never been attacked by a plant-based magic before, he could only guess that Mimosa's healing was the reason that this style had unlocked itself for him. Actually, now that I think about it. Where's Captain Fuego Leon and Leopold? He asked. They're shuffling uncomfortably in place, both Noel and Mimosa turned to look at a nearby building. They're receiving treatment. Treatment? But I got treated out here. Hearing this, the girls started shuffling even more. You were rejected due to your status. My status? Grimm frowned. As a commoner. Mimosa spoke quietly, causing an awkward silence to envelop the three of them. But you were actually in a better condition than them. Mimosa said, trying to dispel the awkwardness. Although you were also hit, for some reason you bled slower than the rest. While Mimosa did her best to calm the situation down, Grimm could hear none of it as he was stuck in his own head. They rejected me. Those pompous fuckers rejected me. Me. If I was seriously injured, I would have died. Realizing that he was fortunate that Breath of the Beast amplified his body's stats like vitality long enough for Mimosa to arrive, he suddenly felt a wave of anger sprout from his heart. But before he could act on it, a familiar mana signature appeared in the middle of the surrounding mages. This mana. Hey guys. Appearing out of nowhere with Asta in one arm and a hooded mage inside of a floating sphere with a ring around that for some reason had Roman numerals that Grimm recognized from his life on Earth on it was the Wizard King. Wizard King. The surrounding mages exclaimed at his sudden appearance. Asta. Grimm's group yelled. Hey Grimm, good to see you doing alright. He waved and got out from under the Wizard King's arm. Dude, forget about that, are you okay? I mean, you got kidnapped. Yeah. He laughed. For a minute there I thought I was dead for sure. Seeing him stand there and laugh about the situation, Grimm felt some of his guilt fade away. At least he's doing fine. While he was still angry at the fact that a friend of his got kidnapped and almost died because of a dumb thing that he did, he was happy everything had worked out. Well, not for Fuego Leon and the whole missing arm thing, but well enough for everyone else. After that, Asta proceeded to give a quick explanation of how the Wizard King came and saved him from the bad guys. Listen up everyone. The Wizard King's voice rung out and drew everyone's attention. As Magic Knights, there's only one thing that we're always seeking, and that thing is peace within our kingdom. To achieve that goal, we have no other option than to fight these criminals. Criminals? A familiar voice sounded out from within the crowd. Nozel. Solid muttered, seeing the look on his brother's face. Clenching his fists tightly, the eldest of the Silva siblings turned his back on the group and after excusing himself to the Wizard King he left. I think the enemy might have just awakened a sleeping lion. The Wizard King smiled over Nozel's anger of having his rival lose an arm. Now everyone, seeing the results of today's attack, this kingdom will need you all to get stronger than you currently are. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. What now? The one who needs to get stronger is me. Slamming open a nearby door and coming out despite his exhausted state, Leopold's breathing was heavy and you could practically hear his body screaming for him to take it easy. Grimm. Asta. He smiled when he saw the two of them. I'm glad that the both of you are okay. As comrades that have been to the gates of hell and back with me, I know that both of you will get stronger too. Well, I just unlocked Breath of the Wind and Flower, so yeah. I'll get stronger too. Lighting a small flame on his fingertip, Leopold poked his forehead for a reason that Grimm didn't really understand. This is my vow. To surpass my brother. I'll become the Wizard King. Removing his finger from his forehead, a diamond-like symbol that was identical to Fugolian's was burnt into his skin. Okay. Grimm nodded, not knowing what else to say. I don't really know what's going on here or how you got to that conclusion, but knock yourself out. Hell yeah. Asta cheered. Let's get stronger together. Chapter 35, Rest. Shortly after the zombie invasion ended, the Wizard King made a public speech announcing that the attackers were part of a terrorist group and that the Magic Knights would take precautions to ensure that such an invasion never happened again. Breathing. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Grimm's body was coated in a soft green glow as he did his best to get a feel of using wind magic. Despite also gaining Breath of the Flower magic, Grimm didn't want to divide his attention too much, so chose to focus on gaining a deep understanding of Breath of Wind before moving on. Knock knock. Disturbed by the sound, Grimm's eyes flashed open as his attention shifted to his door. Come in. Opening the door, Asta walked in. Yo. He waved. The Wizard King's asking to see us. Frowning slightly, Grim nodded and stood up. Let's no keep him waiting. Meeting up with Noelle and Charmy, Grim and Asta headed to the Magic Knight headquarters. Why are you here, Charmy? Munch munch. Swallowing the food in her mouth, Charmy wiped away the crumbs on her face. Dunno. She shrugged before handing him a bun. Thanks. Can I have one too? Asta asked after seeing Grim snack on it. Me too. Noelle jumped in. Sure, food for everyone. Charmy laughed as she handed out 2 more buns. Munch 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 munch. Walking down the street and eating their buns in a synchronized fashion, the quartet caught the attention of Yuno and his group who were on the other side from them. Hey look. It's Grim and the others. Mimosa said after spotting them. Yuno and Klaus looked over and saw them. Hey Grim. Mimosa yelled, catching their attention. Huh. Hearing her voice, Grim looked around confused before seeing them. It's you guys. How are your wounds? Mimosa asked. They're healed. Didn't she already know that after healing me? That's good. She smiled sweetly. Hey Yuno. Asta suddenly shouted. I heard you defeated one of assailants all by yourself. Yuno did that. Remembering the large spike of magic power he felt back then, Grim finally equated that moment to Yuno's figure. He's gotten that much stronger since the dungeon incident. Recalling Yuno's figure in the dungeon, it was hard to believe that he was the cause of such a powerful magic spike in such a short amount of time. But if what Asta was saying was true, then that meant that Yuno was improving at a rate that was close to him. Not wanting anyone to surpass him in power, Grim silently vowed to train harder when he got back. Hey! Don't ignore me. Asta yelled after seeing Yuno not respond. Sighing lightly, Yuno opened up his grimoire. Wind creation magic, swift white hawk. Manifesting a hawk-like bird composed of wind streams, Yuno silently ordered it to attack. What? Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Feeling his eyes widen, Grim was silently shocked by the amount of power he could feel from the hawk. Compared to Yuno's attack power against Mars's crystal clones, the current him was on a whole other level. Pulling out his great sword, Asta didn't waste any time as he stabbed the winged hawk through the forehead and dispelled the magic. What the hell, Yuno? Don't just go around attacking people. Looking down at his hands, a couple of questions flashed through Yuno's mind. I might have put in a bit too much power. Standing besides, even Klaus couldn't believe the rise in Yuno's attack power. What the hell happened to him in this short amount of time? After finishing their business at the Magic Knight headquarters, the quartet returned back to the base and were surprised to see Luck and Magna waiting for them. Yo. Magna waved and tried to act cool. Grim. Luck cheered and jumped over to his side. Hey. Everyone's acting weird. What happened while we were away? Not much. I fought a couple of nobles, almost got killed by a captain, the town got attacked by an army of zombies, a terrorist organization wants to destroy the Clover Kingdom, Captain Fuego Leon lost his right arm, Asta got kidnapped, the Wizard King is actually really powerful, Noelle's siblings are probably gonna try and kill me in the dark and me, Asta and Noelle were promoted to lower class rank 3 Magic Knights. Oh, and dinner will be ready a bit earlier today. A/N, that one day when you miss school. What? Magna's jaw hit the floor. Whoa, seriously? Luck exclaimed. Yeah. Grim nodded. It was actually pretty boring, the zombie couldn't use magic and the boss could only use one spell. What about the nobles? That must have been fun, right? Not really, besides having a lot of mana they weren't anything special. Oh. That sounds boring. Sigh, it was. Seeing the somber atmosphere around them, Noelle and the rest didn't know how to react. Wanna go fight? Luck suddenly asked. Sure. Breath of Mist, second form, 8-layered mist. Slashing his sword 8 times in quick succession, 8 arcs of mist crossed the distance to cut Luck. Activating his Thunder God's boots and Thunder God's gloves, Luck zigzagged past the mist attacks and flashed forward, appearing at Grim's side within seconds. Fast as ever. Unable to hide his smile, Luck clenched his lightning-covered hand into a fist as he swung it forward with no regards for the amount of power in his attack. Feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, Grim dropped to the floor, dodging the attack. Switching the Breath of Thunder, he took advantage of the fact that Luck was so close to him to activate Thunder Swarm. Seeing through his intentions, Luck jumped high into the air, evading the spinning wave of lightning that would have probably ended the fight. Nice try. He saw through my actions. Looking down at him from the air, Luck gathered his mana into his hands as he prepared his next spell. Lightning Magic, Thunderclap Crumbling Orb. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Seeing the multiple orbs of lightning descending upon him, the smile that Grim had been hiding this entire time couldn't be held back any longer as a green glow appeared on his body. Breath of Wind. Frowning at the new color on Grim's body, Luck fired off even more lightning orbs. Feeling a sense of weightlessness on his body, Grim's sight cut past the lightning orbs and his eyes met with Luck's. First form, Dust Whirlwind Cutter. Gathering all the wind magic around him, the light green aura on his body became faint as it started swirling around his person, imitating the actions of wind. Crouching down slightly, he started generating more wind around his body before jumping with all his strength. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Surrounded by a cyclone of wind, Grim shot through the air at an astounding speed as the wind surrounding his body acted like blades and cut the approaching lightning orbs into pieces. I'm coming for you, Luck. Ha, ha 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 ha. That's so cool. Luck laughed as he watched the cyclone with Grim in the middle of it approaching him. Having read what the spell did but never trying it, Grim was pleasantly surprised by its effect. While he wasn't flying per se, standing inside the cyclone while in the air sure made it feel like he was. Surrounded by high-speed rotating winds, Grim moved through the air like a snake closing in on Luck. Laughing madly, Luck gathered an even larger portion of his mana on his hand to form a single, powerful orb of lightning. Holding his arm steady with his left hand, he aimed it at the approaching Grim. Bang. He grinned. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Releasing a sound that resembled that of a thunderclap, the orb of lightning flashed through the air at an absurd speed that Grim's eyes couldn't follow. Relying purely on his instincts alone, Grim let the cyclone go free, and without his control, the cyclone started acting like a normal cyclone. Falling through the tail end, Grim watched as the lightning orb and the cyclone clashed, causing the sound of thunder to echo out as a powerful discharge of lightning and wind from their attacks flashed across the sky and descended upon the earth. Oh shit. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Reactivating Breath of Wind, Grim took advantage of his lighter weight to use smaller versions of Dust Whirlwind Cutter to push himself out of the way of the descending lightning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Yami is not going to be happy. Looking down at the ground, Grim noticed that the courtyard was scarred by the descending lightning and the sharp cuts from the wind slashes. Hey Grim. That was awesome. Luck yelled, also falling from the sky with a smile on his face. So this couldn't all fit into the author comment, so I'm just gonna write it all here. Small rant, so. I just went through all the bad reviews this FIC has gotten. For some reason they're the most upvoted, and I can see a clear pattern. First, a large majority of the people who have complained say that Grim isn't acting like someone who lived 16 previous lives because he didn't outright fight Yami when he was coerced into joining the Black Bulls. From this I can tell that they clearly didn't understand the first 2 chapters, which is beyond me considering how much emphasis I put on him having partial memories of his 12th life, and his core memories only include him knowing that he's a reincarnator and that this life is a vacation. And the MC is brash, not stupid. If Yami can make an entire arena of people sweat with his magic power alone, why would Grim at this point, who only has 2 breath styles and 2 to 3 overall spells, fight him? His chances of winning are 0. At least when he faced Nozel he had more breath styles and spells in his arsenal. Second, I don't get why people thought the MC was nerfed. I mean, out of the 3 wishes he wanted, he got the 2 most useful, magic type, Elven Blood, Yeah, he didn't get the appearance he wanted, but it literally has no bearing on the story. And if the complaint is that God gave him a weak body, they obviously didn't take notice of how he trained to overcome that weakness. And Breath of the Beast fixes that problem in seconds, so it's not a true nerf. And speaking of nerfs, Asta has no fucking magic whatsoever, and I don't see anyone calling him weak. It's like they conveniently seem to forget this fact. Third, what is with them complaining about Grimm having a 3-leaf grimoire? Like, I get that they wanted him to have a 4-leaf and all, but don't they realize that the powerhouse characters in this series have 3-leaf grimoires? All the captains, the Witch Queen, Luck, Charmy, Vanessa, and every other Black Bull who's worth a damn. Hell. Even the Golden Dawn, best squad in the kingdom, all their members have 3 leaves. A 3-leafed Yami would bitch slap the 4-leaf, no diff, and with all of Grimm's current perks like his demon-slaying magic that allows him to use more than one magic type, something the Diamond Kingdom is struggling to do, and his elven blood that grants him large mana reserves that surpass every other human in the Clover Kingdom, not to mention the amps he'll get in the future, I don't see the problem with him having a 3-leaf grimoire. Fourth and final, the trend I see the most from the negative reviews is the fact that none of them got to CHP 11 before they started complain. Like I've said previously, CHP 1 to 10 were the prologue so that everyone got a feel of Grimm's personality, how he fights and how his magic works. CHP 11 is where Grimm's journey truly starts. Holy shit, this reminds me of the time people called the Black Clover anime trash because of Asta's early stage screaming. It was bad, but look at the anime now, nothing but praises. The only thing that would make it better would be if they had another studio other than Period animating it. Like, seriously, put Boruto on the back burner and give Black Clover some love. Realized I was starting getting off topic, so let's wrap this up. Sorry for the rant. I just think of how many other authors don't get the publicity they deserve and quit writing due to people seeing these upvoted reviews and thinking that the people who wrote them actually know what they're talking about. Like one of the most upvoted reviews said, the MC lived 13 lives. Chapter 2 is called Reincarnation 17. I'm not saying that everyone should go read like 20 chps of a shit novel just to whether it gets good or not, considering this is web novel that's probably not the case. But I do feel like we've lost a couple of gems due to these type of reviews. I honestly got lucky in all of this, due to my MHA-FIC being so popular. If it weren't for the fact that people knew my writing style and believed in my ability to tell a story, I'm sure that this novel wouldn't be as popular as it is now, like holy shit. Somehow this is the most popular Black Clover FIC on the site for now. Well, at one point my MHA FIC was in the same status, but that's declined as I've started giving this novel more attention. Oh well. Anyway, sorry for wasting your time writing this, just speaking/writing my mind, feel free to ignore it. Oh. And shout out to the rant cafes, Nux Taku, Anime Uproar, and All Day Anime, Isekai Novel, which I just found on Webnovel, that time I got Isekai to another world with my truck. Chapter 36, Old Acquaintances. Wow. Yami's gonna be pissed. Looking at the messed up courtyard, Finral couldn't help but comment while Grimm and Luck were laying down catching their breaths. Tell me something I don't know. Grimm laughed. So. Before Yami comes out and kills you, wanna go to a mixer? A mixer. Imagining Yami's reaction to the state of the courtyard, Grimm only asked one question. How fast can we leave? Right away. Opening up a portal, Finral smiled. Great. Let's go, Luck. Grimm said, jumping up from the ground. Sure. Actually. Finral cut in. It's a 3-on-3 mixer and I kinda already invited Asta, so. Oh. Grimm and Luck looked at each other. This took all of 5 seconds before Grimm abandoned Luck by jumping through the portal. Good luck. He shouted. A/N, that pun though. Knowing that Luck was a lot faster than him, the chances of him escaping Yami's wrath was a lot higher than his own, therefore he didn't hesitate to leave his friend behind. Crossing through the portal, Grimm found himself standing outside a familiar-looking restaurant. Wait a second. Isn't this where I used to work? You made it. A voice sounded out from beside him. Huh. Turning his head slightly, Grimm, the smiling face of Asta waiting for him. Hey. Before the two could start their conversation, Finral quickly came through the portal with slightly frazzled hair. Heavy breathing. Damn that battle maniac. He cursed before noticing that Grim and Asta were staring at him. Ahem. He coughed and combed his hair back to normal with his hand. Putting on a friendly smile and pretending that the past 10 seconds didn't happen, he directed his attention to the two and said, "Follow me." Ignoring their stares, he walked into the restaurant without looking back. Looking at each other, Grim and Asta shrugged before following him inside. Following his lead, the two were led to table where 3 lovely ladies were waiting for them. "So these are our dates." Knowing that showing up late wouldn't leave the best first impression, Finral went into gentleman mode as the aura around him changed. "Sorry for the wait, ladies, we had to deal with a small issue." He smiled. "Ah. Oh, it's Oka, Grim." One of the ladies suddenly exclaimed, ignoring Finral's gentleman act. "Eh." Hearing his name being called, Grim took a closer look at the ladies and realized that he had met them all before. "Ah, Rebecca. So. You guys all know each other, huh?" Aiming his smile at Grim, Finral asked this question with a strangely dark aura around him that made Grim feel slightly uncomfortable. "Know each other? I'd say we more than know each other, right, Grim?" The blonde lady said with a more than enthusiastic tone. "Yeah." Grim nodded, considering that he didn't know a lot of people. He wondered how he managed to get into a mixer with 3 women that he had known for years. "Is that so?" Finral smiled while his dark aura intensified. "Yeah." The girl with black hair nodded. "Whenever we came to visit Rebecca at work, we always ran into Grim here. He was very polite." "Was he now?" Finral said, giving Grim a weird look. "Whoa. You guys must be super close then." Asta gasped, not reading the room. "Not as close as I'd like." The blonde one mumbled under her breath. Picking up on this, Finral's dark aura increased to a terrifying level. "Why is it that I'm the only one that can feel it?" Brushing off Finral's glare, Grim turned his attention to the only girl who had kept silent throughout the conversation. Remembering the letter he had left her telling her that she was a massive bitch, he didn't know what to say except, "It's good to see you again." "Is it?" Rebecca finally spoke. "Not really." "Sure. That's strange, because if I remember correctly, the last thing I got from you was a letter detailing the ways in which I had, and I quote, a bitch face, reeked of something you called thottery and was a future champion at tonsil hockey." Silence. Tonsil hockey. Damn, I must have been in a really good mood if I based one of my insults on a game these guys don't even know of. Feeling everyone's eyes fall on him, Grim coughed lightly before continuing the conversation. "So how much of that did you actually understand?" "Only the part about you calling me a bitch. And the rest? Gibberish. So I wrote that letter all for nothing." Sigh, in my defense, I called a bunch of nobles inbreds the other day, so you don't have to worry about being the only person I insult. Hearing this, Rebecca frowned. "You insult people other than me?" she asked, ignoring the part about him insulting nobility. "Yeah. Quite frequently. A/N, LOL, the realization that you're not special." Seeing that Rebecca had fallen silent, Finral took the opportunity to take control of the conversation. "Ahem, I know that you guys already know each other, but I think it's time to introduce ourselves." "Oh." The blonde-haired girl said in surprise before looking at Finral. "I completely forgot about you." Asterisk oof. Asterisk. That's okay. Finral said with a strained smile. "I guess I'll go first then." The black-haired one began. "I'm Erica and I work at the tailor shop across from here. I'm very good with measurements, so if you're ever looking for a personal tailor then I'm your gal." Next up was the blonde-haired girl sitting next to her. "I'm Ellen, I work at the salon down the street. And while I'm used to working on women's hair, if the right guy came along I wouldn't mind cutting his hair." She winked at Grim. Seeing her actions, Finral turned to look at Grim and spoke in a hushed voice. "Did she ever cut your hair?" "Yeah." He nodded. "I didn't want to pay and she never charged." Moving on to the next person, Rebecca cleared her throat and gave Grim a hard look before introducing herself. "I'm Rebecca, I work in this restaurant and used to be Grim's co-worker." "Wow." Finral exclaimed. "Lovely jobs to fit such lovely lady." "So Grim." Erica interrupted and switched her attention to Grim. "How's the Magic Knight business going?" It's pretty fun. I get to fight a bunch of strong dudes and manage to break a ton of bones in the process. I even got to cut a guy's head off the other day. It's the perfect job. That sounds nice, Erica said with a cramped smile. So my name is Finral and it must be scary, right? Ellen said, ignoring Finral in the midst of his introduction. Fighting all those scary guys, not knowing whether you'll live or die. Nah, that kind of stuff gets my blood pumping, and besides, I only came close to dying once. What? When? Rebecca looked at Grimm with concern. When the capital got attacked by the Eye of the Midnight Sun. I let a guy hit me with an attack, but I underestimated the power it and almost died in the process. Haha, I was actually quite lucky that Mimosa got there so fast. Mimosa. For some reason, the minute Mimosa's name escaped his lips, the expression on all three girls' faces changed. Why, you have a friend named Mimosa? What an unusual name for a boy. Ellen asked with a strange smile. Mimosa's a girl, so it's not really strange. Grimm responded before taking a sip from his drink. A girl, huh? Is she pretty? Rebecca asked, taking control of the conversation. I guess. I mean, she has really big boobs and I sometimes feel like they're daring me to squeeze them. Pretty funny, right? Hilarious. Rebecca smiled and quietly clenched her cup so hard that cracks were starting to appear. Guys, I'm Finra. How come you're not working today? Did the boss give you a day off? Grimm asked Rebecca while Finral failed to introduce himself again. Nah, my shift is being covered by a new girl. Boss hired another waitress. Yeah, she's right over there. Where is she? Looking around the restaurant, Rebecca was confused when she didn't see anyone serving the customers. She's not here. Grimm asked, also looking around. I guess she must be doing something else for the moment. Guess so. So how are your siblings? Well, Mark. While Rebecca recounted the events that happened over the past few months, Grimm smiled lightly and kept nodding his head while wondering how Luck was handling Yami's rage. Should I have ditched him? I mean, he's fast and all, but who knows what Yami's capable of when he's angry. Nah, he'll be fine. He'll probably even try to fight him if given the chance. The real problem is that guy. The power he displayed recently was astonishing. The one spell I have in Breath of Wind doesn't even compare to that Wind Eagle he launched at Asta. After letting that Wind Mage attack me back then, I can safely assume that Breath of Mist probably isn't the best magic to use against Wind Mages. Actually, if I think about it now, the only magic I haven't upgraded so far is Breath of Thunder. Having only one spell in my lightning arsenal is quite embarrassing. Since it doesn't seem like I'm getting any buffs from fighting and tanking Luck's attacks, I guess I'll have to think of another way. I wonder if I can find anything in the library. Do we even have a library? I'm really glad you think so, to Grimm. Rebecca smiled, unaware that Grimm hadn't been listening. Huh? Yeah, sure. What did I agree to? Chapter 37, The One Who Won't Change. After a couple minutes of small talk with the others, Finral was finally able to introduce himself and Asta to the girls. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to do him any good as they were too focused on Grimm's adventures as a magic knight. Why is this happening? Finral lamented on the situation. Talking to Grimm, Rebecca brought up a topic that made Grimm raise his eyebrow. The kids at the church came over the other day. They really miss you, I'll go visit them when I get the chance. You should. That Marie girl has been coming here ever since you left. Little Marie. Yeah, her brother even showed up a couple of times to take her back. Marie has a brother? Grimm said in mild surprise. Yeah. Shouldn't you know this already? I'm not the best listener. He shrugged. Why do you sound so proud saying that? I am what I am. I'm not the best listener and I'm completely fine with that fact. And it's not like it's affected me badly. I had to remind you that a girl you've known for 2 years has a brother. Like I said, it hasn't affected me negatively. Sigh, you haven't changed. It's only been a couple of months. I thought you might have matured in that time. Sighing, Rebecca played with her straw before looking up at Grimm and asking a serious question. Why didn't you come back? I know that you achieved your dream and became a magic knight, but that shouldn't have stopped you from visiting us. I've been busy, yeah, you've said. Rebecca smiled wryly. I know that we don't really get along and that you're probably happy that you don't have to see me every day, but it'd be nice if you dropped in every once in a while. The boss really misses you. I'm sure he'd be happy to see you again. Before Grimm could respond, a drunk idiot with messy hair came stumbling over reeking of alcohol. Hey there, Sir Knight. Ha 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 ha. Finally gracing us with your noble presence, are ya? What? Grimm looked at the men with some confusion. You damn nobles think you're all that just because you're magic knights. Well, listen here, just because you were born with a lot of mana it doesn't make you better than me. Actually it does, and I'm also not a noble. Of course you are. Only nobles can become magic knights. The man laughed before downing the mug of ale he had in his hand. You do know that the captain of the Green Mantis is a commoner, right? Pa ha 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 ha, hey you. He suddenly stopped laughing when he saw Rebecca. Aren't you the girl who always brings that kid with her to work? Ha 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 ha, even when you're covered in sweat you're still working hard. If you're that desperate for some coin, I can give you a bit if you suck on my C. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Activating Breath of the Beast, Grimm placed his hand on the drunken man's chest and with a less than gentle push, he sent him flying into a couple of empty tables in the corner. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. With the loud crash, the entire restaurant fell into silence as Grimm slid his drink away from himself. Shocked by his actions, a wide-eyed Rebecca gave him a questionable look. What? Some of his spit flew into my cup when he was talking. Ignoring the stares, Grimm got up and went over to the counter and ordered another drink. Almost forgot. Walking over to Knocked Out Drunk, he searched through his body until he found a money pouch. Bingo. But just as he was about to take it, Asta and Finral appeared behind him. What are you doing? Finral asked with a frown. Taking my spoils. Grimm answered without looking back. You can't do that. Asta yelled, that's stealing. So. In the church, they taught us that God doesn't like thieves. Yeah, well, God's a dick. Grimm refuted. Blasphemy. Some random person shouted from the background. Grimm. I think we should go. Walking over with her friends, Rebecca tried to advise him. Sure, let me just grab the money and then we can go. Grimm. If you do that you'll be a criminal. Feeling like things were about to get out of hand, Finral thought it best to inform Grimm of the consequences of his actions. And you'll be put in jail. And I'll just escape if needs be. They'll seal away your magic. Oh. Realizing the gravity of the situation and the potential outcome, Grimm dropped the money pouch and stood back up and turned to face them. Let's go. What about the mixer? Ellen and Erica walked over and asked. He shrugged. I'm over it. Oh. The girls frowned. Yeah, so I'll see you all later. Collecting his drink from the counter, Grimm downed it and quickly left the restaurant behind. Grimm, wait. Rebecca yelled and ran out after him. He turned around. I thought I made it clear that I was done with this mixer. You did, but. Growing annoyed with Grimm's attitude, Rebecca couldn't hold herself back and finally spoke her mind. But do you have to be such a dick about it? What? First you brush us off when we try to talk to you, then you ruin the mixer by attacking that drunk and then you leave us behind without even saying goodbye. How fucking selfish are you? Granted that you and me might have had our differences in the past, but I thought that you were better than this. Better than this? Grimm frowned. Oh Rebecca, I am much, much worse. And I'm pretty sure I inadvertently saved you from being grabbed and groped by a stranger. You know, now that I think about it, you didn't even thank me. Wow Rebecca, rude. What the fuck are you talking about? Dunno, if I'm being honest with you, I've been kinda zoning in and out of our conversations for a while now. You're not even listening. I'm listening. Sort of, I mean I can hear the words coming out of your mouth, but for some reason my brain doesn't seem to register them. It's like whenever you have that resting bitch look on your face, my brain just checks out. Did you really just insult me and try to justify your reason for ignoring me in the same sentence? To answer this, Grimm shrugged. Sighing loudly, Rebecca suddenly found herself chuckling at Grimm's response as she realized that this was just how he was. You really haven't changed, have you? She smiled. Nope, this personality is pretty much locked in at this point. What? I said you're a bitch. Ha, never change, Grim, never change. Chapter 38, Limit Breakers. Are you sure about this? Standing in the middle of the destroyed courtyard, Grim stood bare-chested looking at Asta. Yeah. He nodded before focusing on using Breath of the Beast. Come on, Grim, you can do this. Breathing out lightly, the glow on his body seemed solidify slightly as he struggled to raise his arms. Attached to each limb was a metal vambrace that weighed several pounds. Okay then, let's do this. Gritting his teeth, Asta stomped down hard and shot forward at breakneck speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Ducking under his blow, Grim's left fist tightened up as he sent it flying forward at Asta's unprotected stomach. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Ugh. Asterisk feeling the air in his lungs being forced out, Asta unintentionally bent forward. Breath of wind. Switching breath style, the glow around Grim's fist changed as a powerful gust escaped from his hand and sent Asta hurtling into the distance. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Crashing down hard on the round, Asta was groaned slightly before standing back up. How was that? He smiled and asked after catching his breath. Pretty good. Grim answered after looking down at his fist. Okay, Luck, you can join in now. Hell yeah. Luck's voice resounded from the distance as he flashed into view. Let's do this. Stick to ranged attacks, please. Asta focus on close quarters. Sure. Once the two of them knew their roles, the attack started once more. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Using the enhanced senses from Breath of the Beast, Grim zigzagged through Luck's attacks while watching out for Asta. Pulling out his smaller anti-magic sword, Asta charged towards Grim while absorbing and storing some of Luck's lightning attacks in his sword. HYAH. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Pulling out his beast swords, the three swords clashed into the other as the wielders put all their physical power into pushing the other back. Crackle. Huh. Gotcha. Releasing the trapped lightning inside his sword, Asta unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning magic that exploded between them. Shit. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Sent flying backwards from the shock wave created from the lightning release, a yellow aura-coated Grim couldn't help but be amazed at Asta's ability to catch him off guard. He absorbed Luck's lightning and waited until I was in a position in which I wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. Heh, looks like your combat senses are growing, Asta. Feeling the smile on his face starting to widen, Grim dug his heels into the ground, forcibly halting his momentum and bringing him to a stop. And thanks to him switching to Breath of Thunder, the damage that he received from the lightning was lessened and allowed him to keep on fighting. Eyes up. Appearing above him, Luck's maniacal smile was quite frightening as he rained down a storm of lightning bolts. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Switching to Breath of Mist, Grim countered the falling lightning by using 8-layered mist, and released an outrageous amount of arc-shaped mist attacks that collided with the descending lightning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Placing more and more mana into their attacks, the shock waves coming from the collision caused the air to tremble as both parties refused to give in. Fortunately for them, they didn't have to. Appearing by Grim's side, Asta wasn't out of the fight yet as he unhesitatingly swung the sword horizontally at Grim's ribs. Feeling his danger senses suddenly fly off the charts, Grim eyes widened as he subconsciously forced his body to fall back as he transitioned into back-flipping over the blade before switching to Breath of the Wind. First form, Dust Whirlwind Cutter. Covering himself in a whirlwind of air, Grim shot backwards, creating distance between the two, and watched as Luck's lightning fell onto Asta. After fighting for half an hour straight, the three black bulls felt their sweat roll down the side of their faces as their heavy breathing was audible to the now spectating audience. Breathing heavily, the glint in Grim's eyes seemed to intensify as he started trembling. This is fun. This is really fun. Pushed to his absolute limits, Grim started laughing loudly as the aura around him started to climb to levels that it had never reached before. Feeling his ascending aura, even a battle maniac like Luck lost his smile for a second before the lightning on his body went out of control and bolts started flying off into random directions. Drawn into their pace, Asta's grip tightened as he pulled his large anti-magic sword out of his grimoire. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Faced with the two of them, Grim couldn't help but feel his battle intent increase. Crush them. Crush them. Crush them. Releasing an absurd amount of magic power, Grim lost himself to his base instincts. Luck on the other hand had another thought racing through his head as he stared at Grim. Fight. 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 While unable to feel or use magic, Asta could tell from the pressure coming off the two of them that things were about to ramp up. Gripping his swords hard, a single thought ran through his mind as he felt his heart start to beat faster. Become Wizard King. Become Wizard King. Become Wizard King. Losing sight of everything around them, the one thing that connected the three boys was their growing urge to battle. Sitting on the sofa that they had brought outside, Yami sat next to a nervous-looking Noel who was watching the fight with furrowed brows. Taking a puff from his cigarette, he looked at all three members of his squad and smiled. These guys. They're about to surpass their limits. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Shooting off from his position, the ground below Grim cracked and shattered as he turned into a violent whirlwind and charged towards both boys. Fight. Forgetting about his own teammate, Luck gathered a large amount of mana into his right hand and charged it into a massive ball of energy before firing it off at the approaching Grim. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Seeing the massive ball of lightning closing in on him, Grim sped up even further as he was moments away from crashing into it. But at the last minute, he jumped into the air avoiding the attack completely before switching to Breath of Flames. Feeling the sword in his hand change, Grim tightened his grip on the newly materialized sword as he raised it above his head. Ninth form, Rengoku. Slashing down without any hesitation, Luck watched transfixed as a descending beam of light filled his eyes. Flashing in front of him, Asta pointed his smaller anti-magic sword at the beam of flames and let his sword do its thing. Watching Asta's sword absorb the attack, Luck's mind started moving again as he raced to the grounded Grim. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Barely managing to dodge Luck's fist, Grim subconsciously switched to Breath of the Beast and started swapping hands. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Cracking his lightning-covered knuckles against Grim's face, Luck unleashed a deadly flurry of lightning-infused attacks. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Hit with uppercut that quickly transitioned into a swing, Grim was getting the beating off his life. Watching Grim's face get pummeled, a worried Noelle turned to look at her captain. Captain. We have to stop them, they're going too far. Too far. Hearing her, Yami looked down at the silver-haired noble before focusing his attention back on the fight. I think you're forgetting something. Forgetting something. That boy. He's still smiling. Not yet. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Not yet. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Just a little more. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Almost there. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Now. The spectating members of the Black Bulls said in union as Grim suddenly dodged Luck's fist. He avoided it. Finral muttered in shock. Must be a fluke. Magna laughed. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. He did it again. Vanessa noted. Impossible. Luck has clearly gotten faster while Grim's speed hasn't changed. He shouldn't be able to evade his attacks. He figured out the timing. Yami suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Timing. Finral repeated in confusion. Nodding his head, Yami gave a brief explanation. I don't know how he did it, but that kid took those punches and figured out the amount of time Luck took in between landing one punch and launching the next. Now he's simply adapting to it. How is that possible? At the speed Luck's moving at, Grim shouldn't have enough time to think, let alone dodge. Vanessa said. Yeah. But it's like his senses have been heightened to the point that he's able to react during those small instances in between Luck's attacks. It's almost like he's subconsciously using ki. The last point was spoken in a quiet voice. There. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. There. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. There. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Keeping his eyes closed, Grim felt the air pressure from Luck's fists brush against his cheek as his body seemed to move on its own, weaving through attack after attack until finally. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk gasps. Asterisk. He landed a hit. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Almost as if he could see what Luck was about to do, Grim managed to evade another round of jabs and counter with several Breath of the Beast-enhanced punches that quickly pushed Luck into a disadvantageous position. Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Tanking Grim's blows, Luck's speed increased to another level as both he and Grim lost themselves in the fight. Incredible. Yeah. Vanessa and Finral nodded. Watching Grim and Luck trade blows was always an entertaining spectacle to witness. But the fight right now was completely out of their expectations. Their rate of improvement, it's frightening. Noelle muttered with wide eyes. You think that's frightening? Yami suddenly spoke up. Captain. While those two may be impressive, you're forgetting one other person. Turning their attention back to the fight, the rest of the Black Bulls felt their jaws hit the floor. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Blocking Luck's punch with a punch of his own, blood seeped down Grim's forehead while the smile on his face deepened. This is fun, this is fun, this is so much fun. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Blocking another one of Luck's punches, a single beast sword materialized in Grim's left hand as he blocked Asta's sword swing. He's fighting them both. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Yami said. The wrong thing. Yeah. He nodded. While those two are improving at an unusual rate, the real monster here is the kid with no magic that is somehow managing to keep up with them. Chapter 39, Monsters. Overflowing with mana, Grim's breathing was hurried as his stamina was reaching its breaking point. Asta and Luck were both in a similar position, but just like Grim, the two of them were too caught up in this fight and neither wanted to give in. Are they going to stop soon? Magna asked. Seems like they're at their limits. Vanessa casually said. Seems so. Yami nodded and got up. Take them to their rooms once they collapse. Switching to Breath of Wind, Grim dodged Luck's next swing and grabbed onto his collar. Gotcha. Huh. Surprised by his actions, Luck momentarily snapped out of battle-crazed state. Standing face to face with a stunned Luck, Grim's smile reflected in his eyes as he activated Dust Whirlwind Cutter. Surrounding his body in violent green winds, Grim, who still holding onto Luck, shot up high into the air until the two of them were above the base. What the hell? Asta said after seeing the two of them shoot into the air. Down you go. Once they were high enough, Grim switched back to Breath of the Beast and used his enhanced strength to throw Luck towards the base with enough force that the sound of the wind whistling was heard by everyone on the ground. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Crashing through the roof of one of the buildings, Luck finally stopped falling once his body made contact with the floor. So this is my limit. Exhausting all of his remaining stamina in that last toss, Grim felt his eyelids grow heavy as he fell through the air and towards the earth. Grim. Noelle screamed. Finral. Yami looked over at him. Nodding his head, Finral opened up a portal beneath Grim and everyone watched as Grim's body vanished out of sight. Done. Good. Yami nodded before leaving. Wait, where is he? Vanessa said, confused at the fact that Finral hadn't opened up a portal next to them to bring Grim here. I opened up a portal to his room. You can do that? Noelle said in surprise. Pretty cool, huh? Finral said with a smug expression. No, it's actually really disgusting. Going into someone's room whenever you want, even if they lock the door. You're really disgusting. Vanessa and Magna burst into laughter. Oh God. She's got you pegged as a pervert. Watching his squad mates enjoying themselves, Asta's adrenaline finally started to calm down as he felt his body become heavy. Thud. Dropping to the ground face first, sounds of his snores reached his teammates' ears as they all turned to look at him. Can you get him to his room? Everyone looked at Finral. Yawn, what time is it? Waking up in his room, Grim felt a feeling of serenity wash over him as his body felt oddly refreshed. The fight against both Asta and Luck had really taken a lot out of him. Even with his versatile spells, he still wasn't able to completely dominate the fight. In fact, he had even lost himself in the process and enjoyed it. The feeling was quite new to him. He enjoyed crushing his enemies and driving them into a state of helplessness, but to actually enjoy the fight itself was definitely something he hadn't experienced before. That being said, his decision to fight against both of them seemed to have been the right one. Fighting against Luck always forced himself to evolve during battle, but who knew that Asta was also capable of pushing him this far? That being said, it seemed like Asta and Luck also managed to improve aspects of their combat abilities as well. Even their growth is starting to become astounding. At this rate, won't be the only one who can pressure me. I've got to get stronger even faster. Coming down from his battle high, Grim's personality returned to what it was before and allowed him to calmly analyze the situation. Climbing out of the bed, he stretched his limbs and turned his attention to the outside of the window. What a nice day. Hey Grim, wanna play some cards? Seeing Grim sitting down on the living space couch by himself, Vanessa wandered over with a pack of cards in her hand. Just us? He asked. Yeah. She nodded. Everyone else seems to be busy doing something. Oh. Guess that means it's just us. Seems so. She smiled and started dealing the cards. So you don't have any memories prior to 5 years ago? Pretty much. Whoa, like aren't you curious about who you used to be? Or who your parents were or why you ended up in that forest? Not really. He shook his head and picked up a card from the stack. After playing cards with Vanessa for the past hour and a half, the two got to talking and discovered quite a bit about the other. Remembering her own past and her own mother figure, Vanessa went silent for a minute before showing off a small smile. Family's overrated anyway. The Black Bulls are the only family you need. You think? Yeah, don't you think they feel like family? I wouldn't know, the whole amnesia thing, remember? Oh yeah, but what about those people that you used to work with? Aren't they family? Rebecca and the boss. Yeah. She nodded. You spent 2 years with them after all, surely you must feel something. Shrugging his shoulders, he thought back on his time with the boss and Rebecca. Did I ever view them as family? While Grim was thinking about this, Asta suddenly burst through the door. Grim. What are you doing? He yelled when he saw him. Grim raised his head and answered calmly. I'm playing cards. But what your promise to Rebecca? My what now? You promised Rebecca that you'd visit the church today. Did I? He frowned, not remember ever promising her anything. Yes. During the mixer, remember? I forgot you guys went on a mixer. Vanessa chuckled before taking a swig of her drink. Since you all came back alone, I figured none of you got any action, so you came back to lick your wounds. I think that applies more to Finral than me and Asta. Grim added. That sounds right. Vanessa said before collecting all the cards. You're done playing? Yeah, I'm feeling a bit tired at the moment. Oh, see you later then. Later. She got up and left. Grim. Sigh, I'm coming, Asta. Chapter 40, Protective. Getting his broom out of his room, Grim and Asta took to the air as they rode all the way to Sister Teresa's orphanage. Apparently Grim had agreed to visit the orphanage with Rebecca and her siblings during the mixer event. Having no memory of making such a promise and having nothing better to do on his day off besides training and eating, he decided to go and see how the orphans and Sister Teresa having been doing since his last visit. I wonder if I can beat her in a fight now. Guess we'll find out later. Why are you coming anyway? It's not like you really know them. Flying through the air at a relatively fast speed, Grim asked Asta a question that had been bugging him for a while now. Scratching the back of his head and laughing to himself, Asta put on a goofy smile. He, I get along well with kids. I'm sure a lot of priests said that when they had to justify their actions. Grim muttered quietly. What? I said I'm sure the kids will like you a lot. You think so? Yeah, you're quite likable. Oh shucks, you're embarrassing me, Grim. Asta laughed lightly while showing off a magnificent smile. He's here. He's back. Grim. Descending from the sky with Asta sitting behind him, Grim was greeted to the sounds of children cheering and welcoming his arrival. Whoa, you're really popular. Asta gasped when he saw the amount kids cheering Grim's name. Yeah. Seeing the kids looking excited over his mere presence, Grim couldn't help but crack a smile as he realized just how much he missed these guys. It's good to be back. Hey Grim. Over here. Rebecca and her siblings yelled and called them over. Landing the broom, Asta and Grim jumped down and went to greet them. Yo. Grim waved at the kids. Grim. The kids yelled and swarmed him in hugs. Seeing this, Rebecca smiled before her an expression of surprise appeared on her face. You're here too, Asta. Yeah, I tagged along. Changing from shock to a gentle smile, Rebecca introduced him to her siblings. Me next. Know me. Know me. Okay, Marco, come here, you're next. Yeah. Running over to Grim's side, he let himself get picked up. Picking him up in his arms, a green glow coated Grim's body as he activated a spell. Dust Whirlwind Cutter. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Getting surrounded by a green whirlwind, Grim shot high into the air with Marco in his arms. Oh. Marco screamed as the wind brushed past his face. Sigh, when I said you should spend time with everyone, I didn't mean putting them in danger like this. Watching this all take place from the sidelines, Rebecca couldn't help but sigh. Asta, on the other hand, was having the time of his life playing with a couple of other kids. Whilst Grim was busy showing the kids what it was like to be a human rocket, none of them knew of the impending arrival of one overprotective brother. Carrying 2 bags filled to the brim with toys and other commodities, Ghosh headed towards the church with a spring in step. Marie hum Marie. Humming a song that he had created in his head from his prison days, Ghosh's mood took an extreme turn when he arrived at the church and saw his sister being brought down from the sky in the arms of another man. Marie. Seconds later, that small brown-haired girl ran into the arms of another man and was swung around while laughing happily. Frozen in place, it took a moment for Ghosh to process what he was seeing. At first he felt shock, then confusion, now he was feeling anger. Before Asta could go any further with Marie, Ghosh appeared by his using some demonic method before knocking him to the ground. Stay away from Marie, he said in a dark tone while emanating a lot of malice. Realizing that someone had just floored Asta at a speed that was invisible to the human eye, everyone who was on the ground couldn't help but gasp in union. Drawn by the loud gasps, Grim landed back down on the ground and looked towards Asta's direction. Asta, he called. Hey Grim. Asta waved from the ground. Following the boot on Asta's back from the bottom and up to the assailant's face, he was surprised to see that he recognized the person. Hey, aren't you that sister-loving pervert from the Black Bulls? Recognizing Grim as one of the newer members of the Black Bulls and as the person who had previously been holding Marie, Ghosh's anger turned into rage as he screamed at him. Fuck off, you battle-crazed lunatic. I'll crush you and this little ball of muscles under my feet. Crush me. For some reason the smile that Grim was previously sporting seemed to have darkened. I don't know what I've done to piss you off, but let's test that theory, shall we? Switching to Breath of the Beast, a feral aura burst out from Grim's body as his magic power started to climb. So much mana. Having never felt Grim's release of mana before, Rebecca was almost forced to her knees by the oppressive nature of his mana. Feeling his aura, a large bead of sweat rolled down Ghosh's face. Stop. A young voice suddenly yelled out. Huh. Turning to look in the direction that the voice came from, Grim, Asta and Ghosh were surprised to see a panicked-looking Marie standing next to trembling Rebecca. Marie. Ghosh said when he saw her. Stop being mean to Grim and Asta. They're going to be my husbands in the future. Stunned by Marie's sudden declaration of marriage, Gauche, Rebecca, Asta and Grimm fell into silence as their eyes went wide in shock. Did this 10-year-old just say husbands, as in plural? Caught off guard by Marie's proclamation, Grimm's mana release dispersed as he was still in a state of shock and confusion. It was only moments later that everyone snapped out of the stupor by Gauche's eruption of bloodlust. I'll kill you all. Chapter 41, Backing It Up. Oh ho, now that's some malice. Feeling Gauche's murderous aura, Grimm couldn't help but smile as his fire sword manifested in his hand. Seeing the loving look Marie was giving Grimm and Asta, Gauche couldn't hold himself back as his mana started to fluctuate. For tainting the mind of my beloved Marie, I sentence you to death. Mirror magic, reflect ray. Summoning out a large mirror tool, Gauche's mana ran through his body and into his grimoire as he prepared to activate a spell. Grinning at the prospect at fighting a new opponent, Grimm dug his feet into the ground as he lowered his stance as prepared to shoot forward. Breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Bursting forward at neck-breaking speed, Grimm left a fiery trail of flames behind him as his figure shot forward and appeared in front of Gauche with the tip of his sword pressed against his Adam apple. What? Unable to believe what had just occurred, Gauche blinked several times until he was sure that the cold feeling pressing against his throat was a sword. He's in front of me. You thought you could kill me with this amount of skill? Grimm spoke in a quiet time so that only Gauche could hear him. I don't know if I should feel insulted or not. Feeling the sword dig deeper into his skin, worry finally descended upon Gauche as he realized that he was seconds away from death. And to make matters even worse, this damned brat was smiling like with fucking joy. This bastard. You couldn't even react to my speed and yet you thought you could kill me. Are you retarded? But just before Grimm could push the sword forward, a loud voice stopped him from proceeding any further and drew in everyone's attention. What is going on here? Huh? Turning their heads in the direction the voice was coming from, the gray-haired nun Teresa stood there and looked at him and Gauche questionably. What the hell is wrong with you two? Teresa shouted as both boys stood before her. What? I was just showing him that you shouldn't be arrogant unless you have the ability to back it up. Grimm smiled innocently while switching between magic attributes for practice. Arrogant. You're the most arrogant person here. Yeah. This motherfucker. A/N, LOL, calm down sister. TCH, where's Marie? Gauche muttered, no longer caring about Grimm. After Sister Teresa came out, Marie and the other children were sent back inside the church while she reprimanded the two of them. And you? She turned her attention onto Gauche. Why in God's name did you pick a fight with this psycho? Psycho? That's a bit harsh. Grimm said after hearing Teresa chastise Gauche. Be quiet. She yelled, growing more and more annoyed by Grimm's nonchalant attitude before switching back to Gauche. Ignoring Gauche getting reprimanded, Grimm realized that he still hadn't had a rematch with Teresa yet. You goddamn sister-loving FR. Hey sister, how about we go at it again? Grimm asked without anyone around them understanding the context. What? Surprised by Grimm's sudden question, Teresa stopped reprimanding Gauche and looked at Grimm with confusion. You know what? The last time I was here you left me laying flat on my ass from exhaustion. For an old lady you really wore me out. Now I want to show you that just what I've learned in these last couple of months. What? Misunderstanding the context behind the conversation, Rebecca's eyes went wide as she couldn't stop looking back and forth between Grimm and Teresa. What the hell? You okay? Asta asked after seeing her face go pale. Gee, Grimm and Sister Teresa they. I know, right? Asta nodded and made a serious face. To think that Grimm would get beaten by an old lady like Sister Teresa, I never would have guessed. Wait, what? You damn brat. Stop saying things that will make people misunderstand. Taking a moment to think about his previous wording, it slowly dawned on him what she was talking about. Looking at the horrified look on Gauche's face and then back at Teresa, Grimm couldn't help but burst into laughter as he dropped to the floor and started rolling around. Ha 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 ha. Oh God. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny about getting with me? Teresa glared at him after seeing tears gathering in the corner of his eyes. A/N, weird thing for a nun to say. Unable to hear over the sound of his own laughter, Grim continued laughing until Teresa eventually left. Oh fuck, my cheeks hurt from laughing so much. Standing up from the ground, Grim felt a stretching pain in his cheeks as he started to massage them. Hey Grim. Rebecca called out, seeing that he had finally calmed down. It's getting dark, do you guys have a place to stay the night? Now that she mentioned it, Grim realized that Asta basically dragged him here and the two of them hadn't really planned on staying for this long. How did I not notice how dark it was getting? A/N, because you were too busy laughing. Seeing as how Grim had fallen silent, Rebecca gathered her courage and spoke up. If you have nowhere else to go, you guys can spend the night at my house. Really? Grim looked at her suspiciously. She's being weirdly nice. Sure, it's only one night. What do you say, Asta? Grim turned to his friend and asked. Sure. He smiled. I guess we're spending the night then. Grim said, turning back to face Rebecca. Oh. Are we bringing him along? She pointed to a stone-faced Gauche. After realizing that he hadn't spent any time with his sister, Gauche was stuck in this frozen state as he was still recovering. Let's leave him. Grim said after seeing that Gauche was paying attention to them. We can't do that. Asta denied. He's a member of our squad. We can't just leave him. Sure we can, all we have to do is walk away without looking back. Grim. Sigh, fine, you can bring the Siscon along with us. Thanks Grim. Asta smiled before picking Gauche up. Chapter 42, Vanishing Act. This is good. Asta said, rubbing his stomach after filling himself up from Rebecca's food. You'll make a wonderful bride one day. Hearing that, Rebecca's face went red as she quickly glanced at Grim. You think so? Totally. Your future husband will definitely love your food. Asta reaffirmed. Hey sis. Rebecca's sibling Luca pulled on the hem of her sleeve. Yes. Ask him. She pointed at Grim. What? If he enjoys it, duh. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. What? Who taught you this? It's what the ladies who get their hair done at Ellen's salon talk about. Just the other day, that Evelyn lady was talking about her husband could no longer get it up and how she had to seek a younger stallion to ride. Silence. Don't go to Ellen's salon anymore. By the time night had fully descended, Asta, Grim and Gauche each went to their separate sleeping areas. Originally Grim thought that the three of them would be bunking together, but Rebecca had got all the kids to sleep together in order to make room for their guests. So this is a bed that she can afford. Kinda reminds me of the years I spent sleeping on the ground. Laying down on one of the kids' beds, Grim couldn't help but remember the time he was homeless and surviving in the forest. Seriously, how poor is she? Thinking back on it now, Grim didn't actually know a lot about Rebecca. Besides the times that they worked together inside the restaurant, the two of them hadn't really interacted with the other. Wait a second, was I socially inept? While Grim was experiencing an epiphany, a loud explosion brought him out of his thoughts as he felt the house shake slightly. What the hell was that? Jumping out of bed, Grim charged out the room and ran into a distressed-looking Rebecca. Rebecca. Hearing her name, the distressed-looking Rebecca turned back and saw Grim staring at her. Grim. My siblings. My siblings are missing. What? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Feeling the house tremble again, Grim ran past Rebecca and followed an active mana signature that was close by. It's snowing. After being thrown out of the house by Gauche's mirror beam attack, Asta's face was warped into one of surprise as he noticed that it was snowing despite it not being winter. I couldn't care about that, now die. Standing in the middle of the hole in the wall that Asta had shot through, Gauche looked down on the gray-haired boy and prepared to attack again. But just before he could proceed, the voices of several parents looking for their children sounded out. Urian, where are you? Chris. Chris. Fawn. Come out, Fawn. What's going on? Asta said aloud as he heard the parents shouting. Asta. Grim yelled, coming out from the house. Grim. Have you seen Rebecca's siblings? Rebecca's siblings. They're sleeping, aren't they? Die. Ghosh yelled before firing a mirror beam at Grimm and Asta. Avoiding the beam, Grimm realized that more and more people were coming out of their houses and yelling several names. What's going on? Did you find them? Rebecca asked after hurrying out. Shaking his head, Grimm looked at all the worried parents. It seems like there are a lot of kids disappearing. This snow. I feel mana in it. Huh. Turning around, Asta, Grimm and Rebecca saw Sister Teresa and another nun walking towards them. Sister. Enhancing his senses with Breath of the Beast, Grimm realized that there was indeed small amounts of mana mixed in with the snowflakes. This snow, it's not natural. He raised his head to look at Teresa. What is this? Sigh, it's a magic that lets the user control a person. I don't know whether it's fortunate or not, but it can only control children who have yet to fully develop their own magic. Controlling others. Taking a second to think about it, a dark thought flashed through Grimm's mind as he realized that there was no way that Teresa would come all the way to Rebecca's house and leave the children alone in the monastery while a child kidnapping spell was active. The children from the orphanage. Seeing the look on his face, Teresa nodded. They're missing too. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. What do you mean they're missing? Marie better not be one of them. Ghosh grabbed Teresa by the collar and spoke in a dark voice. Grimm. Rebecca called out as she saw Grimm not reacting. While all of this was going on, a flood of memories spanning over 2 years flashed through Grimm's mind as he recalled the glowing looks on the children's faces whenever he came to visit. Grimm. Rebecca called out again. Huh. Snapping out of it, he realized Rebecca was talking to him. Did you hear that? That mirror guy has a way to find the missing children. He does. Nodding his head, Grimm looked at Ghosh before getting his broom. I'm coming with you. Rebecca said, getting ready to sit on his broom. Nope. Grimm said and gently pushed her off the broom. You'll only slow me down. Seeing the nonchalant look on his face, Rebecca clenched her teeth as she spoke in a dark tone. Grimm, I know we haven't seen each other in a while, but don't you think it's a bit rude to mention a lady's weight? Huh? You know what, I don't have time for this. Confused by what she was talking about, Grimm gave her a weird look before turning away. You coming, Asta? Of course. He nodded before taking a seat behind Grimm. Seeing that everyone was ready, Ghosh activated his mirror tracking magic and took to the skies on his broom. Let's go. Nodding their heads, Grimm, Asta, and Sister Teresa followed his actions as the group of mages disappeared into the distance. Feeling the wind blow against their faces, Grimm's eyes hardened as he wondered why anyone would kidnap a bunch of children. Chapter 43, Tremendous. Do you feel that? Flying through the skies at a fast pace, Grimm, Teresa and Ghosh felt a mana fluctuation emanating from the distance. Over there. Asta spotting a cave ahead of them. So that's where they took the children. Teresa frowned. Hey! What's that down there? Asta shouted and pointed to what looked like a small child laying in the snow. Marco. Grimm's eyes went wide when he saw the figure laying motionless. Diving down with Teresa following behind them, the three of them gathered around the small child's figure. How terrible! Teresa gasped when she saw him from up close. He's covered in wounds. Marco. Marco. Grimm shook the boy but he wouldn't respond. That won't work. He's under some kind of spell that's leaving him in a vegetative state. Asta. Grimm looked over at him. Yeah. Asta nodded before touching Marco's head with the cross guard of his sword. And as if by magic, light started to return to Marco's eyes as he looked up and saw the three of them huddling around him. Gee, Grimm. Marco. Grimm smiled. Incredible. Did that boy just dispel the magic? Teresa thought after seeing Marco return to normal after being touched by Asta's sword. It hurts. It really, really hurts. Marco said while wrapping his arms around himself. You poor child. Teresa said before opening up her grimoire. Flame recovery magic, soothing holy light. Glowing with a gentle orange glow, a couple of small candles materialized into sight as their glow encapsulated Marco's body and caused the wounds he had suffered to start healing at a visible pace. This feels nice. Marco smiled innocently and looked up at Grim. Seeing that he was all right, Grim smiled back before standing back up and turning away from Teresa and Asta. Sister. He called out before he started walking towards the cave opening. Grim. Sensing that something was wrong, Teresa looked at Grim's back, which slowly distancing itself from the three of them. Not looking back, Grim left a single sentence behind before disappearing into the cave. Do me a favor and pray for me, because when I'm done inside, only a god will be capable of forgiving me. Arada. Ha 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 ha. It's working. Listening to the screams of a little strapped to a mana-sucking chair, a black-haired man in spectacles laughed loudly as countless children lay at his feet. Hey Nedge. Bring the next one, this one's fallen unconscious. The men yelled to a feminine-looking white-haired young man. Yes, brother. The white-haired young man nodded while pulling a brown-haired girl towards his brother. No. Let me go. Marie screamed and tried to pull her arm back. Ignoring her cries, the white-haired man known as Nedge continued to pull on her arm while warning her not to anger his brother. Marie. A sudden voice shook the cave as Gauche soared in on top of his broom. Brother. Marie exclaimed as she saw her brother enter the cave. Seeing his sister's arms being grabbed by an unfamiliar male, something inside of Gauche snapped as he released a powerful beam of light that almost decapitated the white-haired Nedge. Magic Knight. Nedge scrambled to his brother's feet. TCH, how did they find us already? Hey. The black-haired man looked at his brother who was hugging his feet. Hurry up and use your magic and get rid of him. Why yeah. Nedge said as his grimoire flipped open. Snow magic, snow cry. Thrusting his arms forwards, a large stream of snow burst out from his palms and swarmed its way over to Gauche. I'll kill you. Gauche whispered after seeing the bruises and scuff marks on Marie's body. I'll fucking kill you. Seeing him fly through his snow attack, Nedge panicked and changed tactics. Snow creation magic, snow friends. Gathering his snow together, an army of large snowmen started to form. Get him, snow friends. Nedge cried. Clouded by rage, Gauche didn't put such things in his eyes as he activated another spell. Mirror magic, reflect refrain. Manifesting multiple mirrors around the snow army, light started bouncing between them, destroying anything in its path. My friends. A look of despair appeared on Nedge's face as watched his army of snowmen crumble before his very eyes. What the hell? The black-haired man's eyes went wide as he used his mana reading monocle attached to his glasses to measure Gauche's mana reserves. Damn it. No wonder this guy is so strong. What do we do, big bro? Nedge turned to him and asked. Kill him, obviously. Tap tap tap. While the two brothers were busy trying to think of a method to deal with Gauche, the sound of a person's footsteps echoed from the cave mouth as a black-haired young man slowly came into view. Damn it. Don't tell me they brought back up. Focusing his monocle on the distant figure, the black-haired man's face soon froze as he could not believe the sight before him. Impossible. He muttered with his eyes trained on Grim's figure. Tap tap. This much mana. Tap tap. It's. Tap tap. It's. Tap tap. Tremendous. First form, unknowing fire. Ignoring the unconscious children laying on the ground, Grim's body was shrouded in an orange glow as he flashed forward, melting the snow in his path and arriving in front of the black-haired man. Boo. He grinned. The man's eyes went wide as he stumbled backwards. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Throwing his fist forward, Grim slammed it into the man's face and watched as his figure was thrown backwards, crashing into the cave wall and causing some rubble to crush him. Gaia. Brother. Nedge yelled after seeing his brother get crushed by stone. Don't worry. Grim's smile grew wider as he slowly turned to look at him. I'll play with you later. Chapter 44, Muddy Waters. Hey, what's your name? Grim walked up to the black-haired man. Still wearing the monocle, the black-haired man still couldn't comprehend the amount of mana emanating from the young man in front of him. Bibero. He stuttered. What a shitty name. Okay then, Barrow. He crouched down so the two were eye level. Explain to me why I can't feel any mana from those kids. Fuck off. TCH, wrong answer. Materializing his flame sword, Grim held it above Barrow's leg and slowly pushed it down. Ah. Shoo. Grabbing his face, Grim held a finger to his lips. Now, save your screaming for later. Because if you do it again, then I'll have to really hurt you. Releasing a large amount of malicious aura, Grim's smile grew bigger in Barrow's eyes. Understand. MMMPFF. Barrow hastily nodded while holding back his urge to groan. Good, now answer the question, why don't I feel any mana from those kids? We sucked it out of them. Sucked? Looking at the boys laying on the ground, Grim misread the situation. You fucking pervert. Wah. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Punching him again, Grim rained down a barrage of punches until Barrow's face was bruised and bloody. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Peepwee stwap. Pulling his arm back, a gray area wrapped itself around Grim's body as he switched to Breath of the Beast. Ah. A scream suddenly sounded from the distance as Nedge was knocked on his ass by Gauche. Even Nedge lost. Fuck. We're screwed this time. Hey. Grim called, gaining his attention. Why would you do this? Just as Barrow was about to open his mouth, his little brother Nedge answered in his stead. Friend Sob, I just wanted some friends. Friends? You molested a group of kids and forcefully pulled their mana out because you wanted friends. Molested. Standing to his feet, Grim turned away from Barrow and walked over to the defeated Nedge. You wanted friends? Sob, yeah. Good. The smile on Grim suddenly turned dark. Because I'm sure you'll make plenty in hell. Wah. Stab. Ah. Feeling a sharp pain spreading through his chest, Nedge looked down and saw a jagged sword poking through his body. Splash. Pulling the sword out and waving the blood off the blade, Grim watched as Nedge fell to the ground. Watching this happen from a distance, Barrow couldn't help but curse internally. Damn it, he killed Nedge. Where the fuck are those bastards that are meant to be picking up the mana canister? Hey Grim, we came to hell. Running in from the cave entrance, Asta was surprised to see children laying on the ground in a dazed state. But what surprised him even more was the small pool of blood gathering around Grim's feet. Gee Grim. Is he? Before he could speak another word, Asta was interrupted by a cheerful-sounding HEYO. Sounding out from above them, a portal opened up and a girl with messy black hair and red-framed glasses appeared. It's you. Asta pointed when he saw her. Heya Asta. She smiled and waved before locking onto Grim's figure. Ah. You must Grim. Valtos told us you were capable of using various different magic types. I can't wait to open you up and find out how you do it. Asta. Grim looked over at him with a bit of confusion. Who is she? She's one of those Eye of the Midnight Sun guys that kidnapped me. Oh. Is she strong? Asta closed his eyes and put his hand on his chin. Well, she was with the ones that attacked the Wizard King, so I think so. She was there when that happened. Yeah. Cool. I'm go kill her now. Switching to Breath of Wind, Grim used Dust Whirlwind Cutter to launch himself into the air and charge towards the girl. Grim, wait. Asta yelled, but it was too late. After hearing their conversation, Gauche's killing intent had soared. Eye of the Midnight Sun. They're the ones who organized the kidnapping of Marie. Gathering his mana together, Gauche didn't care that Grim was near the girl as he unleashed the full power of his spell. Mirror Magic, Reflect Refrain. Hee. Gel Magic, Sticky Salamander. Breaking her grimoire open, the girl created a salamander-looking creature composed of nothing but gel. Whoa. Grim exclaimed, barely avoiding getting hit by one of Gauche's beams. Asterisk beam. Asterisk. Sinking herself inside the gel monster, the light beams bent once they passed through the gel. She distorted them. Gauche's eye widened. Interesting. Grim smiled as he held the sword above his head. Breath of Mist, second form, 8-layered slash. Switching breath styles, Grim unleashed a flurry of long-ranged mist attacks. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Oh. The girl inside the gel tilted her head once she saw her salamander's limbs get loped off. He changed from wind to mist. How intriguing. Go salamander. She yelled and commanded the creature to spit out a ball of gel. Nope. Using 8-layer mist, Grim cut the ball of gel before it could reach him before switching to breath of wind to close the distance. Appearing above her, the glow on Grim's body changed from green to orange. Breath of Flames, 9th form, Rengoku. Slashing down with all his strength, a beam of concentrated fire blasted down from his sword and tore a hole through the salamander's back, exiting its stomach. Damn. A voice sounded out from the distance. You can use fire magic too. That is just interesting. Turning his head to the side, Grim saw a smiling Sally standing next to the collapsed Barrow. How did she? Thinking back to his Rengoku, the memory of a ball of gel separating itself from the creature flashed in his mind. Was she inside that? Hey Grim. What else can you do? Can you use water magic? What about earth? Gasp, can you use gel? What about? Hey girl. Barrow suddenly called out, interrupting her. If you can get me out of this rubble, I can provide support with my mud magic. Falling silent, the girl turned to face him with a not too happy expression on her face. Did you just interrupt me when I was talking to Grim? Huh. Before he knew what was happening, Barrow found a large syringe being poked into his neck. Feeling a fluctuation in Barrow's mana, Grim's eyes suddenly went wide. Get the kids out of here AST. Gaiaha. Barrow's scream cut him off as a mud-like substance started pouring out of his eyes and nose. Bah, Ro. Nej muttered, still somehow breathing. What the hell? Gauche said, looking at Barrow. His magic's increasing like crazy. Gaiawahe. Screaming loudly, Barrow's body started to expand it as mud started coursing through it and elevating his mana. Dropping down next to Asta, Grim watched as Barrow transformed into a gigantic mud monster. Gyrehair. The monster roared. Aw shucks, I guess this one's a failure as well. The glasses girl laughed after seeing what Barrow had turned into. Get them out of here, Asta. Grim yelled, remembering that the kids were still in that magically induced dazed state. Got it. He nodded and started using the cross guard on his sword to dispel the magic on them. We're getting out of here, Marie. Gauche said, picking his sister up and flying out with her. Asta looked in shock as Gauche took his sister and left. Monster. It's a monster. Wah. The kids, now snapped out of their dazed state, screamed and cried when they saw the monstrous-looking Barrow towering above them. Shit. Grim yelled, seeing the fist approaching him and Asta. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Yeah. The girl cheered, seeing both Asta and Grim evade the attack. I'll make sure to take both of you home with me. TCH. Waiting for the dust cloud to clear up, Grim spat out some mud that had entered his mouth, and looked at the girl with annoyance. I'm really going to enjoy killing you, you crazy-ass bitch. Ha 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 ha. She burst into laughter. Asta. Get the kids out. I'll deal with this. What? You can't deal with something that by. Asta. I got this. He turned away to look at the monster. Plus the kids will need you to protect them from any stray rocks that I can't block. Clenching his fists, Asta grit his teeth and looked down before turning his back on Grim. Don't die. He said before gathering the kids and leaving the cave. Die. Heh. He smiled. As if I'd end my vacation this early. D-I-E. The mud monster spoke. So it can speak. Pointing his sword at the giant monster, the glow around Grim turned into that of a soft orange. Sorry bud, but there's no way I'm getting killed by a giant shit with legs. Breath of Flames, first form, unknowing fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Mirror Force. Leaving a trail of fire in his wake, Grim shot forward with explosive power as he closed the distance between him and the monster. D-I-E. You will die. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Dodging the fist of the giant mud monster, Grim charged forward with a smile on his face. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Dust whirlwind cutter. Switching breath styles, Grim launched himself high into the air until he was at a height that surpassed the monster. Die. Breath of Flames, 9th form, Rengoku. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Releasing the high-powered Rengoku, Grim watched in satisfaction as a hole appeared in the monster's chest. Fuck yeah. He, that's not enough, Grim. The girl laughed as the hole in the monster's chest started regenerating. Well, fuck me. D-I-E. The monster shrieked as it attempted to swat Grim out of the sky. Using Dust Whirlwind Cutter, again, Grim avoided getting hit and shot towards the ground. It can regenerate. I guess that means this is a battle of attrition. I wonder who'll last longer. Realizing that this monster could only regenerate due to the now massive amount of mana it had, Grim wanted to force it to use up all that newly gained mana and kill it once it ran out. The only issue was that this plan depended on him not getting hit and being turned into paste before its mana ran out. Guess I'll keep injuring it and force it to use up all its mana healing itself. Give up, Grim. Just let me capture you and Asta. The girl yelled, watching Grim evade every attack. Piss off, you nerdy-looking cunt. Aha, I really like you. She grinned. Why, oh, you all need to. D-I-E. The barrow monster yelled. English, motherfucker. Do you speak it? A/N. I know they don't actually speak English, but that line was too good to pass up. Clenching its muddy fists, the monster looked down at the white-haired Nedge that was still alive despite losing quite a bit of blood. Barrow. He looked up at the mud monster with tears in his eyes. It's me, Nedge. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Not understanding his little brother's words, the monster swung its fist downwards. Oh, for fuck's sake. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Appearing in front of Nedge with an orange glow covering his figure, Grim used Rengoku to blow up the mud fist that was about to crush Nedge. Why, you saved me. Nedge stuttered in shock. Saved you? I'm just making sure that I'm the one that kills you and not this thing. What? Just think about how humiliating it'd be if I failed to kill you but this giant piece of shit did. I can't have that. Why, you're still going to kill me? Obviously. Oh. A forlorn look appeared on his face. Now then, back to the monster. RAAWWRRR. Hey, time to wrap this up. Grinning at the sight of the mutated barrow, the glow around Grim started to change from orange to a gray color. Is that another magic type? The girl wondered after seeing two jagged swords appear in his hands. Closing his eyes, Grim stood proudly as he took in a deep breath. While Breath of Flames seemed to be the most effective magic type to use against Barrow, Breath of the Beast was the magic that he was most proficient in and felt comfortable using. Taking a step forward, he watched as the monster healed its hand and threw another punch down at him. Deep breath. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Pushing mana into the soles of his feet, Grim combined the physical enhancement he gained from the breath to push himself up from the ground and shot towards the approaching fist. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Feeling the wind blow against his face, the fist and Grim's swords collided sharply as Grim started to furiously hack away at the fist, slicing off large chunks of mud in the process. Oh wow. The girl raised her eyebrows seeing the mud arm getting whittled down. Faster. 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 Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Asterisk slash. Asterisk. Pushing the muscles in his arms to the absolute limit, a look of joy and madness flashed through his eyes. Swinging his arms wildly, the gray glow on his arms and his sword started to solidify as his grimoire started glowing brightly. Oh. The girl's eyes widened as she felt Grimm's mana start to rise. Slash. 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 Faster. I have to be faster. As if hearing his declaration, the light coming from his grimoire intensified as new words started appearing on the Breath of the Beast page. Faster. I'll go even faster. Breath of the Beast, 5th Fong, crazy cutting. Arif. Grimm screamed as the gray aura around him became solid and transformed into rotating gray blades swirling around his body. Nice. The girl yelled and gave him a thumbs up. Having activated a brand new spell, Grimm's cutting speed increased as he practically tore through Barrow's arm, cutting even the smallest bits of mud into nothing. Amazing. Nej's eyes lit up as he watched the scene. To think you'd actually cut its arm into nothing. Now I really want you, Grimm. The girl grinned as she watched Barrow's arm grow back. I'm not done yet. Grimm shouted as he kicked off the cave wall and shot towards the creature's back. Crazy cutting. Crashing into Barrow's back, Grimm's blades violently hacked away at it from the inside to the point that he tunneled his way to the front and burst out from its chest. Wow, wow, wow. You're seriously amazing. The girl laughed as the wound slowly closed up. TCH, even with my new spell I'm not depleting its mana fast enough. Grimm. A voice sounded out from the entrance. Huh. Mirror magic, reflect refrain. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Turning back, Grimm saw Ghosh and Asta running back inside. We're here to help. Asta yelled. I'll save you in order to receive Marie's love. Ghosh added. TCH, I said I had this. Grimm smiled and turned back to face the monster. Bringing out his second anti-magic sword, Asta slashed at the monster, sent out a flying slash in its direction. Eat this. Asterisk Rayower. Asterisk. The monster screamed before healing up again. Asta reacted with surprise after seeing not even that worked. Cool, cool, cool. The girl cheered. Hey Asta. What was that? A long-range anti-magic projectile. How did you do it? How does it work? Ah. I can't wait to open you and Grimm up. Damn it. Ghosh grit his teeth. The only way to beat this thing is to either deplete its mana or damage it faster than it can regenerate. Clenching his fists, Ghosh realized that this wasn't an opponent that he could defeat. Fuck. He screamed internally, remembering that this was the thing that kidnapped Marie. Before arriving in this area with Asta, both of them had seen Grimm tear through its chest and deplete some of its mana. Wait a second. I've always used a double of myself to fight. What would happen if I used it on someone else? After seeing the damage that both Grimm and Asta were able to do to that monster, Ghosh had no choice but to acknowledge the two of them. TCH, to think that I'd have to rely on someone else. Looking into his grimoire, Ghosh was surprised to see new words forming on one of his pages. Asta. Grimm. He called out and drew their attention. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Dodging another blow from the barrow, both boys turned to look at Ghosh, who was revealing a small mirror embedded in his left eye. What the hell? Mirror magic, mirror brigade. Flashing brightly, 4 new Grimms and Astas appeared out of thin air. What? The glasses girl exclaimed in shock. Go. Ghosh yelled. On it. The brigade yelled as they launched themselves towards Mud Barrow and tore him apart. Heh. Ghosh smiled. Combining Grimm's ability to cut the monster's body into nothing so it wasted more mana and Asta's ability to nullify magic, the large amount of Grimms caused the monster to expend its mana reserves and allowed the vast number of Astas to deliver the final blow. Chapter 46, Leader. Hell yeah. Asta and Ghosh screamed when they saw the monster barrow fall to the ground. Heh. Grimm smiled. While he could have dealt with the monster by himself, it would have taken a considerable amount of time compared to him receiving help from his squad mates. Well, he wasn't that strong, so I guess I don't feel too bad about receiving help. Amazing. The glasses girl muttered after seeing both Grimm and Asta destroy Barrow. I want them. I really, really want them. Breathing heavily, Asta couldn't hide his grin as he looked at Grim standing in the distance and gave him a thumbs up. But just as Grim was about to smile back, his smile faltered as a smaller-looking barrow erupted from behind Asta. "Watch out." "Huh." Asta turned around and felt his eyes go wide. "Asta." Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Barrow's large fist descended with enough force to squash Asta's puny body. Snow magic, snow cry. Climbing to his feet, the weakened Nedge thrust his arms forwards and pushed Barrow back with his spell. Breath of the Beast, sudden throwing strike. Seeing Barrow being pushed away from Asta, Grim didn't waste any time as he threw his blades at him, nailing him through the head and instantly killing him. "Bah, R.O." Nedge managed to say as he watched his brother's body collapse. "Damn it, Grim." Asta yelled. "You killed somebody again." Shrugs. It's okay." Nedge suddenly spoke up. Me and my brother have done terrible things." And that thing wasn't my brother anymore." While saying this, he looked at his brother's lifeless body and then turned his attention to Grim, who was standing in the distance. I am a bad person and I know I've done wrong." "No shit. You kidnapped kids." I know that I deserve the same fate as my brother, but before you kill me, please allow me atone for my sins." "Nah." Prepares to throw swords. "Grim." Asta shouted. "What?" "He kidnapped a bunch of kids and forcefully drained them of their mana. Who knows what kind of long-term repercussion that can have? What if they can't use magic, Asta? What then? You of all people should know how hard it is to live in this world without being able to use magic. Do you really think him saying sorry is gonna fix that?" "No. But he's sincere. And maybe the kids will be okay. But what if they're not? What if this one event has screwed them for life?" "Grim, please." Asta begged. Looking at him, Grim couldn't help but feel annoyed. This was especially true when he looked at the sad-looking Nedge who was bowing his head. "TCH, fine. As a result of you saving Asta's life, I guess I can spare yours for the time being. But if those kids have problems with their magic in the future because of you and your piece of shit brother, then I swear to you that next time I stab you, you won't be getting back up." I understand." Nedge nodded. "That's great." Asta smiled and pat him on the shoulder. Grim." Nedge called out, looking embarrassed. "What?" After I serve my time in prison, would you consider being my friend?" "Is this guy retarded?" Sigh, sure. Grim yawned, no longer paying attention to him. "Real. Beam. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Nedge." Asta suddenly yelled, drawing Grim's attention. "What the?" Looking in their direction, Nedge was laying on the floor bleeding out while a large shard of light with 4 horizontal lines in it stuck out of his body. If this was a normal situation, Grim would be extremely pissed that the person he had just spared had probably just been killed, but after feeling such an overwhelming amount of mana, Grim completely forgot about Nedge and instinctively jumped back, dodging a shard of light that would have impaled if he had been any slower. So fast. Grim's eyes went wide. If not for him having his senses enhanced by Breath of the Beast, Grim was sure that he'd currently be in a similar state to the bleeding Nedge. "I couldn't even react. Oh ho, to think you'd actually be able to avoid my attack." An unfamiliar voice rung out. "It's you." Asta yelled after seeing the figure in the sky. "You were the one that attacked the Wizard King when he came to save me." Looks like I have yet to introduce myself." Standing on top of a portal with Valtos behind him was a man with long white braided hair that extended into several long extensions with a kippa covering the top of his head. "I am Licht, leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. That grimoire, it has 4 leaves." Seeing his grimoire and feeling the off-the-charts mana emanating off of him, the blood in Grim's body started to boil as his own mana started to rise. "Oh." Licht's head tilted as he felt a weird sense of familiarity coming from Grim. "This boy, he's different from the rest of them." "Sally." He called out to the glasses girl who had been watching this whole time. "Who is he?" "Who him?" "He's Grim. He's like super interesting and can use several different magic types." "Is that so?" he said, running his eyes over Grim's figure. Having never met him before, he was confused as to why this boy gave him a weird sense of familiarity. While he was looking over Grim, the sight of Asta's tattered grimoire tore his attention away. As interesting as that boy is, the real question is. Licht's tone suddenly turned dark. Why the hell does someone like you have that grimoire? My grimoire. Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Grim started laughing, drawing everyone's attention. Sally. Licht called. What's wrong with him? I don't know. Sally said as she felt Grim's mana skyrocket. Grim. Asta looked at him. Finally. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unable to hold it back any longer, Grim's mana exploded out of his body and pushed Gauche and the others back a bit. Forget about mud monsters and lonely bitch boys. I finally get to fight someone worth a damn. That won't work. Blinking rapidly, Grim's danger senses shot through the roof as Licht's voice sounded out behind him. A human with that much mana should not be allowed to live. Grim. Asta screamed as he saw Licht create an orb of light in his hand and aim it at Grim's head. I'm foo. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Stabbing through the orb with his katana, Yami appeared from Finral's portal, saving Grim in the process. TCH, why is that every time you two go somewhere together, something crazy has to happen? Chapter 47, Tricks. Yami. Asta yelled in surprise. Yami. Grim frowned. Taking a puff out of cigarette, Yami couldn't help but sigh. Looks like you guys have gone and gotten yourselves into trouble again. Looking at Licht standing a bit away from him, Yami's eyebrows furrowed. This guy's mana, why does it feel bottomless? Comparing Grim's and Licht's mana was quite interesting to Yami. While Grim's mana capacity was outrageously large, it still felt like it had an end even if he couldn't sense it. But this guy, he was an entirely different beast. How did you know that we needed help? Asta asked, walking over to their side. What do you mean, how did I know? Obviously someone from the town you were in called the Magic Knight headquarters and reported about a vast kidnapping incident. And since the Black Bulls were the closest squad in the area, they left it up to us to deal with the issue. Though I never would have guessed that you'd be facing someone so troublesome. Troublesome. Not unbeatable. Grim commented. Unbeatable. Just cause he has high mana doesn't mean shit if I can cut his head off. Falling silent for a moment, Grim eventually nodded. True, having more mana just means I can win in a war of attrition, but if I fought someone stronger and more skilled than me, then my mana reserves wouldn't mean much unless I could drag the fight out. Master Licht. Valtos called out while Yami and the rest were talking. Do you want me to get reinforcements? No. He shook his head. I'm quite interested in fighting against a dark magic user. Very well. Valtos bowed. Hey brats. Yami called out to Grim and Asta. Can you still fight? Surprised by the question, both boys looked at each other before replying in union. Of course. Hey, then make sure to watch closely. Saying this, dark magic burst out from his blade as he walked towards Licht. To think a human would willingly approach me like this. Licht smiled. How disgusting. Waving his hand forward, he fired off a rain of light shards at the three of them. Seeing this, a look of concentration appeared on Yami's face as he took a step forward. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Oh. You were able to defend against my attack. How interesting. He blocked them. Grim and Asta's eyes went wide. Interesting. Yami frowned. It's been bothering me for a while now, but who the hell are you? Wait. You don't know. Asta exclaimed. Should I? He's the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Really? I thought he'd be some big burly guy who could eat a cow in a single gulp. What kind of people have you met in order to come up with such an image of a person? I don't know whether to feel disappointed or not. Hey Finral. Asta called out. Can you get this guy some help? He pointed to the bleeding Nedge. He was hit by that guy's light attack and I don't know how long he has. Oh, of course. Finral stood straight and opened up a portal. I'll make sure not to leave his side. Oi. Yami called when he saw Finral tiptoeing away. You better come back. Ah. What? You weren't expecting me to walk all the way back home, were you? And no. Of course not. It's just that I'm running low on mana at the moment and coming back will be hard on me. I mean it, really. You mean it, huh? Well, I really mean it too. So after you're done dealing with that guy, get your ass back here. Why yes, Captain. To actually talk so casually while facing me. You really are an arrogant one, aren't you? Licht smiled before activating his spell. Light magic, light swords of conviction. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. 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 Yami blocked all the projectiles. Whoa. How about this? Flashing forward at an inhuman speed, Licht appeared behind Yami and prepared to use the attack that he initially planned to use to kill Grim. Yami. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Covering his blade in dark magic, Yami spun around and broke the attack with a slash of his sword. Incredible. Asta muttered with his mouth wide open. So this is the power of the great heretical magic knight. Licht smiled. Hey you, have we met before? Hearing this caused Licht's eyes to widen slightly before returning to normal. I don't know anyone who uses light magic, so who the hell are you? Yami asked, pointing his sword at him. Hey, you really are an interesting one, aren't you? He laughed before continuing. Let me tell you a story, Captain of the Black Bulls. Once upon a time there was a village filled with people who had an abundance of magic power and were loved by mana. They could change the very weather and mold the landscape to their will. To others they were revered as gods. People from outside the village even came to worship them and receive their wisdom. But as time went on, those very people who worshipped them became fearful of their power and coveted it for themselves. So they hatched a plan to trick the villagers and take their power through slaughter, killing them all. Finishing his story, Licht looked at the three of them. For some reason, hearing that story caused Grim to feel a weird sense of sadness that he quickly brushed off. What was the point of that? Yami asked, confused before clearing his throat. But if we're telling stories, then I guess I can tell you mine. Wait, what? Ahem, once upon a time there was a boy whose parents were fishermen. At a young age the boy's parents sent him out on a boat to fish, but getting shipwrecked one day he drifted up on the shores of an unknown location. He was then met by all sorts of trouble due to cultural and racial discrepancies, but he beat the shit of those people and then became the boss of his own. The end. So how'd you like my life story? How dare you mock Lord Licht? Valtos suddenly yelled after hearing Yami's story. Shut the fuck up, ghost face. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. TCH, his attacks are getting faster. Defending against Licht's sneak attack, Yami noted that his attacks were getting faster as he felt a bit of the light shard graze his shoulder. I guess that story doesn't really mean anything to you considering that you're a foreigner. Light magic, light swords of conviction. Fending off the attacks again, Yami started talking. You were the one who did that to Fuego Leon, weren't you? Correct. Licht nodded. After all that meticulously planning and scheming, I finally had him fall into my trap. Figured that must have been it because... Yami's aura suddenly changed. There's no way he'd lose to a weak-ass attack like this. Dark magic, dark cloak to Vidya slash. Channeling his dark magic into his sword, Yami released a darkness slash that escaped his sword and flew at Licht. Licht's eyes widened in surprise as blood seeped out of the wound that appeared on his face. My lord. Sally and Valtos shouted. Why, you wounded me. He wounded him. You couldn't have beat him without resorting to tricks, huh? Yami's voice rung out amidst everyone's shock. But now that there's no tricks or traps that you can hide behind, I'll show you the true power of a magic knight, Captain. Heh. He smiled after hearing his threat. Oi, brats. Yami turned to the two boys. You've been watching, right? Yes. They both nodded. Good, now do what I just did. Chapter 48, Key. Good, now do the same. What? I said do what I just did. Grim and Asta look at each other. Ha 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 ha. The two burst out laughing with Asta hugging his gut while Grim rolled on the floor. Oh God. Ha 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 ha. Do the same, he says. Ha ha ha, did you hear him, Asta? He said do the same. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the two of them laughing, a vein appeared on Yami's forehead. Holy shit, I can't breathe. Grim laughed, wiping away his tears. While this was going on, Licht looked over his grimoire. I get it now, so this is dark magic. Light recovery magic, healing ray of light. Activating a new spell, the wound Yami left on his cheek shone brightly before closing up and disappearing. That's better. He can also use healing magic. Seeing this, both Grim and Asta stopped laughing. Well, would you look at that, I guess guys with tons of mana can do a lot of things. Yami said, glancing over at Grim. Don't look at me like that, I'm pretty sure that I can't do the same. Have you tried? TCH, guess there's no time like the present. Yami said while waving his sword to defend against another light shard. Oi brat, go get hit by one of that pasty dude's attacks and then heal up from it. What? Are you dumb? What if I die? Walking over to his side, Yami grabbed him by the face and started squeezing tightly. Who do you think you're calling dumb, you little shit? And so what if you die? Just surpass your limits and come back to life. The fuck do you mean come back to life, you psycho? No normal human can come back to life after dying. Hearing him being called a psycho, Yami's grip tightened. Ow ow ow. Let go. If I said do something, then just go and do it. I can't even see his attacks. How do you expect me to copy you? TCH, you stupid fucking brat, you already know how to know it. What? Oi short stuff, listen up, this concerns you too. Asta looked confused. The thing I've been reacting to this entire time is something that the people from Homeland call ki. Ki. The bodily energy that people give off when their eyes move, when they breathe, when their muscles contract, and just their presence alone. That's what we call ki. You must then feel that ki and then move according to what you perceive that the person will do next. So ki is basically just guessing what the person will do next. Doesn't sound too impressive. Grim said, feeling like Yami was glorifying ki too much. No, you idiot. Yami's grip tightened again. Ow. Fuck. You don't need to squeeze me if I don't understand. Ignoring him, Yami continued his explanation. Both of you have experienced this before, right? We have. Flashback to Asta finding Valtos by feeling his presence during the zombie attack. Oh yeah. He nodded. And you, Grim, ever since your little spat with Luck and Shorty over there, you've been using it subconsciously. I have. Yeah, thinking about it now, it's actually really weird that you can do it. Are you sure you're not from the land of the rising sun? Dude, I have amnesia. There's literally no point in asking me this. Dropping him to the ground, Yami quickly slashed at a couple more light shards while continuing the explanation. By using my ki, natural power, and mana, I'm capable of not only reacting to attacks at this level, but I'm also able to counter them. In a sense, I guess you can call me a magic swordsman. A magic swordsman? Asta and Grim repeated. Yeah, in this regard I guess Grim's closest to me. What about me? Asta asked with sparkling eyes. You don't have any mana, so you can't be a magic swordsman. Oh. Asta's enthusiasm dropped. But your natural power is higher than Grim's, and since you can use anti-magic, I guess that means you can be an anti-magic swordsman. Whoa. By natural power, do you mean muscles? Grim asked skeptically. Yeah. Oh. Cool, I guess. While I may have trained my body and can use Breath of the Beast to improve my physique, I guess I still can't completely match up to Asta. That God really did screw me by only giving me 5 years to get stronger. Chuckling to himself in his head, Grim climbed to his feet. Oh. Gonna go and try learning healing magic? Yami asked. What? Fuck no. I'm gonna go test out that key thingy. You've said that I've been doing it subconsciously before, right? If that's the case, how come I couldn't react to that guy's attack? Dunno, go figure it out. Yami shrugged and pointed at Licht. TCH. Grim kissed his teeth before walking towards Licht. My lord, let me deal with this one. Valtos asked Licht. Licht frowned as he looked at the approaching Grim. Very well. Also take that magicless boy's grimoire when you have the chance. Yes, my lord. Valtos bowed before turning his sights onto Grim. For turning your sword against Lord Licht, I will punish you. Gathering mana into his right hand to create an orb of magic. Okay Grim, you can do this, it's just like Yami said, you've been doing this subconsciously all this time, how hard can it be to actually do it if I pay attention? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Spinning around, Grim manifested his beast swords into his hands and slashed at an orb of magic that came flying out of a small portal. Was that it? No, I sensed his mana and not his ki. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Damn it. I did it again. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Fail. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Fail. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Fail. God damn it Grim. Focus. Calming down, Grim controlled his breathing and closed his eyes. Remember the sensation I felt when fighting against luck. Breathing in, breathing out. To close your eyes in the midst of battle. How arrogant you magic knights are. Valtos sneered before charging another ball of magic. It was just a shame that what he had said couldn't be heard by Grim as he had immersed himself in his own world. Feel it in the air, in the earth, in the people, feel it all around us. Breathing in, breathing out. What's he doing? Asta asked. He's refining his ki. Yami answered. Refining it? Yeah. He nodded. He was already using it before, now it looks like he's grasping that feeling again and going above it. Going above it. Just watch. Black Clover Kingdom trash. Valtos screamed before launching a much more powerful orb of mana through his portal. There. Grim's eye snapped open as he moved his arm in a similar fashion to Yami to slash at the attack without turning to face it. Holy crap, he did it. Asta gasped. No. Yami shook his head. Look at his eyes. His eyes. Asta looked closer but couldn't see anything wrong with his eyes. What's wrong with them? Hey, that kid really is a monster, he's seeing the world in a completely different way from us. Yami smiled. A different way. What Yami was saying was true. After getting a grasp of ki, Grim felt that there was something laying deeper inside, something that was much greater. So this is it, huh? Grim smiled as he looked down at his swords and back up at Valtos. This is the transparent world. Chapter 49, Genius. Yami, what's going on with Grim? It's like his whole presence has changed. Ignoring Asta's question, Yami's sight was completely focused on Grim's figure. Unlike the normal Grim, the current version of him standing in front of them gave off a sense of peace and tranquility. Something that would not normally be associated with someone like the foul-mouthed Grim. Even Yami was surprised seeing Grim like this, even his ki had somehow managed to calm down. That son of a bitch really surpassed his limits. The transparent world. According to the few memories Grim had from his life on Earth, he could remember that the transparent world was the ability in which could only manifest itself in a select few. From his memories alone he remembered that only 2 living demon slayers were capable of manifesting this power, and even then, one of those 2 were the protagonist. According to his memories, the transparent world was an ability that allowed the user to see the muscles, blood flow, and joint movements of their opponents. This allows the user to accurately predict and anticipate the movements and attacks of their opponents while also enhancing the user's breath style and movement speed. But knowing about the ability and actually using it were 2 different things. Unlike in the Demon Slayer manga, Grim manifested this ability through the use of his ki, making his senses extra sensitive to his surroundings. Mixed with his ability to sense mana and his animal-like instincts gained through Breath of the Beast, Grim felt like he could perceive everything. Ting. 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 Waving his arms slightly, Grim blocked another barrage of attacks from Valtos. What the hell? Valtos frowned. Cool. Asta's eyes shone again. It's like he moved his sword to the exact location the attacks were gonna appear from. I can see it. Grim finally spoke while blocking another attack without looking. I can see just how weak you are. He smiled. What? Valto's face warped into one of shock before changing into one of rage. In front of Master Licht. How dare you humiliate me in front of him? He screamed before summoning a large number of small portals around Grim. Smiling, Grim switched to Breath of Mist. I can also see how you're about to get clapped. DE. Breath of Mist, second form, 8-layered mist. With his breath styles enhanced by the transparent world, a single slash of his sword caused 8 mist slashes to shoot out and target the soon-to-appear attacks. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. 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 I am possible. Valtos fell to his knees as he realized that he had humiliated himself in front of Licht. Watching Grim defend against his attacks after declaring that he would wipe the boy out left Valtos feeling both embarrassed and enraged. No. Even if I can't kill this boy, I'll be sure to fulfill Master Licht's other request. Turning his attention onto Asta as his grimoire, a look of determination appeared in his eyes as he created another ball of mana and prepared to open up another portal. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Feeling a powerful gust of wind blow past his face, Valtos turned to look behind him and saw one of Grim's beast swords embedded into the wall. Hey Asta. Grim's voice rung out. This guy's about to attack you, get ready. Huh. Asta looked around confused. Ahahaha. Yami burst out laughing. You're already capable of sensing that, huh? Man, I'm such a good teacher. I thought you said that I was doing it before you gave me advice. Don't get cocky, you little shit. If I said it's because of me, then it's obviously because of me. Fuck you. Don't try and take my achievements for yourself. The fuck did you say, you little prick? While the two began to argue, Licht looked at them with visible confusion. Oi Asta. Yami screamed. Go learn Ki while I discipline this bastard. Okay. Ha 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 ha. Licht started laughing joyfully. You Clover Kingdom people truly are funny. He smiled before turning serious. To actually stop fighting and argue in front of me, you truly are trash. Releasing his magic power, he tried to pressure them. But now that Grim had grasped Ki and had gained the transparent world ability, he wasn't about to let this shit fly. A/N, LOL. Are you really trying to flex right now? You know what? Fuck Ghostface. I'm about to clap you right here and right now. A/N, I know Grim probably shouldn't be acting cocky after just getting a new ability, but did anyone really think he wouldn't act like this now that he can actually fight back? Releasing his own mana in opposition to Licht's, Grim pushed back on his attempt to pressure them. Oh. So you think that just because you have high mana that you'll be able to match me? Come over here and find out. Grim smiled, mixing his bloodthirst in with his mana. Oi shrimp. Yami turned to Asta. We'll make sure that this guy doesn't interfere, now go learn Ki. Yes sir. He saluted and ran forwards. Wait a second, we've been talking aloud this entire time, surely that ghost-faced idiot wouldn't attack now that he knows what we're try. For Lord Licht. After learning Ki and hitting Valtos's mana orb back at him through the portal. I did it. I did it. Grim. Yami. Did you see that? I did it. You did. I knew this piece of shit over here could do it, but I thought you'd fail. Now that I think about it, it's actually kinda creepy that you can. But you told me to do it. Yeah, but I expected you to fail. After you did, I was gonna show up and show you how it's done, then wait for you to praise me. Sai, you made all my hard work go to waste. You're gonna have to compensate me when we get back. For what? Ruining my plans. Ignoring their conversation, Licht looked at Valtos laying flat on his back and was overcome with anger. First you mock me with your life story, then you attack my people, and now you still have the gall to ignore me once again and converse amongst yourselves. Licht's voice was filled with anger and hatred. How much longer will you try to humiliate me? What? You're the one who attacked us first. Asta argued. Silence. Ugh. Releasing a bright light from his body, Asta, Grim and Yami were forced to cover their eyes for a minute. Light creation magic, bright judgment whip. Standing there with a rope made of light floating around his body, Licht looked at the three of them with disgust and amusement. This spell moves around like a whip, I wonder if you'll be able to predict its movements. But even if you can't, that won't matter, and because whips are used to carry out punishment, it suits the three of you quite well. Sigh, time to go clap a motherfucker. Okay, in hindsight I probably shouldn't enrage someone capable of collapsing a cave on me. Oh shit. He's lost his damn mind. Swinging his whip made of light around wildly, Yami and Grim were able to defend against the attacks aimed at them, but were unfortunate in the fact that the whip was also hitting the ceiling and causing the cave to collapse. Fufufu. Licht laughed lightly with his hand covering his mouth. To think that even though I held back by so much, they would still fall. I guess they were too weak, them and this world. Amazing. Valtos stood up and started clapping. A/N, just realized that Valtos is Patri's hype man. That power is like that of the gods. A/N, ha 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 ha. In front of you even a magic knight captain is. Rumble. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Yami, Grim and Asta burst out from under the rocks. They're alive. Valtos looked in shock. See that? Yami focused his attention on Asta. If you concentrate like I just did, you can even feel the key of nature as well. Now you won't die even when your opponent uses a cheap shot like burying you in a rock slide. Really? Key rocks. I know, right? Grim added. If I didn't have key I'd have to put a little bit more effort in surviving a bitch move like that. Licked bruh face. Chapter 50, Ignored. Hearing the three of them treat him like air and insult him without caring for his presence, Licht felt a throbbing vein appear on his forehead as his left eye started to twitch. Stretches. So you still gonna fight that feminine-looking dude? Grim asked. Huh? Of course. Yami nodded. I said that I was gonna show them what a magic knight captain was capable of, so I need to finish this. Ha. Huh. Very well. Grim smiled and turned to Asta. Have you got a grasp on key yet? I think so. Can you do me a favor and take care of that creepy hype man? Huh? Sure, but what are you gonna do while I'm doing that? Me. I'm gonna see what a magic knight captain can truly do. Since his goal was to become stronger than anyone else, Grim needed to understand just how much stronger a captain was compared to himself. And with his transparent world ability unlocked, this was the best opportunity he could ask for, as he could now see what was happening. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Releasing his mana, Yami reinforced his body with reinforcement magic and shot towards Licht. And so it starts. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. So this is what Yami is like when he's serious. Grim thought while watching in wonder. Dark magic, dark cloaked avidya slash. Releasing a black slash out of his blade, Yami started asking this Licht guy question while they fought. That story you were telling me a while ago wasn't everything, right? Tell me how it ends. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Tell me what you guys are really after. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Since you posse's the type of grimoire, it means you're from the Clover Kingdom, right? Then why attack your home? Heh. Licht smiled when he heard him. Dodging another attack, he opened his mouth and answered. Since you're a foreigner, I'm sure you've noticed just how warped this kingdom really is. What? Even Grim was slightly caught off guard after hearing that. You've seen it, haven't you? Licht continued. How there are people dying in the streets from starvation, yet there are people living not too far away who struggle to even finish all the food that has been presented to them. Don't you think that's unfair? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. They say that mana amount is used to decide your status in life, but in reality they'll judge you on your background and use that as an excuse to hold you back. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. As an immigrant, you should know better than anyone how they'll use the fact that you were born in another country to hurt you and say that they are doing it for justice. What are you talking about? Yami frowned, releasing another slash. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Evading the attack like it was nothing, Lix revealed a benevolent smile. We, the members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, have risen up from the dregs of this warped and have come out of the shadows in order to correct this corrupt world. The hell are you talking about? What you're doing now is the same thing you've risen up to fight against, isn't it? Is it? Collecting rogue mages, attacking the capital, having a 4-leaf grimoire, all that power has gone to your head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Gone to my head. Dodging another slash that blew out a large chunk out of the cave, Lick laughed lightly. I'll have you know I'm perfectly fine, thank you. All I'm doing is fighting fire with fire. Haha. So you're one of those people who think they're always right, huh? Can't say I hate people like that. However, I really can't stand you. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Whoa. Even with Key and the transparent world active, I'm still struggling to see everything that's going on. Is this really the power of a captain? Watching the cave's infrastructure crumble from their battle, Grim doesn't even notice that his smile was starting to widen. That power, that strength, I want it, I want it. Whistle. Looks like Asta's gotten better at sensing Key. Watching him defend and deflect the multiple mana orbs flying at him through the portals, Grim couldn't help but nod. Despite his thirst for power, Grim couldn't deny that he liked that Asta was getting stronger. Unlike him, Asta was someone who was truly unlucky and he could respect his work ethic. Die. Licht yelled, throwing a light shard at Yami. Not today. Smiling, Yami created a black hole that sucked in Licht's attack and trapped him in place. What the hell? A look of surprise appeared on Licht's face as Yami lifted his blade above his head. Dark magic, dark cloaked black blade. HYAH. Slashing his sword down, Yami's blade was covered in dark magic and stretched itself, making its range longer. During the time Yami had activated his spell, Asta had jumped through Valtos's portal and decked him in the face. Huff huff. Coughing up a mouthful of blood and breathing really heavy, Licht found himself chuckling. Amazing, to think that there would actually be a type of magic that could actually absorb mine. Haha, I was actually so surprised that I forgot to move. That being said, dark magic is ridiculously slow. I guess that's to be expected with it being the opposite of light. You really like listening to the sound of your own voice, don't you? Yami asked, lighting a new cigarette. Now hurry up and use that healing magic of yours, and while you do that I'll take the opportunity to mess you up real good. Master Licht. Sally muttered, seeing him sweating. I have to admit, Yami Sekiro, you're the second person that has the power capable of defeating me. Second. But enough is enough. Licht continued, ignoring Yami. For you, I'll use the strongest spell I have. Strongest spell. Grim frowned as he felt Licht's mana rise. Due to this being my strongest spell, it's only natural that it's also my fastest, and unlike my whip, the area of effect on this one is ridiculous, so good luck surviving. Well shit. Grim said as Yami and Asta jumped to his side. The second I unleash it, it will be the end of you, Captain of the Black Bulls. Like hell it will. Asta yelled. There's no way our captain would lose to that kind of spell. Asta. Grim interrupted. I know you can't sense mana and all that, but if you could, you'd realize just how bad this situation is. What? Even you think it's bad? Yeah. Grim nodded before turning his attention to Yami. Any ideas? Nope. Dark magic, black cocoon. Manifesting a spherical shell of darkness around the three of them, Yami hoped that it'd be enough. This isn't gonna work. Grim commented. Got any better ideas? Nope. He shook his head. Breath of the Beast, fifth Fong, crazy cutting. Surrounding himself with rotating gray blades manifested from him mana, Grim stood behind Yami. What are you doing? Hoping that when that attack breaks through this shell, the magic surrounding my body will slice that pasty dude's magic and protect me. That won't work. Yami shook his head. For one, there are too many gaps in your spell and that light attack is probably fast enough to pass through. And two, if I die here I'm making sure to bring you with me. What? Why do I have to die just because you weren't strong enough to survive? Don't argue with me, just die when I die. Again and again and again. Licht snapped at them. How is it possible that you two are still ignoring me despite me being seconds away from killing you? Meh, that's a problem for the me 10 seconds from now to deal with. Yami shrugged, acting like it was no big deal. Yeah. Grim nodded. That, and there's also the fact that you're not very intimidating. I mean, you're even wearing makeup, for God's sake. If I'm being totally honest, I've been holding back the urge to call you a fag for quite a while now. Wow, you really don't mince words, do ya? Yami smiled. It's not really my style.